Chapter 1. In the serene confines of the room lay a large bed, upon which rested a young man, seemingly in his 20s. Slowly, he opened his eyes. A hint of bewilderment evident in his gaze, he glanced at the sun outside the window, then surveyed his surroundings instinctively. He touched his abdomen. Why do I feel like my stomach isn't as hungry anymore? Yu Hongzhuang pondered, feeling the fleshiness of his belly. This was perplexing after 5 or 6 years of the apocalypse. He had been on the brink of starvation, unable to find even a morsel to eat, surviving solely on the meager porridge from the gathering place. How could he possibly have any flesh on his stomach? Just as the confusion began to settle in, clarity suddenly dawned upon him. With widened eyes, he hastily rose to his feet. I distinctly recall fainting from hunger. How did I end up here? Why is there flesh on my stomach? This body, it doesn't seem like mine. He ran his hands over his entire body, finally grasping his groin and exhaling in relief. Thank goodness, you're still here. Stretching his limbs, he reveled in the sensation of his healthy, youthful body. All right, I need to wake up quickly. I have to hurry to work soon, otherwise, old Tian will surely scold me again. He pinched his cheek, desperate to rouse himself. Indeed, he felt this must be a dream. The inevitable outcome was a cry of despair. If one could see his face, it would undoubtedly be swollen and red, a testament to how much he dreaded old Tian's reprimands. Being scolded was trivial. If he were to be denied his bowl of porridge today, Yu Hongzhuang's day would certainly be marred. Having endured pain, confusion, and helplessness, Yu Hongzhuang finally comprehended his situation. This appeared to be the rental apartment he resided in before the apocalypse. Memories long sealed away surged forth. He thought of the dreams he had yearned for, yet never dared to imagine. Have I been reborn? Yu Hongzhuang murmured to himself. He looked down at his hands, soft and pale, clearly untouched by the ravages of the apocalypse, unaccustomed to hard labor. At that moment, he was certain he truly had been reborn. His heart raced with exhilaration, joy evident in his tear-filled eyes. Can you fathom the hardships he had endured over these years of apocalypse? A life worse than that of animals, witnessing the cruel realities of human nature, working the most arduous jobs for the scantest of wages, merely to survive. Indeed, that wage amounted to a bowl of porridge each day. Just thinking about his past struggles made him. He took a deep breath and skillfully pulled out his phone. Though he hadn't used it in years, a smartphone, after all, is the sovereign of the Lowhead tribe, and he still knew how to operate it. Opening the WeChat banking app, he checked his balance, 20,000 yuan. A smile spread across his face. He must treat himself to a splendid meal. With a beaming smile, he stepped out of the door. However, upon witnessing the throngs of people outside, resembling a calamity akin to a zombie apocalypse, Yu Hongzhuang's smile froze instantly. Roar! A grotesque, pallid zombie sank its teeth into a man nearby. With particularly keen eyesight, Yu Hongzhuang observed this scene unfold with chilling clarity. Even the zombie's fangs were distinctly visible. The middle-aged man, around 30, exhibited no capacity for resistance and had already dropped his briefcase. He merely screamed, "Help! Someone please save me!" His gaze landed on Yu Hongzhuang, as if he saw a glimmer of hope, believing this young man might save him. Brother, please help me. I beg you." Yet, Yu Hongzhuang appeared oblivious, staring blankly at him. The zombie feasted on the man's blood and flesh, as he, driven by a powerful will to survive, was knocked down yet still attempted to crawl towards assistance. Not far away, a cacophony of screams erupted from a car accident involving men and women alike. This scene seemed to be playing out worldwide at that very moment. The apocalypse had commenced. Yu Hongzhuang gazed at the middle-aged man, then glanced at the humans and zombies on the street. He turned and closed the security door. This scene was all too familiar. This was undeniably a zombie outbreak. His elation faded in mere seconds. He had thought he had been reborn to a comfortable and happy modern life. Unbeknownst to him, Lady Luck had embraced him only to deliver a swift kick. What abilities do I possess? A completely inept, ordinary person in this apocalypse. Even if I have been reborn, what can I accomplish? Why must I endure such suffering once more? Sighing, he cried out in frustration, a desperate roar akin to that of a wild beast. What on earth is happening? Beep. Zombie virus detected. Apocalypse initiated. Red alert system activated. Would you like to deploy the base vehicle? Huh? A sudden voice interrupted Yu Hongzhuang's thoughts. What is this, a red alert system? Yes, Commander. I am the assistant of the red alert system, here to help you familiarize yourself with the operations of the red alert system more swiftly. Hearing this voice confirmed that he wasn't merely hallucinating. Taking a deep breath, he straightened himself and steeled his resolve. He was a reborn individual. How could he be so flustered? He was now a man with a system. He could no longer afford to be useless. Reflecting on his earlier emotional breakdown, Yu Hongzhuang felt a flush rise to his cheeks. May I inquire what the Red Alert System does? Esteemed Commander, the Red Alert System allows for the construction of buildings, recruitment of soldiers, weaponry, and tanks, as well as technological advancements for you to dominate the world. Wait, are you saying this Red Alert System is akin to the Red Alert game I used to play? Hearing the words Red Alert coupled with the assistant's introduction reminded Yu Hongzhuang of his fondness for the game during his teenage years. This Red Alert is not the same as that Red Alert. The Red Alert system far exceeds the confines of that single-player game, capable of infinite technological research and upgrades. However, you may reference that game. Chapter 2 very well. I comprehend why Yu Hongzhuang seems to have grasped a fragment of understanding. Do you have any initial funds? He recalled that when playing Red Alert, one would typically begin with a sum of 10,000. Has the commander activated the novice gift pack? The Red Alert assistant stated methodically. Activate it, without hesitation. Would one leave it unopened? Congratulations, Commander, you have acquired 10,000 funds. Indeed, he has received an initial sum of 10,000. Is this 10,000 resource points my starting capital, little assistant? What can I construct with it? Your Excellency, you may currently only erect a power plant, a barracks, and an allied or refinery. Upon hearing these three structures, Yu Hongzhuang seemed to recall something and said, would it not be the case that one must complete the construction of these three buildings before being able to recruit soldiers? He remembered it to be so in the Red Alert game. Due to Your Excellency just starting the game, special permission has been granted to recruit soldiers, albeit at double the cost. Upon hearing this, he exhaled with relief. Fortunately, he could still construct soldiers. Otherwise, how could he venture forth to build a base? It was entirely possible that he would be devoured by zombies before even establishing a base. How much funding is required to construct a soldier? Swish, a luminous screen materialized before Yu Hongzhuang. He observed three character icons glowing, evidently the units for constructing soldiers in the barracks. The mobilized soldier icon indicated 100. The police dog marked 300. The engineer icon showed 500. This is not right. I recall the prices in the game did not seem this exorbitant. At this rate, with the double payment, I could only construct a maximum of 50 mobilized soldiers with my 10,000 funds? A shiver ran down Yu Hongzhuang's spine. Merely 50 soldiers was far too few. Furthermore, he needed to reserve funds for constructing the power plant and barracks. It was utterly wasteful to spend everything on mobilized soldiers. By the way, system, if I exhaust this initial fund, is there any way to generate income? You may exchange resources such as gold and gems for funds. Additionally, you can construct an allied or refinery, allowing armed mining vehicles to collect resources. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongzhuang began to ponder his next course of action. First and foremost, as the apocalypse has only just begun, he should stockpile essential items for human survival, such as food and water. Moreover, he could search for some gold. Yes, precisely. The gold store in the city. Considering the apocalypse has only just commenced, the internet should still be functioning. He hastily pulled out his phone and downloaded a map of H City. He clicked the mobilized soldier icon 10 times. Watching the icon rotate ominously, Yu Hongzhuang's heart raced. He fervently hoped this system was genuine, that it could indeed summon soldiers. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the living room, warming the otherwise frigid air. Commander, mobilized soldier 1 reports to you. Dressed in a red military uniform, with a brown combat helmet, his muscular build stood tall, carrying a backpack and a mini submachine gun slung around his neck. At first glance, Yu Hongzhuang recognized him as a seasoned veteran. His gaze was exceedingly fierce. The emergence of the mobilized soldier startled Yu Hongzhuang momentarily, but he quickly regained composure, realizing this was the soldier he had summoned. Circling around the mobilized soldier and scrutinizing him, he confirmed one thing. With a physique capable of delivering a punch that could send one to meet their maker. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, Yu Hongzhuang had to look up to meet his gaze.
He nodded with a smile and said, "Very well. Please introduce yourself briefly." "Report. I am Mobilized Soldier 1. Two black lines appeared on Yu Hongzhuang's forehead. 1. 1, of course. I know you are number 1. What I meant was, how many bullets do you have? What kind of weapon do you wield? And what skills do you possess?" Swish, another figure suddenly appeared in the living room. It was yet another Mobilized Soldier. "Commander, Mobilized Soldier 2 reports to you." "Shoo, lower your voice," Yu Hongzhuang urged anxiously. "Dio, you want to attract all the zombies with such a loud voice?" "Yes, Commander." "These summoned soldiers have a rather foolish demeanor. Little assistant, could you instruct these soldiers not to speak so loudly?" "Certainly, Your Excellency. Would a volume of 40 decibels suffice?" All right. I'm unsure how many decibels that is. Just keep it down." He did not have to wait long. Within approximately 10 minutes, 10 mobilized soldiers had all appeared. The previously spacious living room felt increasingly cramped. 3 of them had even squeezed into the bedroom. "All right, how many rounds of ammunition does each of you possess?" "Report, Commander. Each soldier has 30 rounds of ammunition and 2 submachine gun magazines. Ammunition refreshes daily at midnight. The magazines are also full." "Will only the ammunition refresh?" Yu Hongzhuang inquired. "Report. Each soldier will also receive 1 incendiary grenade and individual rations, which will refresh as well." That is acceptable. Although it does not compare to the infinite ammunition in the game, at least there are still dozens of rounds available for free each day. Naturally, in a city teeming with zombies, it is preferable to avoid gunfire whenever possible. Knowing the data for each soldier instilled Yu Hongzhuang with greater confidence regarding their upcoming actions. Glancing at the map of H City on his phone, he noted that the nearest destination was a gold store on Flower Street in the Southern District, situated 1636 meters away, not too far. Let us hope that this gold store has a substantial amount of gold in stock. He glanced at the Red Alert System funds, now reduced to a mere 8,000. Each mobilized soldier costs 100, with the barracks not yet summoned, thus the cost doubles to 200. 10 mobilized soldiers would then set him back 2,000. This realization made Yu Hongzhuang's heart ache. He had initially thought that 10,000 funds were ample, only to discover how quickly they could be depleted. At the entrance, Yu Hongzhuang reiterated his instructions to all mobilized soldiers. "Remember, it is imperative that no one fires their weapons and that we minimize noise. When I open the door, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will clear the path with daggers, while 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 will maintain armed vigilance. Our objective is that gold store." "Yes, Commander." All mobilized soldiers responded in unison. With everyone prepared, Soldier 1 grasped the doorknob, ready to open the door. Chapter 3. The moment the door swung open, the harsh reality outside came into view. Everywhere lay severed limbs and bloodied corpses, with many zombies bearing their gaping maws, clawing and snapping. Yu Hongzhuang even spotted a man hiding beneath a car, desperately struggling, yet it was evident that he could not endure much longer. It was a veritable hell on earth. And this was merely at his doorstep. He shuddered at the thought of what awaited in schools, military camps, and crowded areas. "Help!" The man beneath the car caught sight of the group of mobilized soldiers, and a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. He shouted desperately. However, Yu Hongzhuang cruelly turned his head away. He understood that with merely 10 men, is that so? Does 1 gram of gold equate to 1 unit of currency? A mere 10,000 grams of copper only amounts to a single unit of currency. Thus, it takes 10 kilograms to equal 1 unit of currency? Indeed, that seems rather insufficient. The several mobilized soldiers who searched the jewelry store have completed their task. "Commander, this is all the gold and silver jewelry in the shop." Soldier 1 has gathered all the gold and silver ornaments into one pile. Yu Hongzhuang nodded slightly, placing his hand upon the heap of jewelry, silently murmuring, "Convert all these ornaments into currency." In an instant, the pile of jewelry vanished without a trace. "Yes." Reporting to the commander, "A total of 3,750 units of currency have been converted," came the voice of the assistant in his mind. "Is it really 3,750 units? A smile appeared at the corners of Yu Hongzhuang's mouth. Combined with his original 8,000 units, he now possessed 11,750 units of currency. Why are there still a few pieces of jewelry that haven't been converted? Seeing a few rings remaining under his palm, Yu Hongzhuang inquired of his assistant. Reporting to the commander, there are no convertible resources detected in the vicinity. Realizing now, he understood that these remaining pieces of jewelry were not gold but rather counterfeit. TSK. Who would have thought that even in a reputable jewelry store, there would be fakes, complete with authenticity tags? Having merely supplemented his funds, he still needed to seek out provisions. All personnel proceeded to a nearby convenience store. The establishment was quite small, measuring barely over 20 square meters. Chaotic sounds emanated from within. Yu Hongzhuang led his team towards it, the noises originating from behind the door. He exchanged a glance with Soldier 1. Act swiftly. The sounds of nails scraping and scratching echoed incessantly, causing Yu Hongzhuang to furrow his brow. Upon receiving the command, Soldier 1 drew his concealed dagger, sensing that he was merely one door away from the zombie lurking behind. With a forceful twist of the doorknob, he surged forward, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the door. For a trained, mobilized soldier of extraordinary physical prowess, such a flimsy door was no obstacle. Yet the interior was enough to raise the hairs on one's neck. The room was nearly filled with small boxes, but the floor was drenched in a crimson hue, soaked with blood. A mutilated corpse lay on the ground. Unrecognizable, Chapter 5 Number 3 stepped forward to knock on the door, while Yu Hongzhuang cowered behind the soldier. He was profoundly afraid of death. In this apocalyptic world, the undead were terrifying. Yet the dark and twisted nature of humanity was equally so. What if, when the door opened, it revealed a hulking figure wielding a watermelon knife? Sounds gradually emerged from outside, and before long, the door creaked open. To his astonishment, it was not a burly man, but a woman. Yu Hongzhuang had overthought things. How could someone who wrote SOS in lipstick possibly be a man? Are you from the military here to rescue us? The woman inquired softly, her voice tinged with evident agitation, a hint of panic and fear evident in her demeanor. She was excited to finally encounter normal individuals who could save her, yet anxious and frightened about what lay ahead. She had been hiding alone in her room for hours. Just this afternoon, as she was heading to work, the world had suddenly transformed. People around her had turned into rabid beasts, tearing at one another. What had begun with just a few had escalated into chaos everywhere, resembling a hellscape. The sudden calamity had left Fan Wan with little capacity for rational thought. As for going to work, she could shove that notion aside. She had rushed back home, convinced it was the safest place she could find. The individuals before her, armed and clad in military uniforms, led Fan Wan to instinctively believe they were part of a rescue operation. The mobilized soldier remained silent, and Yu Hongzhuang spoke up, "Hello, beautiful, that I am here to rescue you. We are not military personnel, but I intend to establish a survivor base. Would you be willing to join us?" The woman before him was strikingly attractive. Were it not for the apocalypse, he would have considered pursuing her. However, in this dire situation, she was merely an ordinary survivor, and he wondered if she possessed any special skills. If not, she could simply be put to work in the fields. Fan Wan was clearly taken aback. She had not anticipated that this man, devoid of military garb, would be speaking on behalf of the armed soldiers. Even more surprising was how he had already mapped out her future endeavors so clearly. Survivor base. Are there many survivors there? Fan Wan voiced her curiosity. Indeed, there will be many, Yu Hongzhuang replied, winking without hesitation, silently adding to himself that there would soon be even more. Then is there no military established base at present? She pressed on, still unconvinced. She placed greater faith in an official establishment than a private one. Unfortunately, the military had yet to set up anything. Yu Hongzhuang shook his head regretfully. I'm afraid I haven't heard of any such thing yet. Very well then, I will join you. Ultimately, Fan Wan acquiesced, unable to fathom how long it might be until she encountered another living person if she let this opportunity slip away. Yu Hongzhuang smiled broadly. "Ha, welcome aboard, beautiful. I hope you will adhere strictly to our orders. We will do our utmost to reach the base." He made a promise to put her at ease, I understand. "Leader, though I am but a weak woman, I will strive not to hinder your progress. My name is Fan Wan." She nodded while introducing herself. "All right, Fan Wan. Do you have anything you need to bring? Such as food?" "No, leader. There is hardly anything at home." "Good. Then let us set off." The group embarked once more on their journey, now accompanied by a woman. Upon finally reaching their destination, they stood before a copper mine. Previously operated by Company X. However, Yu Hongzhuang was not in haste to commence construction. Who knew what supernatural forces might be at play? After all, there was still an outsider among them. Smiling at Fan Wan, he said, "After such a long trek, you must be weary. Why not find a room to rest?" Fan Wan's mind struggled to comprehend. This place bore no resemblance to a survivor base aside from the zombies. Could it be that they were deceiving her? With a sliver of hope, she asked, "Leader, is this truly the survivor base?" "Haha, do not be anxious. You will soon see the true nature of the base. This row is all employee dormitories. Feel free to choose any room to stay in." Why Yu Hongzhuang shrugged off the awkwardness. The woman frowned slightly, yet dared not inquire further. Deep down, she was contemplating whether to make a run for it. Number 9, Number 10, please go protect Fan Wan. Ensure she is not bitten by the zombies. Yes, the mobilized soldiers adhered strictly to the commands of their leader. Fan Wan thought to herself, "Oh no, are they watching me?" Meanwhile, Yu Hongzhuang remained unconcerned. The factory was vast, and with so many employees, it was certain that many had turned into zombies. He did not want to lose the one survivor he had managed to find, lest she be infected or harmed. Once Fan Wan was out of sight, Yu Hongzhuang turned to his assistant, asking, "What must I do to construct a physical building?" The assistant's voice resonated in his mind. It is quite simple. The commander functions as the base vehicle, capable of designating buildings to be constructed nearby. Why Yu Hongzhuang had been limiting his thoughts. He had assumed he needed to unfold a base vehicle like in the game. He did not realize he was the base vehicle himself, needing only to construct other buildings. With this revelation, he clicked on the power station icon. The dark icon slowly began to rotate, yet the process felt agonizingly sluggish. Yu Hongzhuang grew anxious, understanding that constructing something of such magnitude could not be swift. This was not a game where everything would be completed in seconds. In an eager wait, half an hour passed, and the power station icon began to flicker. Ready? Yu Hongzhuang's heart leaped with joy as he quickly focused his thoughts to clicked. The wondrous scene unfolded before him. A vast expanse of fluorescent green light appeared. Shifting his gaze revealed a sea of red. He understood now. It was akin to the visual effects in a game. Construct, in an instant, a colossal structure standing 10 meters tall materialized without warning in the open space before him. Even with prior mental preparation, he was still taken aback by the sudden appearance. Chapter 6. Yu Hongzhuang instinctively placed his hand over his chest. Looking up, the enigmatic and sophisticated building exuded an aura as if transcending time and space. Evoking a distinctly sci-fi sensation, at its pinnacle, he could faintly discern flickering silver light. So this is the power station? It is indeed magnificent. He touched it, feeling the reality of the structure through his fingertips. After a moment, he regained his composure, calming his excitement, and clicked on the barracks icon. Once the barracks were constructed, he could acquire soldiers without needing to double the funding. Engineers could also be established. Given time, the power plant could supply electricity to the entire base and even create a local network. Communication within the base would be seamless. Of course, this was merely a notion, and he realized he was getting ahead of himself. He settled back into waiting, repeatedly feeling the surface of the power plant, exhibiting a naive curiosity. After another half hour, the icon flickered once more, indicating readiness. He focused and clicked again, and a vast expanse of fluorescent green light filled his vision. Clearly, the area was more than sufficient. Another imposing structure, taller than 10 meters, materialized before him. Even after witnessing it a second time, Yu Hongzhuang was still in awe. The sudden emergence of such a grand building revealed the depth of the red alert system, truly remarkable. The thought of potentially constructing super weapons in the future stirred excitement within him. However, if the use of super weapons were prohibited, that would be awkward. "Hey, assistant, will I be able to construct super weapons in the future, such as nuclear missile silos or weather control machines?" "Of course, Commander. You must believe that the red alert system is capable of limitless growth." "Haha, that's great. In the future, if someone crosses me, I'll simply send them home with a nuclear bomb." He clicked on the ore refining plant, then opened the barracks icon once more. This time, he would not be doubling purchases. It was time to amass a formidable army. Construct 99 mobilized soldiers, 1 engineer, 1 police dog. Please hold, Commander. Construction has commenced. The power station cost 500, the ore refining plant 1,000, and the barracks 800, alongside the expenses for these units. Originally, he had over 15,000 resources, but in an instant, it dwindled to 2,780. Gazing at the significantly reduced resource points, Yu Hongzhuang clutched his heart, feeling a pang of pain that made it hard to breathe. However, upon witnessing the soldiers slowly emerging from the barracks, his heartache began to fade considerably. Once the soldiers stood in formation, his heart felt light and his spirit soared. "These are all my soldiers," he proclaimed, standing before them. "Count off. 1, 2, 3, 60, 62, 80, 99, 100. Woof. Where did that dog barking come from? Is there some strange creature among us?" Yu Hongzhuang looked over and discovered a massive dog. This was no ordinary dog. It was astonishingly large. Like the soldiers, it stood in formation, its tongue lolling out as it panted. How curious. This dog could actually understand what I was saying. And no wonder it's a police dog from the Red Alert system. It even knows how to count. Assistant, can the police dog understand everything I say? Certainly, all police dogs possess intelligence that rivals that of a teenager in their early teens. Regardless of the commander's orders or the words of others, they comprehend them all. Why Yu Hongzhuang was taken aback. Could it be that this dog's intelligence exceeds 100? Is this still considered a police dog? It is almost akin to a mythical creature. Standing at a height of 1.5 meters, such a well-trained police dog surely has few challengers. No wonder a single dog in the game can take down multiple soldiers. It is no jest. One police dog is certainly insufficient. Several should be constructed. Initially intending to create just one out of curiosity about what a police dog is like. He was unexpectedly impressed. With a swift motion, he clicked 10 times, preparing to construct 10 more police dogs. Regaining his composure, he addressed the soldiers. "Soldiers, welcome to this place. I shall now assign you your tasks." He contemplated the military structure in his mind. A squad typically comprises about 10 warriors. A platoon consists of 3 squads, while a company is formed of 3 platoons, including the company commander, instructor, deputy company commander, and various squad leaders and quartermasters. A company generally comprises around 120 personnel. It seemed he had assumed the role of a company commander. Each of the 10 would form a squad, with the squad leader being automatically selected. And the 3 squads would have a platoon leader, forming 3 columns based on numbers 1, 2, and 3. In unison, they responded, yes. However, the commotion attracted the attention of the zombies lurking in the factory. A horde of zombies was about to descend upon them. Had this been an hour earlier, Yu Hongzhuang might have fled without looking back, but now, with over 100 soldiers at his command, there was no thought of retreat. He would confront them head-on and eliminate them for good. Observing the zombies approaching in increasing numbers, Yu Hongzhuang spoke in an emotionless tone. "First and second platoons, free fire. Third platoon, remain on standby to provide reinforcements in case of casualties." He was determined to eradicate this horde of zombies. Now that a base had been established here, this territory was his domain, his home. These intruders must be completely exterminated. In an instant, the nearby zombies were reduced to a sieve, yet Yu Hongzhuang was dissatisfied. Zombies could only be killed by hitting their brains. With daily ammunition limits for the soldiers, this brief metal storm had only taken down about 20 zombies. Far too wasteful. Single shots, free fire. Aim for their heads. Such commands proved effective. Even while conserving ammunition, no zombies managed to breach the 50-meter mark. The ground was littered with the corpses of zombies and spent shells, yet a steady stream of zombies continued to advance toward them. Yu Hongzhuang furrowed his brow, refusing to relax for even a moment. First squad, deploy Molotov cocktails. The soldiers of the first squad promptly received their orders. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted into the sky, accompanied by explosions and a wave of heat washing over them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fanwan was tidying up the dormitory when she heard gunfire nearby. Curiously, she inquired of the mobilized soldier, "Sir, do you have any idea what is happening over there?" Her curiosity piqued. In such an environment, it was evident that a gunfight was occurring, and an unknown unit was engaged in battle at that moment. Fanwan recalled the rather ordinary-looking Yu Hongzhuang. Could it be that he had not deceived her? Was this truly a survivor's base? Yet why had she seen no one but soldiers? Unfortunately, the mobilized soldiers paid her no mind, focusing solely on executing the commander's orders, indifferent to her beauty. Their expressions cold as they fulfilled their duties. In a certain office within the copper mine factory, over 10 individuals were huddled together, peering out the windows, eagerly gazing at the area where flames illuminated the darkness. The noise was so substantial that it was impossible to ignore. Although the outside was bustling, the office remained silent. After a moment, one voice, tinged with anxiety, broke the stillness. "Is this the army?" "Yes, it must be." Another replied excitedly. They had been trapped there for half a day, with nothing to eat. Their only source of hydration was the half-full water cooler, which had been drained after each of them had 2 cups. They dared not venture outside, for the outside was filled with monsters. Had they not barricaded the door with tables, they would all have perished. In that moment, the heavy atmosphere was suddenly shattered as many faces broke into smiles. This is good. Help has arrived. The gunfire continued, and the number of zombies gradually diminished. Yu Hongzhuang began issuing orders. 1st and 2nd platoons, cease fire. 3rd platoon, single shots, clear the battlefield. Everyone acted swiftly, obeying the commander's orders. The ammunition for the 1st and 2nd platoons was dwindling. They needed to conserve some for later to deal with the scattered zombies hiding in the factory. One by one, zombies continued to advance, heedless of the flames engulfing them, feeling neither pain nor fear. Lacking intelligence, they did not flee. Rat-tat-tat boom. A Molotov cocktail exploded. Yu Hongzhuang observed coldly. Even the refining plant was prepared, yet he did not spare it a glance. As the last zombie was felled by a bullet to the brain, it collapsed lifelessly. He resumed speaking. 3rd platoon, clear the battlefield and pile up the zombie corpses to incinerate them. 1st platoon, form squads, each accompanied by a police dog, to clear out the zombies hiding in the factory. Additionally, search for survivors and bring them here to assemble. 2nd platoon, guard the factory's exit. Allow no zombies to enter. Everyone, move out. Yes. All the mobilized soldiers immediately sprang into action. Only an engineer and 8 police dogs remained. Yu Hongzhuang looked at the remaining police dogs and instructed, "You all should accompany the 2nd platoon for defense." Following the platoon leader's orders, the police dogs, displaying their intelligence, barked in agreement and followed the 2nd platoon. Finally, only one engineer was left, but Yu Hongzhuang did not issue him any commands. Instead, he turned his attention to the system interface. Clicking on the flashing readiness icon, the ore refining plant passed inspection, and a massive structure rose instantly. Next to it, an armed mining vehicle materialized out of thin air, reminiscing about the mining vehicles from the Red Alert game. A smile spread across Yu Hongzhuang's face. With this vehicle, he could secure a continuous influx of funds. Although there was only one copper mine in the vicinity, that was inconsequential. It merely meant slightly reduced funding for troop conversion. Moreover, the vehicle was equipped with a formidable 20mm machine gun atop its roof, an exceptional weapon at this stage. Yu Hongzhuang quickly turned to his assistant and asked, "Assistant, will the ammunition for this machine gun refresh daily?" The assistant replied, "Of course, Commander. Both tank and soldier ammunition refresh every day." "Then how many rounds does this armed mining vehicle have?" 3,000 rounds. Yu Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. This was immensely powerful. 3,000 rounds refreshing daily. He rushed over, cautiously touching the machine gun on the vehicle's front. This single machine gun could match the ammunition of an entire platoon. It was incredibly formidable. With such a weapon, he could dominate during this online phase. However, the priority remained on mining and converting funds. Go. Commence mining. The armed mining vehicle's lights illuminated, and its tracks began to move slowly toward the copper mine. What a sight! Although it appeared to be merely a mining vehicle, its firepower was indeed fierce. Yu Hongzhuang watched it depart with a grin, wondering how much funding it would yield upon its return. He then turned to the engineer. The engineer appeared quite young, wearing glasses and a yellow hard hat, exuding a scholarly demeanor. After observing him for a moment, Yu Hongzhuang inquired, "Engineer, what can you do?" The engineer promptly saluted and replied, "Report, Commander. I can modify and repair vehicles, construct or build shelters, and have a basic understanding of electronic devices." Absorbing this information, Yu Hongzhuang did not rush to question him further. Instead, he glanced around at the barracks, or refining plant, and power station he had constructed. Raising an eyebrow as he asked, if tasked with building something to conceal these 3 structures, how long would it take? The engineer paused, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he responded, "Report, Commander, may I pose a question? Why do you wish to cover these 3 buildings?" This inquiry intrigued Yu Hongzhuang. It was the first time a system unit had posed a question to him. Previously, the mobilized soldiers had either directly answered his inquiries or acted without questioning. Because these 3 structures are exceedingly conspicuous and not of a level that could be constructed on Earth, they could easily attract attention. If they were to be destroyed, it would be disastrous. Chapter 8. Report, Commander. If that is the case, please do not worry. These buildings possess camouflage capabilities. Once activated, They can create an optical illusion, similar to a typical large building. The engineer shared his knowledge with Yu Hongzhuang, which brought him a sense of joy. He had not expected the system to be so considerate, revealing that buildings possessed a camouflage function. Assistant, is what the engineer said true? I demand that the camouflage feature for buildings be activated immediately. And for any new constructions, I want the camouflage to be turned on at the very first opportunity. As you wish, Commander. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the three colossal structures beside him transformed in Yu Hongzhuang's eyes into three ordinary buildings, standing tall elsewhere. Wow, this is astonishing. In an instant, what was once a groundbreaking sci-fi edifice has become an ordinary high-rise. Truly, the system is remarkable. Even if Yu Hongzhuang scrutinized it for a moment, he could hardly discern any difference. This is fantastic. Now, I need not fear prying eyes. With the camouflage feature now available, the engineer could redirect his efforts towards other tasks. Contemplating the day's agenda, Yu Hongzhuang inquired, "Can you modify any vehicle? As long as it does not exceed modern engineering capabilities, any vehicle can be modified or repaired, provided the appropriate tools and parts are available." The engineer replied confidently, asserting that he could even repair tanks. So what were a few cars in comparison? That's excellent. I have a task for you. Try to acquire those trucks, or at the very least, some vans. Tomorrow, we need to pick something up, and I want you to break into those vehicles and get them started. 4 or 5 should suffice. Rest assured, the zombies in the factory are being cleared out. As long as you remain inside, there is no need to worry about safety. The engineer realized that this task was merely about picking locks. Though it was a small assignment, he would strive to complete it diligently. Meanwhile, the squad leader of the third team was leading his soldiers in search of zombies, proceeding with utmost caution, fearful of missing a single one. The accompanying police dog sniffed the ground, its nose to the earth, investigating. Entering a building, they opened doors one by one, leaving no corner unchecked. The soldiers kept their fingers poised on the triggers, prepared for any sudden appearances of the undead. Suddenly, a dog barked, shattering the surrounding silence. The squad leader rushed over to find the police dog baring its teeth menacingly towards a room. The squad leader immediately understood. Is there a zombie inside? If it were a human, it wouldn't exhibit such aggression. He twisted the doorknob, but found it locked. He aimed at the lock and fired twice. A mere flimsy door could hardly withstand bullets. And the lock was shattered. Hanging limply, one soldier stepped back, preparing for a running kick, and the dilapidated door offered no resistance, flying off its hinges. The mobilized soldier charged in, spotting 2 zombies still alive, and without hesitation, dispatched them. Those devoid of reason and filth do not deserve to exist in this world. The squad leader followed suit, and upon seeing the 2 corpses on the ground, he sighed with relief and asked the soldiers, "Are you all right?" The mobilized soldier shook his head. "I'm fine." "Good to hear. 2 of you. Dispose of the bodies downstairs, and let us continue our search." "Yes, sir." The operation continued, with not just this squad but dozens of soldiers meticulously searching. Fearful of missing even one, I feel like I heard gunfire from downstairs. In an office. A man hiding in a corner perked up his ears, as if he had heard the shots, and spoke out loud. After uttering a few words, his stomach growled again. "When will this end? I haven't eaten in a day." Overcome by hunger, he despondently closed his eyes, hoping this would conserve energy. Was it just his imagination? Or did he hear a dog barking? His subconscious seemed to tell him, "Dog barking? Woof, woof." The sound grew clearer. This isn't a dream. The man quickly opened his eyes. Is there a dog nearby? Then came a series of footsteps. A voice faintly echoed, "Is this the place?" The door crashed open, accompanied by deafening gunfire. Bang! The man widened his eyes as he saw the door, propped against the table, being kicked open. He swore that in all his years of living, he had never yearned for hope so desperately. Now, hope had arrived. The soldier, sensing the gaze, instinctively raised his weapon. "Soldier, please, don't shoot. I'm human." The man, seeing the weapon pointed at him, was nearly paralyzed with fear. He had survived the zombie outbreak and did not wish to die at the hands of his fellow man. The soldier finally realized he was indeed human, a filthy man whose clothes were in tatters, bearing the marks of some harrowing experience. The soldier lowered his weapon and called out to the outside. "Squad leader, there's a survivor here." One by one, several mobilized soldiers entered. The squad leader looked at the man cowering in the corner like a beggar, frowned, and spoke. "Stand up. Are you the only one here? Hearing the reprimand, the man timidly rose, fear evident in his voice. Yes, sir. I am the only one. Are you here to rescue me? The squad leader took a couple of steps forward, assessing the small office space. Concluding that indeed, he was alone, that's right. The commander ordered us to find survivors in the factory, but we have other tasks at hand. If you wish to live, then come with us. Once our mission is complete, we will take you back. The man's heart nearly burst into tears upon hearing this. There was no place safer than being with the military in this world. Gratefully, he responded, Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you. Chapter 9. Time was running late, and the zombies' corpses were still ablaze, the roaring flames illuminating the surroundings. A steady stream of soldiers dragged bodies and tossed them into the fire, the crackling sound mingling with a foul odor. Fortunately, Yu Hongzhuang was far enough away that the smell was not overwhelming, and the survivors he had brought were gathered in the open space in front of the staff dormitory, where Fan Wan was also present. Observing the growing crowd, Yu Hongzhuang yawned. It was already late, and he was nearly exhausted. When alone, a person might feel small and hesitant to confront the zombies, but when gathered together, courage could flourish. Now, with more than 10 armed soldiers watching over them, they were still whispering amongst themselves, creating quite a ruckus. All survivors, crouch down and cover your heads. The command was not loud, but quickly drowned out by the noise. A few who heard it noticed that others remained standing and pretended not to hear. Continuing their chatter, Yu Hongzhuang sighed. He was already tired today and truly did not wish to shout. Grabbing a nearby soldier's gun, he fired 2 shots into the air, bang bang. The survivors fell silent, all eyes turning to Yu Hongzhuang. I will say this once more. Listen carefully. All survivors, crouch down and cover your heads. Gradually, a few began to comply, and eventually, everyone followed suit. Now listen to me. I intend to establish a survivor base here, but it is too late to explain everything tonight. I will do so tomorrow. Regardless of your questions, I want you to be silent for now. Do you see the staff dormitory behind me? You will sleep on the first floor tonight. If I find out that anyone cannot control themselves and causes trouble, I will execute. Yo has autumn arrived. Stepping into the open space, I begin to wait. Little assistant, can you issue commands directly into the minds of all the soldiers? Of course, Commander. Very well, inform the engineer. I shall wait for him here. The survivors gradually gather, some appearing as if they have just awakened. Shivering as they step outside, freezing cold. In this weather, it is indeed time to don a coat. Number 1, please take a head count and instruct them to be silent. Number 1 receives the command and begins to direct them. Meanwhile, Yu Hongzhuang opens the system interface, eager to see how much funding the mining vehicle has generated overnight. A mere 7,000. Initially, there were 2,000 in funds. 7,000 minus 2,000 equals 5,000. Is that all we earned in one night? The mining vehicle's cargo hold is so vast. The copper mined overnight yields less than the jewelry from 2 gold shops. Alas, the disparity is staggering. However, considering the steady influx, this is merely a copper mine. The thought of a guaranteed 5,000 in daily funds is still commendable. Report, Commander. There are 79 survivors, 20 females and 59 males. No children. Good. Fall back in formation. The engineer quickly approaches, then comes to a halt. Report. Yu Hongzhuang gazes at the panting engineer and asks, How many vehicles did you manage to prepare yesterday? Report, Commander. 5 vans and 1 small truck have been completed. I modified the simple switch so that it does not require a key. It can be started at any time and is filled with fuel. Excellent. Well done. Bring back food when you return. You choose first. Thank you, Commander. Yu Hongzhuang then addresses the survivors. Although so many eyes are upon him, he feels no trepidation. What was that saying? Imagine everyone in the audience as large radishes, and one feels no anxiety. He shouts at them. As I mentioned yesterday, I intend to establish a community of survivors here. You must understand that the world is undergoing tremendous changes. Food and the resources humanity relies upon are dwindling. If you wish to survive, you must heed my commands here. Otherwise, I have no need for disobedient individuals. Now, everyone, listen to my orders. At ease, attention. The survivors comply, yet a few remain unresponsive, which Yu Hongzhuang notices. You, and you, the second person in the third row, step forward. Those called out feel their hearts race. Surely, it cannot be me for merely failing to stand at ease and attention. They hesitate, unsure if they are indeed being addressed, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Seeing them fidgeting in line yet unwilling to step forward, Yu Hongzhuang furrows his brow and coldly states, "I will say this once more, step forward immediately. Do not make me come and drag you out myself." The survivors are filled with dread, many thinking, "This is too terrifying. We are to follow your orders, yet simply failing to stand at ease and attention results in being singled out?" Two individuals, particularly frightened, step forward, trembling as they look at Yu Hongzhuang. Only two have complied, while one remains hot. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Yu Hongzhuang scoffs coldly and turns to number one beside him. "Number one, go and drag that person from the middle of the second row." "I?" Number one immediately steps forward, seizing the young man's collar and pulling him out with a single hand, bringing him before the commander. He kicks the young man's knee. "Kneel," with a muffled groan. He kneels on one knee. "Why did you not obey my commands?" Yu Hongzhuang asks the kneeling young man. Jie knows he is in for a rough time. Feeling utterly subjugated. Thus, he glares fiercely at Yu Hongzhuang and retorts, "I know you simply wish to seize power for yourself. Just wait, the government will surely come to restore order here. They will eradicate this place." These words are unpleasant to hear. Consequently, Yu Hongzhuang raises his foot and presses it onto the young man's head, pushing him into the ground. Cursing under his breath, he says, "You've been starving here for a day? With so many dead, and you still expect the government to save you? Pa, dream on. Do you still wish to resist?" The survivors observe the pitiful Jie, each with their own thoughts. Indeed, might the government come to our rescue? Does that imply that if we remain here, everyone will be eliminated? Yu Hongzhuang pays no heed to their chaotic thoughts. Instead, the mobilized soldiers respectfully saluted before approaching Fanwan, standing at attention and glaring at the crowd. Yu Hongzhuang's words were not concealed from them, and many swallowed hard. They had initially thought a mere girl could not possibly control them, yet they were taken aback when chaos erupted and shots were fired. Who would dare oppose now? Thoughts of self-preservation filled their minds as they stifled their rebellious notions. Bullets do not discriminate, and a miscalculated step could cost them their lives. Among the survivors, all were men. Generally tall and sturdy, though they had only endured a day of hunger, leaving them lean but not emaciated. However, their numbers were few, barely over 10, but it was sufficient. Why Yu Hongzhuang, leading this group alongside the soldiers? Prepared to set off. 5 vans and a small cargo truck awaited at the entrance. This time, they brought a full platoon of mobilized soldiers and over 10 men. Each soldier carried only 90 rounds of ammunition, including spare magazines, prompting Yu Hongzhuang to gather an additional 60 spare magazines from the patrolling soldiers, totaling 1,800 rounds, enough for a prolonged engagement. He felt confident they could at least clear out a large supermarket. With the phone still charged, he checked the map of H-City that he had downloaded yesterday, plotting the route to the nearest store. A total of over 40 individuals crammed into the vehicles, with all the laborers squeezed into the cargo truck. Space was limited and cramped, but they had no choice. "Let us move." This was Yu Hongzhuang's first time leading such a large group into a city teeming with zombies. The 6 vehicles sped down the road. The roar of the engines quickly attracted the undead. One zombie, hearing the commotion, turned to face them but was crushed under the speeding vehicles before it could attack. The first 5 vehicles flattened it, leaving no chance for it to rise again. Why Yu Hongzhuang, seated in the passenger seat, leaned out the window, disdainfully glancing at the remnants of flesh left behind. Spitting out a mouthful of saliva, he watched it dissipate in the wind. There were still more zombies ahead, but they posed no threat. They were simply plowed aside. Behind them, many zombies pursued, though a few began to lag behind, their movements slowing as they lost their target. Reverting to aimless wandering. Though the factory was on the outskirts, they entered the city within 20 minutes. Their objective, the flames, ignited numerous fiery figures, crackling and emitting an unpleasant odor. The zombies at the entrance were swiftly reduced in number. The laborers hurriedly loaded the truck, disregarding the crush of bodies, pushing fervently upward, all too aware of the stakes. In such dire moments, any delay could result in abandonment. The Dark Overlord would not wait for anyone. The mobilized soldiers fired as they boarded, their gun barrels thrust out of the windows, continuously belching forth flames. The area surrounding the vehicles had transformed into a veritable meat grinder, littered with bloodied and charred corpses. Yet the zombies showed no signs of fear, relentlessly surging forward. Upon seeing that everyone had boarded, Yu Hongzhuang shouted, "Drive now!" The soldier at the wheel promptly pressed the accelerator. The speedometer surged upwards. Thick smoke billowed from the rear of the vehicle, releasing a foul stench. With a determined direction, they charged ahead. Molotov cocktails. Throw them. Bang, bang. Several Molotov cocktails cleared a path amidst the encircling horde of zombies. The 6 vehicles formed a near unbroken line, racing forward. In that moment, Yu Hongzhuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. The previous ordeal amidst the zombie throng had been utterly terrifying. There were at least several thousand undead. Their meager firepower was insufficient even to breach the outskirts of City H, truly disheartening. Nevertheless, they had secured food. A few soldiers remained vigilant with their weapons, while the driver concentrated on navigating. Most were utterly exhausted, gasping heavily, sweat streaming down their faces as if it were free. Yu Hongzhuang leaned back in his chair, savoring the air of survival after the ordeal. Half an hour later, everyone returned safely to the base. After disembarking, they accounted for the personnel. None were missing. Yu Hongzhuang felt a rush of luck. The recent experience had been perilously close, but they had all survived and brought back food. However, this mission had also revealed several shortcomings within the team. Lacking heavy firepower for a breakout, they had resorted to tossing a few Molotov cocktails to create an opening. Fortunately, the products from Red Alert were of superior quality and potency. Otherwise, they would have been in serious jeopardy. Additionally, the vehicles were too fragile. All 6 bore varying degrees of dents, with the lead vehicle having made 2 trips, suffering the worst damage. The front was crumpled. One vehicle had nearly become a disposable item, its performance and durability concerning. There were many other issues to address, but now was not the time for such thoughts. It was time to organize the spoils of their endeavor. All survivors gathered once more in the open space in front of the dormitory. In truth, aside from the laborers, everyone else had not left. Yu Hongzhuang, still stained with blood, had no time to clean up as he began issuing orders. Fan Wan, in a moment, register everyone who hasn't been accounted for. I hereby appoint you as the survivor administrator of the base. You have the authority to call upon 2 soldiers at any time, and if anyone disobeys, you may punish them as you see fit. As long as it does not result in death, do as you wish. Then, take some people and organize the food I just collected. Keep a detailed record of how many pounds of rice, how many bottles of water. Everything must be meticulously noted. I expect it before nightfall. Everyone was taken aback by this command. What? Appointing me as the survivor administrator? I can summon soldiers. All survivors are under my jurisdiction? Organizing food. This is too fortunate. Fan Wan felt as though she had been showered with blessings from above. Receiving such immense power? Yes, she responded. In an instant, she felt a chill run down her spine. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Fan Wan, questioning why she was deserving of such a position and why she possessed such authority. That traitor! How dare she side with the Dark Overlord and become his lackey? Yu Hongzhuang had merely made a casual appointment, not thinking too deeply about it. If pressed for a reason, he would only say that she seemed rather agreeable and attractive. Moreover, she was the first survivor of the base. Then Yu Hongzhuang pointed to 4 or 5 other women, stating, since you ladies seem to lack skills, the task of cooking will henceforth fall to you. Whatever food is taken must be reported to the administrator. Any instances of theft or pilfering will be dealt with severely. He then added a few words regarding the base's regulations. As the saying goes, rules must be established for order. First, everyone must obey my commands. Second, refer to the first rule. After discussing some trivial matters, the meeting was adjourned, leaving Fan Wan by Yu Hongzhuang's side. Take care of what I just assigned you. Do not feign compliance, or I will have you expelled from the base. The implication behind these words was to remind her not to let her newfound power go to her head. I am your master, the arbiter of your fate. Once jubilant, Fan Wan now felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. She fell silent. Bowing respectfully, she said, Yes, my lord, I will fulfill my duties diligently. That's good. The burden on your shoulders is heavy, but I believe you can manage it well. Yu Hongzhuang patted her shoulder, akin to encouraging a junior. A gentle reprimand followed by a sweet reward. This was how leaders operated. All right, you may return to your tasks. Yes, my lord, my lord. Yu Hongzhuang furrowed his brow, Finding the title somewhat inappropriate, it would be better to be called the city lord. But considering there were only 200 people, this was hardly a city, more akin to a village. A village chief seemed more fitting than my lord. Nonetheless, he decided to let her call him as she pleased. After the battle, he felt disheveled and longed for a bath. Fortunately, there was still some water in the heater, allowing for a refreshing wash. After changing into clean clothes, he felt fragrant and relaxed. Lying on his bed, he pondered how to strengthen their forces. The previous battle had lacked heavy firepower. Now, with over 8,000 in funds, he could consider establishing a tank factory. However, the 2,000 cost weighed heavily on Yu Hongzhuang's heart. Yet, for the sake of safety, he confirmed the expenditure. With tanks, their survival in the apocalypse would undoubtedly be much more secure. They could even venture deep into City H in search of supplies or other survivors. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Startled, Yu Hongzhuang wondered who could be seeking him so soon after his bath. Could it be some presumptuous woman seeking to barter favors? After the apocalypse, many women resorted to using their bodies for advantages. However, was there such openness in the base just 2 days in? Come in, a soldier entered, completely shattering Yu Hongzhuang's daydream. What is it? Reporting to the commander, Fan Wan has discovered zombies within the base and requests assistance. What within the base? Yu Hongzhuang stood up in shock. How could this be? The zombies in the factory should have been cleared out last night. A line of soldiers guarded the factory gate. How could any zombies have entered? With a serious expression and rapid speech, he inquired, how many zombies were spotted? Where are they? Take me there now. Yes, soon. Yu Hongzhuang, accompanied by soldiers, arrived at the scene, witnessing blood-soaked ground and a zombie lying on the floor. Upon closer inspection, it was clear its head had been blown open. It was undoubtedly dead. His piercing gaze swept over Fan Wan as he demanded, what happened? Where was this discovered? Fan Wan's face turned pale, clearly frightened. My lord, I wanted to supervise the transportation of supplies, but suddenly a zombie sprang out from the roadside. If not for the soldier who pulled me back, I would have surely been caught. Roadside? Yu Hongzhuang murmured the words, realizing this meant the zombie had evaded detection by the guarding soldiers and had been roaming about. Attacking humans? There must be other exits nearby. Yu Hongzhuang asserted with certainty. The cleansing operation from last night had been conducted under the guidance of police dogs, and the zombies could not possibly have evaded detection by their keen sense of smell. So there could not have been any oversight. The soldiers at the gate strictly adhered to the commander's orders and maintained their posts, allowing no zombies to enter. If there had been a zombie tide, a massive wave of undead would have prompted immediate calls for support. So how could there be no signs of disturbance? Unless the zombies had flown in, there must be other exits. Yu Hongzhuang quickly organized his thoughts and led Fan Wan to find survivors who had worked in the factory before the apocalypse. My lord, a man called out, both frightened and respectful. Does this factory have any other exits besides the main gate? Without hesitation, the man replied honestly, many employees stay here, but once it passes 10 o'clock, the main gate is locked. Some have dug a small door, which has never been reported to the management. Employees dug a hole without informing the leadership? You all have very tight lips, don't you? Yu Hongzhuang stared at the man, his words laden with meaning. Had it not been only 2 days since they had taken over, he would have enough reason to suspect that someone had dug the hole with the intention of escaping. One should never underestimate human folly. In a vast forest, one can find all manner of creatures, and the same holds true for humanity. This statement made the man very anxious, and he hurriedly replied, No, I only heard it from others, enough. Yu Hongzhuang raised his hand to signal him to be silent. I did not come here to amuse you. I am not so idle. I now assign you a task. Inform Fan Wan of the location of the hole. Then, a few of you will fill it. Yes, the man hastily replied, bowing his head. Circling the perimeter of the base, the man eventually pointed to a concealed corner and said to Fan Wan, It is right here. As Fan Wan approached, she noticed it was an inconspicuous hole, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Ivy covered the entrance, making it nearly invisible if one was not attentive. Moreover, this area was on the edge of the base, seldom visited by anyone. No wonder it had not been filled. There were also traces of blood and torn clothing above, likely left behind by zombies that had traversed this way. Chapter 14. The group began searching for bricks or other filling materials to seal the hole. Gradually, they filled it up, and to test the solidity, Fan Wan kicked it a few times and pushed hard against it. It did not budge, which eased her mind considerably. This was her first task assigned by the adult, and it was imperative that she completed it well. Furthermore, she planned to procure some cement when time allowed, to ensure the fill was even sturdier than the other walls. Not bad, Yu Hongzhuang remarked. With this level of diligence and responsibility, I have high hopes for you, young lady. When Fan Wan returned, she found that the others had already moved all the supplies from the vehicle into the pre-cleaned warehouse. She nodded at the scene, pleased to see that everyone was quite honest. As long as you cooperate with me, I will not make things difficult for you. The crowd licked their parched lips and muttered. You? If it weren't for the soldiers watching. Fan Wan then organized the women to gather some flour, rice, and vegetables, and they all proceeded to the cafeteria. Indeed, the factory's cafeteria had been where employees dined before the apocalypse. The kitchen was equipped with numerous tools and stoves, allowing for better meal preparation. The fragrant smoke curled upwards, filling the air with an enticing aroma. The once despised scent of cooking oil seemed to cast a spell, causing everyone to stretch their necks eagerly. As one by one, they queued up to fill their bowls with the meager rations. Many were overwhelmed with emotion, some even in tears, exclaiming, "Is this food?" Many had not eaten in over a day. Having spent yesterday in fear for their lives, and now trembling under the rule of the great tyrant T that moment, Yu Hongzhuang also arrived at the cafeteria. He had no intention of dining there. What was appealing about communal meals? He merely stopped by to observe the people's behavior, which did not exceed his expectations. Even under such oppression, as long as there was food to eat, they would endure. After scanning the area, he prepared to leave. As he exited the cafeteria, he encountered Fan Wan and a few others, who appeared to have successfully blocked the hole. Upon seeing Yu Hongzhuang, Fan Wan halted and respectfully called out in a melodious voice, "My lord!" The others behind her also trembled and bowed their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Yu Hongzhuang responded with a soft nasal sound, continuing on without halting his steps. He reached a large open space beside a camouflaged barracks, a power plant, and a mineral refining facility. The purpose of his visit was to prepare for the construction of a war vehicle factory, a crucial establishment within the Red Alert system, capable of manufacturing various heavy weaponry, ammunition, and tank units, albeit at a substantial cost. After clicking on the icon, a considerable sum of funds diminished by 2,000, and the war vehicle factory icon began to rotate. Yu Hongzhuang did not stop there. He intended to build more soldiers but halted his finger upon seeing the rapidly depleting funds. The 2 hours felt interminable, particularly in the last few minutes, as time seemed to stretch unbearably. The moment the icon flickered, he immediately clicked to build. Instantly, an unremarkable building appeared in the adjacent vacant lot. Simultaneously, the system interface displayed the war vehicle construction icon. Clicking it revealed 4 options: Grizzly tank for 1,000, multi-purpose infantry vehicle for 600, Rhino tank for 1,200, and the already acquired armed mining vehicle for 1,500. After some contemplation, he decided to construct 2 Grizzly tanks and 2 multi-purpose infantry vehicles. He then enlisted 10 mobilization soldiers, expending a total of 4,000 Gazing at the remaining funds of only 2,000, Yu Hongzhuang felt a pang of discomfort. It was indeed a state of poverty. However, even in poverty, construction must proceed. So he purchased another armed mining vehicle, leaving him with 700. Gritting his teeth, he decided that ignorance was bliss. What did it matter if the funds reached 0? He went ahead and recruited 7 more mobilization soldiers. Moments later, admiring the soldiers and the imposing Grizzly tanks in the vacant lot, Yu Hongzhuang revealed a gleaming smile. This was splendid. Heavy firepower was now at his disposal. He would no longer need to fear being besieged. A mere few hundred zombies could be dispatched with a few shots from the Grizzly tanks. The multi-purpose infantry vehicles could even launch small missiles, and if mobilization soldiers entered, they could switch to machine gun mode. With thousands of bullets at their disposal, they could fire to their heart's content. They could even deploy engineers to repair the tank's health at any time. Meanwhile, after finishing her meal, Fan Wan confirmed the supplies again and gathered everyone to clean up. Using the water from washing pots and dishes for sanitation, they swept, mopped, and wiped tables, engaging in various chores. Her task was to supervise their work. Just because the leaders had said nothing did not mean she could be idle and let them rest. She understood the importance of being proactive. After all, without a clear assignment, cleaning was never a mistake. Suddenly, a survivor jogged over. "Sister Fan, that Ajia has woken up?" Fan Wan furrowed her brow at the mention of a Jie. Who was he? She was not a factory worker, so she had no knowledge of who a Jie was. Seeing her puzzled expression, the newcomer hurriedly explained, "He is the one who was knocked unconscious by the Lord this morning. I just saw him wake up, so I rushed over to report." So the man who had been struck unconscious by the Lord was named a Jie. Fan Wan understood now. Since he had collapsed on the ground, covered in blood, it was unclear whether he was alive or dead, which was why he had not been recorded on the list of survivors. Now that he had awakened, she must go check on him. Every survivor in the base was technically under her management. "Take me to see him." Before long, Fan Wan spotted a Jie sitting on the steps from a distance, easily recognizable due to his bloodied appearance. The people around noticed Fan Wan approaching and secretly stole glances at her, some even stepping forward to greet her. "Sister Fan?" "Hello, Sister Fan." Though some were a decade older than her, they still addressed her as Sister Fan. Such was the influence of the great tyrant. Fan Wan casually nodded in acknowledgement. Approaching a Jie, she frowned and inquired, "Are you a Jie?" Instead of answering, he coldly sneered, disdainfully lifting his head to glare at the beautiful Fan Wan, and retorted, "Are you the dog by that man's side?" Chapter 15. How dare you speak like that? Those nearby immediately stepped forward to chastise him, eager to showcase their own valor. Up to this point, individuals like a Jie, who remained obstinately loyal to the government, were virtually non-existent, particularly among those laborers who had accompanied Yu Hongzhuang outside earlier. They had witnessed the outside world. Wherever there are people, sycophants are inevitable, and this individual sought to make a display before Fan Wan. A Jie regarded him with cold eyes and remarked, "Ha, a sycophantic dog. Have the men lost their backbone?" Such individuals firmly believed in the government's ability to save them. But what was the reality? The water had already stopped flowing. The electricity would not last much longer, and a horde of monsters was wreaking havoc. Humanity could not survive in an instant. They had descended from the pinnacle of the food chain to the very bottom. Even the simple act of living had become a luxury. Yesterday, how many compatriots had perished in horror? For humanity, Yu Hongzhuang had single-handedly constructed a base to shelter them. A Jie, however, belonged to the category of those who refused to obey within the base. Although Fan Wan was also new to leadership, managing dozens of people for the first time, how could she not handle a single Jie, given the power she wielded? This was authority. Enough. No need for further words. Since you are so obstinate, let me see just how tough you are. Take this man and lock him in a room. Let him go without food or water. We'll see how long he can endure. The words she spoke, though somewhat lacking in confidence, were met with unquestioning compliance. Yes. A few men emerged, disregarding his struggles, each taking an arm and a leg to carry him away. Since the factory lacked a proper cell, they placed him in an ordinary room and locked the door from the outside. "Let me go," a Jie shouted incessantly, but it was futile. This was the harsh reality point. One of the lackeys chuckled and said, "Waiting for the government? Good luck with that." Now, in this apocalyptic world, the nation lay in ruins, and over half of the global population had already transformed into zombies. Some small countries had likely ceased to exist, perhaps now devoid of any human presence. Perhaps it is possible that a few are concealed. The great nation is nearly on the brink of extinction, a vestige of its former self, like the enchanted metropolis of Huaxia. This top-tier economic city of the world is home to a military base, second only to the capital. The general, with a furrowed brow, is commanding operations within the headquarters as he orchestrates the battle. His fists are clenched, his heart heavy with bitterness. Before him lies a map of the military base. A day has passed since the apocalypse began, yet these soldiers, who vowed to protect the people and defend the homeland, find themselves confined within these walls. Outside, countless civilians await the army's rescue. But alas, the sudden outbreak of zombies left them no choice. The base, including all its officers, numbers a staggering 500,000. More than half have mutated. Comrades who were training together just moments ago now lunge at you with gaping mouths. In this abrupt war, we face utter defeat. The military district of the metropolis is all but a shadow of its former self. General Zhang Lang, upon realizing the dire situation, promptly orders the consolidation of troops. Otherwise, more lives will be lost. Now, all the surviving soldiers gather to form a defensive line within the military base, striving to thwart the onslaught of the undead. Armed with firearms, the zombies outside struggle to breach their defenses. However, the The gravest threat lies within. Scattered zombies remain unvanquished, alongside many soldiers who have been scratched or harbor latent viruses within their bodies. These hazards could erupt at any moment. They are powerless to venture out for rescue. One misstep could render the entire military base a mere memory. A line of soldiers is stationed behind barricades. Their adversaries not of humanity, but of the undead. Rat-a-tat-tat. The squad leader does not stand idly directing the battle but fires incessantly like an ordinary soldier. The barrel grows scorching hot. Yet, one dreadful report after another reaches his ears. Squad leader. I'm out of grenades. Squad leader. At this rate, our ammunition is dwindling. When will logistics deliver more bullets? Squad leader. The pack of zombie dogs is approaching again. Indeed, the apocalyptic virus does not merely infect humans. Even animals have succumbed. Once friendly companions bounding with tails wagging are now transformed into zombie dogs, even more formidable than the zombies themselves. The military base houses hundreds of police dogs, all of which have turned, moving with alarming agility and speed. Only a barrage of bullets or a skilled marksman can hope to eliminate them. Hold your ground. We cannot yield an inch. We are soldiers. We must defend this line. Fire! Rat-a-tat-tat. Flames erupt from the muzzles of the guns, and bullets rain down. Waves of zombies are torn apart by the overwhelming firepower. Yet those nimble zombie dogs prove far more elusive to eradicate. They dart through the hail of gunfire, few bullets managing to penetrate their bodies, causing blood to spatter. However, the zombie virus is dreadfully potent. Unless their heads are blown apart, they feel no pain and will not perish. They merely pause momentarily before charging again. Indeed, these zombies serve as living targets. Any soldier with even a modicum of training can easily dispatch them, especially in groups. Yet when these living targets converge into a horde, the situation becomes anything but simple. Countless see there remains no issue. Indeed, this solitary room is the only one powered. Electricity is a scarce resource even in the apocalypse. One can only procure it through hand-crank generators or diesel generators, among various other types. With so many individuals and dormitories at the base, Yu Hongzhuang has yet to possess the capability to electrify the entire facility. However, he can afford to enjoy it alone. After all, having power is essentially for the sake of better enjoyment, isn't it? Must one subsist on the charity of others like in a past life? Even a single hearty meal could be deemed a significant aspiration. He extinguished all the candles placed within the room. The flickering flames, akin to frail young maidens, were mercilessly snuffed out by a gust of wind. The chamber remained bright, standing out like a beacon in the inky darkness of night. Chapter 17. Lying on the pristine bed, Yu Hongzhuang experienced a rare sense of tranquility. What fate awaits humanity in the wake of this apocalyptic virus? Contemplating the challenges that lie ahead for the base, he gradually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he sat up abruptly, his heart racing and a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had dreamt that, with the aid of the Red Alert system, he had ultimately gathered all the surviving humans. Yet before the boundless tide of corpses, the so-called impregnable walls proved to be utterly feeble in the relentless onslaught of the undead. The base was easily overrun, and he met his demise. Then he awoke. After a brief moment, he regained his composure and began his morning routine, though he refrained from bathing. Even in solitude, one must not excessively squander water resources. Knock, knock, come in, sir. Your breakfast. A stranger, a woman, entered, carrying a tray laden with food. Her gaze was cautious as she observed the formidable presence within the room, yesterday's intimidating demeanor still fresh in her mind, making her hesitant to act carelessly. Upon seeing her enter, Yu Hongzhuang thought, how considerate of her to bring me breakfast. Place it here, and you may leave. Yes, my lord. The girl's heart raced as she approached, her anxiety mounting with each step. Had it not been for Steward Fan's explicit command for her to deliver it, she would have preferred to avoid this encounter. However, she could not defy orders. Yesterday's example lingered vividly in her mind. What if the Lord found her displeasing and decided to end her life? Oh no, I'm still young. I do not wish to die. Yu Hongzhuang had initially paid little attention, never imagining that a woman could be so theatrical. Yet, noticing her rigid movements, he inquired with genuine concern, "Are you unwell?" The girl immediately panicked, responding, "No. I'm perfectly fine. That's good. Although life in the base is a bit exhausting, at least it is safer here. Outside, zombies roam everywhere. So, let us all work diligently. Yes, yes, she stammered, her nervousness palpable. Chuckling, Yu Hongzhuang realized that she was indeed frightened of him. Perhaps it was due to his violent display the previous day. After all, he considered himself quite approachable. Rubbing his temples, he pondered what had gone awry to mislead them into thinking otherwise. All right, you may leave now. The girl felt as if a great weight had been lifted. She could hardly contain her eagerness to flee. Hastily setting down the tray and turning to exit, just as she was about to step out, a voice called out clearly, "Wait." She nearly burst into tears. "Mama." Her legs felt weak, yet she yearned to escape. Despite her fear, she retained her wits. Disobeying orders could result in a fate akin to that of a Jia, who had been imprisoned. She had heard her fellow kitchen workers mention that the one confined yesterday had not consumed a drop of water since then, leaving her uncertain of how many days he would survive. Truly terrifying. Thus, she turned around, mustering a smile. "My lord, do you have any orders for me? Eh? Were you not just terrified? You were stuttering before, yet now you can smile?" His initial impression must have been mistaken. She wasn't so frightened of him after all. He remained a rather amiable individual. Smiling, he instructed, "Please summon the engineer and inform him that I require his assistance." "Yes, my lord." With that, she obediently departed. She exchanged a smile with the two soldiers stationed at the door before leaving the room. As she walked, she noticed her back was damp with perspiration. Feeling a lingering trepidation, she softly murmured to herself, "This is truly frightening. I dread the thought of suddenly dying. Mama, I miss you so." Unsure of the engineer's whereabouts, she resolved to inquire. Calming herself, she approached a patrolling soldier. "Excuse me. Sir, the Lord has commanded me to find the engineer. Might you tell me where he is?" This was her little cleverness. All survivors knew that these soldiers obeyed only the Lord's commands. They were notoriously aloof, often ignoring others entirely. Thus, by mentioning the Lord, her inquiry carried more weight. Initially reluctant to respond, the soldier only did so upon hearing engineer and Lord, before resuming his vigilant patrol. The girl felt both grateful and admiring. She appreciated his guidance and admired his unwavering dedication to duty. Yu Hongzhuang focused intently on his breakfast, the most crucial meal of the day. A hearty breakfast in the morning, a fulfilling lunch, and a light dinner. Thus, the breakfast spread before him was, even in the pre-apocalyptic world, a delightful feast. Knock, knock. The familiar sound echoed, and Yu Hongzhuang did not turn around, casually saying, "Enter." "Commander, you summoned me?" The engineer stood respectfully to the side, addressing him with deference. Indeed. Yu Hongzhuang felt that this dream might easily become a reality in the near future. In his dream, as the base was overwhelmed, he realized that ordinary walls could not withstand the tide of the undead, which was why they had been so easily breached. Was his own base not similarly vulnerable? Mere factory walls could hardly provide adequate defense against the horde. With the base in dire need of fortification, it was imperative to strengthen their defenses swiftly to seize control of their destiny. He turned to the engineer and stated, "Last night, I had a dream in which I witnessed the world being ravaged by the tide of the undead. I discerned that our base's defenses are alarmingly weak. Do you have any strategies to enhance the fortifications?" Currently, the base's output was barely sufficient, with just over 100 firearms and a few tanks. However, with so many humans at the base, if a horde were to descend, relying on the factory walls outside would prove futile. The engineer appeared puzzled. "But there are walls, my lord. Did you not construct them? Why then seek to reinforce the outer walls?" Yu Hongzhuang was well aware of the defensive structures available in the Red Alert system, including walls. Yet, in this time of resource scarcity, could he truly afford to expend vast amounts of resources on walls? Such a large base. Steeling himself, he examined the specifications for the walls, noting that each cost 100 resource points. "Assistant, how many meters can a single wall cover?" "Report, Commander. Constructing one wall yields a length of 100 meters and a height of 3 meters. At this rate, encircling the entire base could potentially require thousands or even tens of thousands of resource points. Oh no, let me calculate." The base's overall layout was rectangular, with each side measuring several hundred meters. This doesn't seem overly expensive. After calculations, it appeared that enclosing the base would only cost a few thousand resource points. This was entirely feasible. Currently, a mining vehicle could gather 5,000 resource points in a day. 2 vehicles would yield 10,000, perfect for construction. Once completed, the base's defenses would be significantly bolstered. Eagerly, Yu Hongzhuang picked up a pen from the coffee table and began sketching on a piece of paper. Each wall cost 100 resource points, with each side of the base measuring 600 meters, totaling 2,400 resource points. He could encircle the facility? How economical! With a sigh of relief, he set down the pen and instructed. Assistant, calculate the resource points needed to surround the area I have marked on the map. Assistant, total consumption will be 12,000 resource points. Dio, you wish to proceed. 12,000. Upon hearing this unexpectedly high figure, Yu Hongzhuang nearly bit his tongue. The assistant's emotionless voice echoed in his mind once more. 12,000. Why is it 12,000? I just calculated, and it should be only 2,400. He firmly asserted, do not assume I am mathematically challenged. My math was taught by the gym teacher. Yu Hongzhuang spoke with unwavering confidence, as if brimming with self-assurance regarding his mathematical prowess. Allow me to clarify. Commander, 100 meters of wall costs 500 resource points. The perimeter you outline measures 2,400 meters, hence the total cost of 12,000 resource points. Assisting the commander in resolving his confusion was also part of the assistant service. Yu Hongzhuang felt a significant blow to his confidence. IT was not merely the exorbitant price that disheartened him, but also the dent to his self-esteem. This was not a game like Red Alert. The cost of a single wall was indeed steep, too steep. Chapter 18, with over 10,000 points of funding, relying solely on mining vehicles would still take 2 days to gather the required amount. At the onset of the apocalypse, the external environment was changing at a rapid pace each day. It wouldn't be long before mutated zombies might start to appear. Time was exceedingly urgent, and there were hardly a few leisurely days left. The financial resources were extremely tight. Over 10,000 points were still too exorbitant. Sigh. The swiftest method to amass funding points was undoubtedly to attack the bank vaults. Once breached, it was impossible that they wouldn't contain gold bars. Indeed, there are more than 10 banks in each city. This was the route for rapid development in the apocalypse, perfectly leveraging formidable armed forces to seize gold and silver, along with hundreds of tons of other manufacturing metals from various factories. Coupled with the funding from mining vehicles, this would enable swift progress. It wasn't merely for personal development. Countless others were living in dire straits. With these thoughts, Yu Hongzhuang hesitated not, nor did he plan to instruct the engineers to reinforce the walls at this moment. Instead, he resolved to seize the gold directly. Not only could this bolster their military might, but it would also facilitate the rapid construction of walls, enhancing the security of the base. It seemed that the coming days would be spent in a whirlwind of activity. Relay my orders. Assemble 100 soldiers, 2 multifunctional infantry vehicles, and 1 grizzly tank. To breach the vault's entrance, they would need artillery. Truth be told, even Yu Hongzhuang was uncertain whether the grizzly tank shells would suffice. Quickly, the assistant conveyed the command into the minds of the soldiers. This was the advantage of having a system assistant. As long as the Red Alert soldiers were within a 5 kilometers radius, orders could be transmitted instantly. Soon, a significant portion of the base's mobilized troops gathered in the open area. 100 soldiers, 2 multifunctional infantry vehicles, and 1 grizzly tank, all present. Upon arriving at the site, Yu Hongzhuang looked at his formidable force and the gargantuan tank, feeling a surge of confidence. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Let us move out." Under the complex gazes of the survivors, Yu Hongzhuang sat in the tank, departing the base. This time, he was set to make a grand transaction. If this operation succeeded, it would be a windfall. The rumbling of the tank and the multifunctional infantry vehicles reverberated through the streets, with several pickup trucks trailing behind, carrying soldiers. Regardless of whether they encountered zombies or debris, everything was mercilessly crushed beneath their advance, showing no mercy whatsoever. Roar, zombies, catching the scent of humans, howled and clawed, eager to feast. Yet, before the might of the tank tracks, they were utterly inconsequential, easily reduced to a gruesome pulp, creating a bloody scene. Clumps of blood and filthy ichor clung to the iron plates in the face of such a terrifying steel behemoth. The zombies knew no fear, with many still trailing behind like pesky insects. Yu Hongzhuang sat within the tank, holding a map, specifically, a map of each city, marked with the locations of various banks: Huaxiao Bank, Construction Bank, Red Maple Bank, Postal Bank. Although H City was not large, it boasted several banks. Presumably, each bank vault contained no less than several hundred kilograms of gold, with each gram equating to one funding point. By then, it would be a direct leap forward. Hundreds of tanks and thousands of meters of walls. A vast base would emerge. All right, time to stop dreaming. Bread will be available, and so will milk. After half an hour, the convoy arrived at the rich bank. Soldiers aboard the van moved swiftly, leaping down from the vehicle. Gunfire erupted in sharp bursts. They quickly cleared the nearby zombies, but the undead were exceedingly sensitive to their kind. An unending stream continued to converge, heedless of pain or death. However, under the suppression of assault rifles, they posed little threat, unable to even approach within 50 meters. That said, time remained perilously tight. One could never predict when a horde of zombies might surge forth. Even with the tank and multifunctional infantry vehicles, they could not afford to be careless. Point 2 squads will hold the perimeter here. The rest, follow me inside. Yes, Commander. The group filed in, the majority clearing the path ahead, tightly guarding Yu Hongzhuang at their center. Tio Harm, the commander. One would have to tread over the bodies of dozens. Their movements were swift, and Yu Hongzhuang did not lag behind. The bank was not particularly large, and they quickly located the vault. Fire! The sounds of gunfire erupted, sparks flying. After a brief attempt, the corridor was littered with spent shells. Stop! Yu Hongzhuang observed the heavy door before him, astonished to find it devoid of even a bullet mark. How incredibly sturdy! With his doubts about whether the tank could breach this door now amplified, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone fall back! Let the tank come in!" The command was executed with haste. A group of people swiftly exited the bank. Why, Yu Hongzhuang anxiously shouted, "Get the tank inside. If it can't fit, blast it open. Open that vault for me. Cover fire, everyone. Do not let the zombies approach." Yes. The soldiers sweated profusely as they continually dispatched the approaching zombies. The tank commander fired a round at the bank entrance, obliterating the doorway. Unfortunately, the opening was too narrow for entry. They revved the tracks and bulldozed through, akin to a giant squeezing into a small room. Quite the ordeal. However, this time, they had a mission. Yu Hongzhuang gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Turn left. The vault is on the right. I command you. Open that vault door quickly." Inside, there could very well be hundreds of kilograms of gold. How could one not be anxious or excited? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whether they succeeded hinged on the efficacy of the tank's shells. The vault door loomed before them, the trajectory set. Boom! A brilliant flash of light erupted, accompanied by a cloud of dust and a deafening roar. Why, Yu Hongzhuang eagerly watched as the dust settled. How he wished that this shot would blow open the vault door. However, when reality set in, it often fell short of a sudden deluge of cold water extinguished his ambitious fervor. Instantly, the thought of the military resurfaced in his mind. He was acutely aware that the actions he had taken over the past few days would have warranted execution multiple times in the past. His eyes gleamed with a menacing light. Bring forth. At this moment, Chen Lu presented a fearsome visage, instilling dread in his subordinates. One of the younger men approached, respectfully inquiring, "What is it, boss?" With a slight lift of his eyelids. He coldly replied, "Did you hear that sound just now?" "Yes, it seems like a gas canister exploded somewhere, right?" The noise was quite loud, even stirring the zombies, the subordinate presumptuously explained. The reality was far from it. "Humph! What gas canister? Useless nonsense. If you can't discern that, then you are easier to control." A faintly sinister smile crept across his face as he rose, exuding an intimidating aura that pressed down upon the subordinate. This was what one referred to as presence, a psychological oppression. Indeed, I concur. A zombie horde's riot is beneficial for us. They will be drawn away, which will inevitably reduce the numbers elsewhere. We can significantly enhance our chances of finding food during this time. However, time was of the essence, and I require precise information. I command you to take a few brothers to investigate what truly transpired. He articulated each word deliberately. "I want a thorough report upon your return." The subordinate, somewhat dim-witted, was visibly eager, for otherwise, why would he be in such a position? With an animated demeanor, he exclaimed, "Yes, boss. I will investigate thoroughly." He hurriedly led his companions to explore, seemingly impatient to prove himself. Meanwhile, at Yu Hongzhuang's location, he lamented, "Ah, life seldom unfolds as one wishes. with misfortune occurring in abundance. Events often proved less splendid than one could envision. As the dust settled at the scene, Yu Hongzhuang realized his dreams lay in ruins. The $1 million fortune was but a wall away, yet it felt as distant as the horizon. With his current firepower, breaching the vault remained a distant goal. As a commander, one must not wallow in despair. Mustering a strained smile to calm himself, he commanded, "All personnel, retreat." Upon his order, the soldiers withdrew in an orderly fashion. The zombies could only pursue in futile rage, unable to catch up to the vehicles, which sped away on their 11 legs. The soldiers in the vehicles extended their guns out the windows, firing precise shots at the zombies behind, continuing to harass them. Occasionally, they would toss a Molotov cocktail, igniting flames in a series of bursts. In summary, the situation was dire. If faced directly, even Yu Hongzhuang's 100-plus subordinates, despite possessing a tank, would stand no chance against the city's zombies. Hundreds of zombies posed no challenge. Even over 1,000 could be dealt with, but tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions should be avoided at all costs. Preserving one's life took precedence, lest one meet a gruesome end. Thus, they hastily fled. Chapter 20. Who are you? Yu Hongzhuang aimed his gun at the ragged group before him, their disheveled appearances suggesting a complete disregard for their own image. In summer, they would surely be a breeding ground for flies and mosquitoes. A sight reminiscent of refugees. The subordinates, deceived by Qin Lu into undertaking this mission, were utterly paralyzed by fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Naturally, they had never held a gun before in their lives, faced with over 100 guns trained on them. Who would not be terrified? The fear of a stray bullet could wipe out an entire group. The leading subordinate trembled, his thighs quaking more violently, wishing to slap himself in frustration. He cursed his boss inwardly. Damn it. Who would have thought a reconnaissance mission would lead to such a ruthless encounter? This is truly unfortunate. Curse you, Qin Lu. Had you not sent me out, I would never have encountered this. With a quivering voice, he stammered, "Sir, we are merely ordinary citizens, out searching for food. We are law-abiding people." The term law-abiding nearly elicited a laugh from Yu Hongzhuang, who was not one to easily trust strangers based on mere words. With a cold demeanor, he replied, "Do not feign innocence with me. Confess honestly what you are doing here. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that one of these 100 guns won't misfire. Should anyone be harmed, it would not bode well for you." Would it? He had initially hoped that even if the main mission failed, he could salvage something from this outing. However, upon unexpectedly encountering this suspicious group, it was evident they were not good people. Likely having covertly observed them moments before, the subordinate, wearing a mournful expression, conceded, all right, I'll speak. But could you lower the guns? With so many pointed at me, I'm terrified." "You worthless fool!" Bang! A gunshot struck the ground. "Quit your prattling and speak quickly." These individuals were accustomed to bullying ordinary survivors, having learned to prey on the weak and fear the strong. Now, faced with Yu Hongzhuang, they were utterly terrified. The subordinate nearly wet himself, trembling as he divulged every detail, nearly revealing his mother's name and the first time he ever held a Jiyuan. Why Yu Hongzhuang gathered a substantial understanding. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the soldiers to bind them. They were merely a group of bullies, devoid of humanity, and were thrown atop the vehicle, tied down with ropes, at least they could serve as laborers, to be taken back to the base and potentially organized into a labor camp. A form of waste recycling. Why Yu Hongzhuang coldly regarded them. Silence. Do you not realize that noise could attract zombies? If you utter another word, I will execute you all. After some commotion, Yu Hongzhuang began to advance. This convoy was headed to the supermarket indicated by the ruffians, which was likely to contain ample supplies, allowing the base to resupply once more. As for the survivor organization occupying it, Yu Hongzhuang dismissed them entirely. They were but a mere 200 individuals. Could 200 compare to 100? Certainly 200 armed with knives and clubs, even without full equipment, stood no chance against over 100 soldiers wielding some observing the disheveled survivors, most of whom bore wounds and tears streamed down their faces. Yu Hongzhuang felt a pang of discomfort. They were fellow Huaxia people, subjected to such inhumane treatment by other beasts. How outrageous! I will ensure your demise. Chapter 21. Infuriating. How could they have suddenly discovered this place? Qin Lu, who had been comfortably seated, indulging in the services of a woman, was startled by the unexpected commotion from below. Leaning out of the window, he beheld tanks and soldiers. Realizing that his power was on the brink of collapse, as a man of intellect, his foremost concern was his own survival. Although the fall of his influence was inevitable, as long as he remained alive, there would surely come a day for a resurgence. Shoving the woman, who was still oblivious to the situation, aside, he hastily donned his trousers, flung open the door, and fled without informing anyone. In this critical moment, trust was a luxury he could not afford. Armed with only a handgun and a meager supply of food, he was filled with resentment. Once commanding over 200 subordinates, enslaving hundreds of survivors, possessing power and provisions, everything he could desire. Yet now, due to that military force, he could only escape in disgrace, like a stray dog. How infuriating! I must never encounter you again. In his frantic escape, Chen Lu was completely unaware that Yu Hongzhuang had already ordered soldiers to strictly guard the entrance of the supermarket. No one was permitted to leave. He was determined to make these scoundrels pay the price. Such a significant oversight could not be allowed. The malignant tumor must not be permitted to escape. At this moment, Yu Hongzhuang and his soldiers had reached the second floor. Witnessing the soldiers armed with submachine guns, he pondered, "Are you moved? Are you intimidated? Do you dare to act?" Not a single coward in sight dared to make a move, causing Yu Hongzhuang to scoff. A bunch of useless fools. Everyone, drop your weapons, raise your hands and squat down. Otherwise, I will show no mercy. Submit and follow orders now, and I may spare your lives. Otherwise, my bullets do not discriminate. With a rustle, those armed relinquished their weapons, while the unarmed quickly complied, hands on their heads, crouching down. Others, confused about the situation, emerged from different rooms. Upon seeing the mass of people squatting together, they were swiftly knocked to the ground by the soldiers' rifle butts. No one was foolish. The soldiers wielded guns, hundreds of them. With a single burst, how many would survive? What guarantee did anyone have that they would be among the fortunate few? Yu Hongzhuang surveyed the crowd. Filled with disdain, a group of spineless individuals, none daring to resist. However, their current lack of defiance was merely a result of the threat posed by the guns. He had not allowed an easy victory to cloud his judgment. The absence of resistance now did not signify that these individuals would not seek opportunities to escape. To preempt any trouble, Yu Hongzhuang commanded, "Find some rope or tear fabric into strips and bind everyone's hands." A flurry of activity ensued, with each soldier binding 5 or 6 captives. Be warned, if anyone resists or refuses to cooperate, I grant you the right, shoot on sight. Within half an hour, all individuals on the second floor had their hands securely bound. Their feet remained unbound, as they still needed to walk. Over 200 people were squatting there. Report, Commander, we have apprehended a survivor attempting to flee at the back door. Yu Hongzhuang turned, astonished, and exclaimed, "What did you say?" "A survivor is trying to escape." He felt a twinge of discomfort. Having just rescued them, they now wished to flee. Not even a word of thanks. Besides, did I permit you to leave? Restoring production and logistics depended on these survivors. They were valuable labor, and he could not allow them to escape. Bring him to me. 2 soldiers escorted a robust, healthy man into the room. The man kept his head down, appearing somewhat dejected. Then, to Yu Hongzhuang's surprise, the bound individuals began to stir restlessly. Why Yu Hongzhuang furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, "What is happening? Do you wish to resist?" The moment the stir began, it quickly subsided. Narrowing his eyes, Yu Hongzhuang pointed at one individual and commanded, "You, step forward." The chosen one tightened his buttocks in fear, trembling uncontrollably as he stood up. "Answer my question. Why the commotion just now? I expect you to respond honestly." In response to the commander, he pointed to the man who had just been brought in. "This man is our leader, our boss. Many of us are unsettled by his presence." "Oh?" Yu Hongzhuang's interest peaked instantly. He smiled broadly, then abruptly changed his expression, coldly snorting and bellowing. "I am asking you a question. Are you their leader? Speak, speak, speak." Each demand was punctuated by a slap across Chen Lu's face. Though Chen Lu was robustly built, he dared not retaliate, having been disarmed. Should he resist, a bullet awaited him. His face bore clear handprints, red and swollen, utterly diminishing his dignity and authority before Yu Hongzhuang. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yu Hongzhuang, yet gritted his teeth and uttered a single word, "Yes, he. So you are the ringleader, bullying ordinary citizens here?" Chen Lu lowered his head, remaining silent. He wished to survive. What did it matter what was said? He had nothing to lose. He must endure humiliation and hardship, survive, and be ready to escape at any moment for a resurgence. Truly a worthless being. One could only wonder how he had amassed such a following. By the way, where is your gun? I recall you should have a handgun on you, correct? A nearby soldier promptly stepped forward, respectfully presenting a handgun. Yu Hongzhuang took it with one hand, aiming it at Chen Lu's head. Chen Lu's composure shattered. His eyes widened in preparation to break free. Life was paramount above all else. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The handgun, once a familiar companion he held every night, was now pressed against his temple by another. This was a scenario Chen Lu had never fathomed. Chapter 22. Amusing. How could I possibly use this gun to shoot you? Ridiculous. Yu Hongzhuang withdrew the gun from Chen Lu's forehead, as if merely jesting. Holding the weapon, his assistant dutifully provided some information. Handgun, G18 caliber, 9mm x19, overall length, 185 mm, barrel length, 114 mm, twist, right, 6 grooves, weight, 620 G, magazine capacity, 17.1, standard, capable of using extended magazines of 19.1 and 33.1. It's passable, just barely. Chen Lu's expression returned to calmness, believing he had narrowly escaped a crisis. However, the subsequent words froze his face once more. A person as heinous as you could never be allowed to die so easily. Bind him up, drag him behind the vehicle all the way back to the base. If by some chance he survives, a grand feast awaits him. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 soldiers swiftly subdued Chen Lu, restraining his legs to prevent him from struggling. Poor Chen Lu had no hope of escape unless he could overpower 2 soldiers. No, the 3rd soldier approached with rope. Binding his legs securely, it was tightly bound, for if he were to be dragged behind the vehicle, it needed to be secure to prevent him from falling off. Amidst furious roars, he was bound up. Yu Hongzhuang looked on with a grin, finding the scene somewhat comical. A robust man, despite his furious protests and struggles against the several large men, could not prevail. Upon reaching the 3rd floor of the supermarket, the soldiers conducted a room-by-room search, albeit slowly due to a lack of personnel, as they needed to monitor the 1st and 2nd floors as well. Some doors remained locked. After more than 10 minutes, 2 soldiers escorted in dozens of women, nearly all clad in tattered clothing, many draping garments over themselves, inadequately covered. Visible bruises littered their bodies, their spirits seemingly numbed. They appeared pitiful. No one knew what they had endured over the past 2 days. What truly unfortunate women. Each one like a delicate songbird, crying and lamenting. Those who could still weep did so, while a few had exhausted their tears. Witnessing this scene, Yu Hongzhuang could no longer contain his anger and kicked Chen Lu. What a disgrace. Just a pack of beasts. The kick elicited a loud cry from Chen Lu. Facing the group of women, Yu Hongzhuang adopted a relatively gentle tone. All right, you need not worry about these scoundrels any longer. Rest assured, you shall accompany me to a new realm, a place devoid of chaos, a sanctuary of order. I fervently hope that you might undergo a transformation, embracing the dawn of a new life. Yet, these words seemed to hold little allure for the women. Thus, Yu Hongzhuang stoked the flames further. I now present you with an opportunity. Let vengeance be meted out to those who have wronged you. Retaliate against your oppressors, provided that you refrain from taking lives. Act as you wish. No sooner had his words echoed than screams and cries of agony erupted. Fingernails and teeth, every conceivable weapon at hand, were unleashed upon those men. Almost all present participated in this frenzy. The men, pale with terror, witnessed one of their comrades have an ear gruesomely bitten off by a woman. An utterly bloody spectacle. Countless eyes were gouged, and many were trampled upon. The brutality was so severe that even Yu Hongzhuang found it hard to bear. For a man, it was undeniably cruel. He turned away and descended the stairs, directing a portion of the survivors on the 1st floor to begin transferring supplies into the van. The supermarket was laden with provisions, and if they could transport it all back, it would more than double the food reserves at the base. As the saying goes, strength lies in numbers. After about an hour, the base was nearly emptied of its stock. Even the tank's interior was filled with bags of rice, and the van's roof bore its share as well. Traffic laws were a distant memory. Ropes were hastily tied around the van's roof. The sheer number of survivors necessitated a hurried advance. The tank led the way, with ordinary survivors trailing behind. Initially, there was some dissent. The elderly wished to ride. But did they truly believe that Yu Hongzhuang, having rescued them, would act like a fool? Why should he allow my soldiers to dismount for their convenience? After all, those soldiers were his brothers, who had fought valiantly for him. Although the mobilized soldiers were products of the Red Alert barracks, Yu Hongzhuang had never regarded them as mere tools. They were living beings, imbued with emotions, to quell the restlessness of the elders and those harboring rebellious thoughts. Yu Hongzhuang fired a few rounds at their feet. The bullets whizzed past, and they finally understood their position, obediently jogging along. Behind the ordinary survivors were two vans filled with soldiers and supplies, vigilant against any potential treachery. Following them were the subordinates of Chen Lu, a motley crew of scoundrels who trotted along in disarray. Many among them bore the marks of the women's wrath, their bodies bloodied and battered. In stark contrast, the most compliant group remained at the rear, with two more vans crammed full of mobilized soldiers and supplies, the back of which dragged a lump of flesh. Oh no, it was Chen Lu. Drenched in blood, his clothes shredded. Had his legs not been bound, he might have kept pace with the joggers. Yet, with both hands and feet restrained, he could not escape, his body scraping against the ground. Leaving him bruised and battered at this pace, it was unlikely he would survive the journey. Poor wretch. An hour later, the factory came into view. This very factory now served as Yu Hongzhuang's base. Given that many were jogging on foot, the younger individuals could endure, but the elderly and children struggled. Thus, they paused for a brief respite of over 10 minutes. Upon their return, the duty soldiers, spotting the convoy through binoculars, immediately opened the factory gates. At last, this lengthy procession had arrived home. Chapter 23. Upon Yu Hongzhuang's return, he briefed Fan Wan before seeking rest. Although he had been commanding throughout the journey, he was now mentally exhausted. He entrusted the matters of the base entirely to Fan Wan. Over a dozen individuals were busy preparing meals for the newly arrived survivors, ensuring that each received at least a bowl of rice. Even this modest provision left many overwhelmed with gratitude. Before the apocalypse, few had ever contemplated how precious a meal of rice and vegetables could be. It was akin to a taste of paradise. After dining, they formed an orderly queue to fill out basic information, with no one daring to cut in line. Once their records were entered, they were effectively considered part of the base. They were then categorized according to their skills, some for the kitchen, others for cleaning, some for inventorying supplies, while others served as laborers for transporting goods, and yet others found themselves in the slave camp. Notably, the slave camp held the majority, as Yu Hongzhuang had decreed that over 200 individuals be reclassified as slaves. These individuals possessed no humanity. Their deaths were inconsequential, and even if some were not deserving of death, a few lives mattered little. These slaves would endure the most grueling labor, receiving the least sustenance. Despite their demotion to slavery, few dared to resist. Those who did were often killed during capture. It is a universally understood truth. Better to live in disgrace than to die honorably. These slaves were confined in a large room. Should a few perish from starvation, it mattered not, as long as their numbers did not dwindle too greatly, retaining some utility. Fan Wan, witnessing her ranks swell by hundreds, could not suppress her smile. Power is intoxicating. The feeling of absolute authority, of controlling others, is simply exhilarating. Even the dwelling she occupied was hers alone, and the meals were prepared by a skilled chef. She could wear any clothing available in the base, donning whatever she pleased. In this apocalyptic world, could there be a better haven? Observing the newly arrived survivors, each with a despondent countenance, it was evident they had endured hardships. Fan Wan basked in her sense of superiority. After half a day's labor, all personnel had been assigned. The slave camp alone boasted over 200 individuals, significantly expanding the base's population. Yu Hongzhuang emerged from his quarters, pleased to see that nearly everyone was industriously engaged. He made his way to the open area of the Red Alert structure, where a power station, barracks, a refinery, and vehicle factory had already been erected. With 4 buildings completed, he prepared to construct the 5th. If all goes as anticipated, The completion of this fifth structure would herald the arrival of aircraft. Not merely helicopters from the vehicle factory, but genuine combat planes. While resting in his chamber, construction had already commenced. And it was now ready. With a mere thought directed at the designated green area, a flash of light heralded the emergence of a new building upon the chosen site. Due to previous actions, the new structure had automatically camouflaged itself. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary factory. Yet, save for Yu Hongzhuang, who could discern that it was, in fact, a command center, an Air Force command post, as well as a radar for the red alert structures. With this installation, he would be able to survey a radius of several dozen kilometers. This meant that during battles in H-City, Yu Hongzhuang might not need to venture out himself, as the adage goes, strategize from the confines of a tent and secure victory from 1,000 miles away. He could effectively command troops within a radius of several dozen kilometers from the command center. Even deploying paratroopers. Of course, the paratroopers would be mobilized soldiers from within the base, dispatched to provide support at designated locations. This capability would prove invaluable in future operational command, while 7 or 8 ordinary soldiers might not wield much influence. It was conceivable that elite forces akin to Navy SEALs could emerge in the future, their impact potentially immense, facilitating rapid mission execution. "Mommy, the uncles here are so nice. They even feed us," exclaimed a little girl, her joy evident after 3 days of hunger. Her innocent tone and radiant smile dispelled much of the somber atmosphere. Hearing this, her mother felt a pang of sorrow, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. She crouched down to embrace her child, her voice trembling as she said, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. It's Mommy's inadequacy. I failed to protect you. Don't cry, Mommy." The two nestled together, merely one pair among the hundreds. Mothers and daughters, husbands and wives, fathers and sons. This calamity had torn countless families apart. A few newcomers, engaged in labor, conversed as they worked. It seemed this space was tolerable. They were not oppressed and were provided with food. "Don't overthink it. It's just a meal to fill our stomachs. What awaits us next is uncertain. So I hope what they say is true. As long as we work, we'll be fed, don't worry. The government will soon return to rescue us. Alas, I initially thought it would be the army saving us. Who knew it would be otherwise, however, considering the current state of society, with private armed forces possessing tanks. Where do you think those tanks come from? There are none outside military bases. So, what are you trying to say? I mean, it's quite possible the military has been obliterated. Otherwise, where did all these tanks and firearms come from? Let us just focus on working hard. This place is currently our only refuge." The adults harbored myriad thoughts, yet smiles remained scarce. The movement exhibited is merely a semblance of vigor, lacking any underlying conviction to sustain it. It is understandable, after all, that these newcomers among the survivors are beset by a palpable sense of insecurity. While many harbor a sense of gratitude, the harsh realities endured over the past couple of days have sown seeds of doubt. The remaining course of action lies solely in tangible demonstrations, to affirm the veracity of the base's assurances and to cultivate a sense of security within its confines. In this manner, the base shall flourish and gain strength. Undoubtedly, Yu Hongzhuang will adhere to his promises, safeguarding these survivors. The rulers are akin to a vessel, while the populace is like water. Water can stabilize a ship's journey or, conversely, capsize it, submerging it beneath the waves. For Yu Hongzhuang, the situation may not be as dire, yet it bears a resemblance. In Chapter 24, following the establishment of the Air Force Command, additional structures have also been unlocked, such as the Prism Tower. The Prism Tower boasts the capability to attack within an 8-grid radius, providing 150 points of damage to any unit under siege, with a maximum of 8 simultaneous targets. In the context of the Red Alert game, nearly every faction constructs either Prism Towers or magnetic storm coils. When situated within the base, these structures serve as formidable defenses against enemy assaults. Should an adversary invade, they can retaliate almost instantaneously. With a rapid attack speed that is nearly impossible to evade, coupled with an impressive damage output, a single beam can effortlessly reduce a human to ashes, while a coordinated strike from 3 or 4 Prism Towers can obliterate a tank. What a remarkably potent apparatus. How could one not equip the base with at least 2, or even 7 or 8, rendering it as impenetrable as a fortress? Anyone who dares to enter would inevitably meet their demise. A single coordinated attack could dispatch even the most robust of tanks in an instant. Upon initiating the construction of the Prism Tower, Yu Hongzhuang turned his gaze toward the sole fighter jet, the Black Hawk. Fortunately, it is not an invader's aircraft. Compared to the invader's jets, the Black Hawk excels in every category, though its cost is threefold that of the latter. The price for the Black Hawk stands at 3,000 resource points. Quite steep indeed. Given the current circumstances, the Black Hawk is the only fighter jet available to the base. Nevertheless, regardless of the expense, such an aerial force is indispensable. The scarcity of air power is glaringly apparent, and the significance of air superiority cannot be overstated. 3,000 points. Gritting his teeth, Yu Hongzhuang reluctantly purchased one. There was no choice. Funds were insufficient. He had no time to mourn the depletion of his finances. As resource points dwindled rapidly, such exorbitant expenditures, with the Black Hawk and the Prism Tower under construction, money was flowing out like water. Have you ever witnessed your funds evaporating every second? Yu Hongzhuang thought to himself. I have witnessed it, and I desperately wish to salvage the situation, to exploit a loophole. However, this system harbors no such bugs. How frustrating. I wish to cheat and acquire infinite funds. Such shameless fantasies are futile. One must confront reality and strive earnestly to earn money. An hour passed, and the Prism Tower was completed. Yu Hongzhuang approached it, situating it within the confines of the base, adjacent to the red alert structures. Its attack range encompassed all existing structures. Then, a sudden power outage occurred. The voice of the assistant echoed in his mind, delivering a report. Commander, the base's power supply has failed, resulting in a decline in productivity. Please restore power promptly. Alas, there is little to be done. After all, there is only one power station, which cannot support an excessive number of red alert structures. Each structure requires electricity to function. Have you not noticed the decline in productivity? The Black Hawk's production has slowed considerably. There is no alternative but to construct another power station. He clicked on the power station icon, initiating its construction. Goodness, funds are utterly depleted now. He had been careless. Forgetting that the Prism Tower is a significant power consumer, requiring substantial electricity. It seems that if he were to construct 7 or 8 Prism Towers in the future, he would need to build 3 or 4 additional power stations as well. What a drain on resources. Yu Hongzhuang stood beneath the Prism Tower, marveling at the grandeur of this defensive structure in a game. Its significance may not be readily apparent, appearing merely as an ordinary building. However, here, it towers at least 70 meters high. What does that signify? Its height rivals that of a 20-story building, and it is both slender and short in its foundation. Were it not for the system's architecture, Yu Hongzhuang would have no hesitation in doubting the stability of the Prism Tower. He strolled around the Prism Tower, expressing his astonishment. It is truly unimaginable. Speaking of which, while he is aware of the Prism Tower's formidable attack power, capable of turning a person into charred remains, he has yet to witness it firsthand. Of course, Yu Hongzhuang does not question the authority of the system's structures. He is simply curious, having never seen it for himself. In his mind, he instructed the mobilized soldiers accompanying Fan Wan to relay a message. Inform Fan Wan to bring 2 individuals from the slave camp. I wish to conduct an experiment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the base, Fan Wan was overseeing the labor of the workers, managing hundreds of individuals, wielding considerable authority. Yet the responsibilities were manifold, and she was no expert in management, requiring further honing of her skills. Thus, she found herself quite occupied. Beside her stood a soldier, unwaveringly loyal, never straying from her side except for basic necessities. Despite Fan Wan's elevated status among the survivors, treating them with disdain, she displayed utmost respect toward the soldiers, acknowledging that they are the ones risking their lives to defend the base, leaving her with no grounds to exert dominance before them. Typically, the 2 soldiers, who rarely uttered a word, suddenly spoke up. Fan Wan, wait a moment. The commander has ordered you to bring 2 individuals from the slave camp to him. Fan Wan paused, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected instruction. What is the meaning of this? She inquired, perplexed. Are you saying that the commander wishes for me to bring 2 slaves to meet him? The soldier responded with unwavering seriousness. Yes, please proceed promptly. All right, understood. She then hastened toward the group of laborers, who were toiling away, visibly exhausted. These individuals were slaves, burdened with the most grueling tasks and receiving scant sustenance. Pointing to 2 of them, she commanded, You 2, come with me. The commander wishes to see you. Upon her arrival, the chatter among the slaves ceased, leaving only murmurs of discontent. How can this woman command us? Isn't she merely the ruler's consort? What audacity! They dared not voice their grievances aloud, knowing well the consequences of such insolence. Having spent only a few hours in the base, several had already perished for daring to resist. Hearing Fan Wan's command, the two slaves followed obediently. The base was not expansive. It resembled the scale of a factory. Yu Hongzhuang stood beneath the prism tower, observing as the soldiers escorted Fan Wan and the two men towards him. "Excellent. These two are from the slave camp?" he remarked, scrutinizing their physiques, which appeared somewhat adequate. Fan Wan reported, "Yes, the two slaves have been brought." Yu Hongzhuang nodded, his expression devoid of emotion, and then turned his attention to the two slaves. "I, for one, do not find it necessary to deceive others. Frankly, there is little of value to gain from you. Thus, I shall be forthright. The base has developed a new weapon, one of considerable potency, yet I have never witnessed its effects firsthand. Naturally, my curiosity piques, and I am eager to observe its capabilities. However, how might I accomplish this?" As he spoke, a smile graced his lips, one that could be likened to that of a demon in the eyes of the slaves. Weapons are designed to target adversaries, and our current foes are primarily humanoid beings, making them ideal subjects for examination. Hence, I have summoned you to at this juncture. The two slaves comprehended the man's intentions. Their teeth chattered, their thighs trembled uncontrollably, and their bodies quaked with fear. Chapter 25 unfolds with Yu Hongzhuang proposing an experiment to test the capabilities of the base's new weapon. Of course, do not label me as cruel. After all, individuals like you must face consequences for your actions. You may flee now, and I assure you that no one will hinder your escape. As long as you exit the base, I will not pursue you." In the midst of this desolate path, a glimmer of hope emerged. Upon hearing his words, the two slaves bolted, summoning every ounce of strength for a desperate flight. Alas, they remained unaware of just how slim their chances truly were. Yu Hongzhuang observed their retreating figures, issuing a calm command. Attack at it was as though he were dispatching not humans, but rather a mere chicken or rabbit. The tone was strikingly indifferent, regarding human life as inconsequential, utterly dismissing the existence of the two slaves. The two slaves rushed forward, completely oblivious to the scenes behind them. However, Yu Hongzhuang, Fan Wan, and the soldiers perceived everything with crystal clarity. The structure before them shimmered, as if it were gathering the brilliance of its surroundings, condensing it upon the mirrored apex of the tower, which then released a final burst of light. An incomprehensibly swift beam pierced through the bodies of the slaves, leaving their skin around the wounds to rot and burn, gradually engulfing them in flames until they were reduced to ashes. The unfortunate slave, while fleeing, was extinguished from existence. Such speed was unparalleled. This was the speed of light, an unattainable velocity for humankind. The destructive power was formidable, particularly in its capacity to penetrate. In truth, the moment the light beam pierced through his body, he had already met his demise. The terrifying heat had incinerated his brain. His body merely succumbed to the intolerable temperature, turning to cinders. As one fleeing slave perished, it was only a matter of time before the other followed suit. The brilliance at the pinnacle of the light tower flared once more, efficiently eliminating the second slave. All that remained on the ground were two heaps of charred remains and scorched earth, a testament to its immense power. This spectacle left Yu Hongzhuang astounded. The terrifying velocity and penetrating force were utterly insurmountable when directed at a human target. Even clad in steel plating, one would still meet a swift demise against such formidable penetration. No wonder in the game, even a Tier 3 soldier could not withstand a beam from the light tower. How utterly terrifying! With the light tower at their disposal, even minor issues within the base could be resolved autonomously. This power not only astonished Yu Hongzhuang, but also left Fan Wan trembling with fear. A towering structure beside her turned out to be a new weapon. Its power was indeed horrifying. Fan Wan had never encountered such weaponry before. Her heart was not only filled with trepidation but also a slight sense of security. For she too was a member of the base, supposedly under the protection of this terrifying armament. Indeed, as long as this fearsome weapon was on their side, there was little to fear. Fan Wan thought thus. Yet fear still lingered. Such a weapon could reduce a person to ash. She had never even laid eyes upon anything so fearsome. Remaining so composed was already quite commendable. As for the lives of those two slaves, they held no value at all. Being relegated to the status of slaves, they were devoid of any redeeming qualities, nothing but detritus of humanity. Fan Wan felt no sympathy for them. Rather, she thought it was better they were dead. For the base was spared 2 meals. The light tower had completed its display, and now it was the turn of the Black Hawk fighter jets. They had now been fully produced on the tarmac meant for 4 aircraft. Only one was stationed, leaving the area somewhat desolate. However, such details were inconsequential. Yu Hongzhuang was eager to witness the Black Hawk's assault capabilities. He observed as the little assistant unfurled a map spanning dozens of kilometers in his mind. He intended to designate a strike point when he stumbled upon a delightful surprise, something unexpected. Was that a supply crate? This small box appeared as a minuscule icon on the map. Had it not been for Yu Hongzhuang's keen eyesight, he might have overlooked it entirely. The little assistant's certain voice echoed in his mind, confirming that indeed, supply crates randomly appeared around the globe, often disguised. To anyone other than the commander or Red Alert soldiers. These crates merely appeared as shabby, ordinary boxes. Only the commander could open the supply crates. Others were powerless to do so. Indeed, this was a supply crate, and Yu Hongzhuang's spirit soared in the Red Alert game. One could occasionally spot such boxes on the map containing various units or resources, perhaps a sum of 10,000 credits, or a tank worth several thousand credits, among other treasures. It was all random, filled with many delightful items that made Yu Hongzhuang's mouth water. However, it all depended on luck. Regardless, this supply crate would be right beneath his nose, and he would certainly not let it slip away. He promptly marked the location on the map and commanded the 3rd squad of soldiers to retrieve the crate with their tanks. Since only the commander could open it, the soldiers could only bring it back. In Yu Hongzhuang's eyes, sending a few dozen men on this errand was merely a minor task, one unlikely to pose any danger, especially with tank protection. Yet, sometimes, events unfold far from one's expectations. Upon receiving the command, the sergeant of the 3rd squad led all his soldiers in a grand procession, followed closely by a tank providing cover. The surviving onlookers, curious and unrestrained, craned their necks for a better view, especially since Fan Wan was not present to oversee them. After all, it was a tank. They had never seen one in their lives. Even having seen it twice, gazing at it further granted them a sense of security. The troops advanced toward the direction of the supply crate. This time, unlike previous instances, Yu Hongzhuang did not accompany the commanding team, having merely issued the order to retrieve the supply crate from the base. Thus, the success of this mission depended entirely on the mobilized soldiers and their capabilities. Upon exiting the base, many zombies had already been cleared away, and there were not many left at the entrance. As time passed and they ventured further, the movements of the troop attracted numerous zombies. The troops could not halt. They were on a mission to fulfill their task at all costs. The commander's orders were paramount. Fire! Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire echoed, metallic bullets clattering to the ground like a light rain. The power of the submachine gun rounds was enough to pierce through the zombies' bodies. A barrage of fire left many zombies lifeless. Their heads exploded, while others, with severed arms and legs, clawed at the ground in a futile attempt to crawl forward. However, fearlessness was not a trait exclusive to zombies. The Red Alert soldiers possessed it as well. Unafraid of death, faced with these terrifying zombies, the experienced mobilized soldiers remained steadfast, gripping their weapons tightly. Rat-a-tat. Round after round of bullets ended the lives of the zombies. When encountering a denser cluster, without hesitation, the Gray Bear tank fired a round, sending these filthy zombies straight to hell. The ground, battered by the shelling, turned black, exposing shattered concrete rubble. Occasionally, one could see soldiers stepping over the flames that still flickered atop the debris. The scene was harrowing, yet the mobilized soldiers never faltered in their march. After clearing a significant wave of zombies, they ignored the remaining scattered ones and drove directly toward their destination. They had limited ammunition and did not intend to expend it on mindless zombies. Every day, their ammunition supply was finite. The journey of over 10 kilometers took a full hour of driving. This underscored the difficulty of the road. Though the base had made several excursions in recent days, clearing a considerable number of zombies from the city, the amount removed was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the vast horde that remained within, even with tanks and submachine guns. Navigating the city remained fraught with challenges. Nonetheless, soldiers adhered to their duty to obey orders. The mobilized soldiers were soldiers too. Their loyalty to the commander was absolute. Nothing was more important than the commander's orders. Even if it meant risking their lives, they would certainly retrieve the supply crate and bring it back successfully. Admittedly, the situation sounded dire, but thus far, no zombies had come within 5 meters of the mobilized soldiers. With a tank providing cover, they were relatively safe. Upon reaching the designated location, this mission was merely beginning. A daunting task awaited them. The site was a shopping mall, while not situated in the city center. The number of zombies gathered here was formidable. Before the apocalypse, so many had come here to shop, only to become mindless monsters that consumed without end. They were indeed unfortunate. Confronted with such a multitude of zombies, the soldiers could not force their way inside. A single tank might possess the ability to charge through thousands of zombies, but the ammunition was a serious limitation. The secondary weapons had only a few thousand rounds, and a few minutes of firing would deplete them. The soldiers had only 2 spare magazines. Currently, they had but 1 remaining with ammunition. Against thousands of zombies, it was nearly impossible to prevail, let alone create a ruckus that would attract an unending stream of zombies. The area was interconnected and spacious, making it easy for zombies to congregate. Should a confrontation arise, survival would be a slim chance. This highlighted a significant flaw of the base: a severe shortage of ammunition. Among the mobilized soldiers, there were also sergeants and squad leaders, all aiming to better organize their combat efforts. The sergeant scanned the surrounding environment with binoculars. The situation here is far from optimistic. This location is perilously close to the horde of zombies, making it exceedingly easy to be discovered. A strategy must be formulated with utmost urgency. Several squad leaders convened a meeting to deliberate. A direct confrontation is inadvisable. Even if they manage to seize a supply crate, the question of escape remains uncertain. Ultimately, they resolved to deploy a small tactical unit to retrieve the supply box. The main force would create distractions, striving to lure the zombies within the mall away in pursuit of them. In doing so, the pressure on the infiltrating tactical unit would be significantly alleviated. This plan is undoubtedly fraught with risk, yet it boasts a higher probability of success. However, it carries inherent drawbacks. Both the main force and the small tactical unit face extreme peril. A moment's lapse could lead to death. Nonetheless, for the sake of fulfilling this mission, all mobilized soldiers exhibit an utter disregard for death. They are oblivious to the concepts of danger and fear, driven solely by the desire to obtain that crate. The operational directives have been meticulously assigned, and a team of 5 soldiers has been designated. They stepped outside onto the street, shedding their outer garments to reveal their shirts. Without hesitation, they pried open the bodies of fallen zombies on the ground, smearing themselves with the congealed blood, rendering their shirts grotesquely filthy and reeking. They applied the foul substance to their shirts, as well as their jackets and trousers, ensuring that nearly every inch of their bodies was tainted. The objective was to enhance their chances of deceiving the zombies. Once adequately prepared, the 5 soldiers saluted. The squad leader nodded solemnly and waved his hand. All soldiers of the main force swiftly boarded the vehicles. As the last foot departed from the ground, a thunderous sound erupted, reverberating through the air. This cacophony attracted the attention of the majority of zombies in the vicinity, causing them to turn and look. Following this was a chorus of roars. The sound was deafening, as thousands of zombies howled in unison, easily drowning out the noise from the speakers. The zombies, howling like dogs, began to chase after the source of the sound. If they still possessed any semblance of consciousness, they might think, "There is a noise. Perhaps it is humans. Let us charge forth and partake of their flesh." Thousands of zombies commenced their chaotic sprint. Lacking formation or order, they were akin to a disorganized rabble. Indeed, to the naked eye, they appeared utterly useless beyond their instinct to infect and bite. Yet the reality was that their numbers were overwhelming, thousands of them. An intimidating sight, a cautious expression. The 5 soldiers, huddled in a corner, cautiously peeked out at the throngs of zombies pursuing the vehicles. Silently, they emerged from their hiding place. With a gesture from the squad leader, the 5 began to stealthily advance. It was only prudent that they exercised caution for the sake of their own safety. Even as a single zombie passed nearby, they held their breath, terrified of being detected. It was known that a zombie's eyes were decayed, rendering them blind, yet they were highly sensitive to sound. But what of their sense of smell? The soldiers dared not take chances, fearful of being discovered. Thus, they proceeded with extreme care, tiptoeing forward. When encountering a zombie head-on, they would maneuver around it. If unable to bypass, they would halt and hold their breath. This meticulous approach resulted in a painfully slow pace. Yet the soldiers persisted in their efforts, scanning their surroundings for anything resembling a supply box. Gradually, they spread out in search. The odds of finding something increased when they searched individually rather than collectively. The soldiers diligently observed, exploring their surroundings with unwavering focus. Until, Chapter 27, a pair of crimson eyes emerged from the shadows, seemingly materializing out of thin air. Within those eyes, the soldier perceived an unmasked intent to kill. In that instant, a chilling thought crossed his mind: I am going to die. As his body instinctively reacted, the next moment arrived too swiftly. No, there was no next moment. His throat was slit open, and no matter how fit or well-armored one might be, the throat remains humanity's most vulnerable point. And once that point is compromised, the outcome is inevitable. The soldier weakly pressed his hand against his neck, his gaze fixated on the zombie before him. Blood gushed forth freely. As if it were of no value, he wished to scream, to alert his comrades, to warn them. Yet all that escaped his lips was a feeble cough. Then, his eyes glazed over, gradually losing their spark. If Yu Hongzhuang had been present, he would have exclaimed, "A Tier 1 zombie." Such a slight disturbance would hardly raise the alarm among his companions. The other 4 soldiers remained engrossed in their search for supplies. For them, locating the supply box was paramount. Yet, unbeknownst to the soldiers, for a Tier 1 zombie, this was merely the beginning of the hunt. To satiate its hunger, could it possibly consume just one? The delectable taste of flesh, mingled with the scent of its lesser brethren, was impossible for a Tier 1 zombie to ignore. After dispatching the soldier, the Tier 1 zombie extended its decayed, withered claws and began to feast upon the fallen. One of the soldiers, rummaging through the mall, felt an increasing sense of security as the zombies appeared disinterested in pursuing him. His pace quickened, emboldened by his perceived safety. Ultimately, the adventurous spirit within him bore fruit. He discovered the supply box on a counter. Approaching the box, he attempted to open it. It appeared easy enough, yet despite his efforts, it refused to budge, causing his hands to ache. After several attempts, he conceded defeat. He contemplated lifting the box alone, but to his dismay, even a supply crate no larger than 1 meter proved too heavy for him to move. Disheartened, he committed the location to memory, intending to summon his comrades for assistance in transporting the crate. Stealthily, he began to retreat, planning to retrace his steps to contact his allies. However, intentions often diverge from reality, as was the case now. With each step back, he felt an unsettling chill creeping over him. Earlier, there had been no sense of danger, yet suddenly, the silence felt ominous. Something was amiss, he muttered to himself, quickening his pace to catch up with 3 of his comrades. Finding the trio made him feel as though the area was not as perilous as he had imagined. However, this thought quickly transformed into sheer horror. Not far from where they had spread out, there lay a fresh pool of blood. The implications were unmistakable. Beyond the zombies, there could be no survivors from whom such crimson could flow. Only the mobilized soldiers could have bled. The faces of the soldiers paled, yet they exchanged no words, turning to leave. The bloodstain served as a stark warning. The area likely harbored other dangerous creatures beyond the zombies. There was no need to linger here, wasting time and resources. They needed to contact another soldier post-haste. Among the 5 soldiers present, 3 remained, 1 was unaccounted for, and another had yet to be found. Despite following their designated path, they still could not locate the missing soldier. The 3 soldiers exchanged glances, confusion etched upon their faces, yet their expressions betrayed their concern that their comrade might have encountered peril. With no other option, the only course of action was to retrieve the crate. They quickened their pace, striving to remain silent as they resumed their earlier route. Upon reaching the supply box, 2 of them strained to lift it. Moving slowly as they did, the 3rd took point, ever vigilant for any unexpected occurrences. As they progressed cautiously, an indistinct sound of footsteps resonated around them. This situation felt eerie. The 3 soldiers glanced about yet saw no one. However, as the footsteps drew nearer, their alertness heightened. Fingers tightened around triggers, ready to fire at the first sign of trouble. The Tier 1 zombie approached slowly, drawn by the presence of 3 fresh sources of flesh. 3 delectable beings. For a zombie, the desire for fresh meat is akin to a human's craving for food. Having just consumed 2, its appetite was whetted, and the prospect of 3 more was tantalizing. The footsteps grew louder until the silhouette of the zombie emerged from the shadows. The three soldiers, upon seeing merely a zombie, felt a wave of relief wash over them. They were unaware of the existence of a Tier 1 zombie, believing all zombies to be the same. After all, a Tier 1 zombie was simply a zombie with slightly redder eyes. The soldier on guard relaxed his vigilance, withdrawing his hand from his weapon to draw a concealed knife. Just a zombie, he thought. It would be best to avoid making any loud noises that might attract others. He assumed a ready stance, closing the distance slowly, his legs coiled with latent energy, prepared to spring into action. But a Tier 1 zombie is not so easily dealt with. Confronted by the tantalizing allure of fresh flesh, the zombies showed no restraint. With a speed that far surpassed that of any human, they launched themselves forward. The soldier could scarcely perceive a blur before the zombie vanished from sight, only to be met with an excruciating pain that surged through his body, sending him tumbling backward uncontrollably. With a muffled groan, he crashed heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, the first-tier zombie stood leisurely, savoring the bloodstains on its hands, freshly extracted from the soldier. How infuriating it was that such speed existed. Could this truly be classified as a zombie? The soldier's body, severely injured, began to bleed profusely, his mind racing to comprehend the situation. In a one-on-one confrontation, a standard zombie should not have been capable of overwhelming him. Why had he been unable to perceive the creature's movements before being struck? The intense agony caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead as his mind raced. Seeking a way to stall for time, he feared not death, even in his injured state. He yearned to delay this peculiar and formidable zombie for as long as possible. Blood flowed in a steady trickle, making the first-tier zombie regard its prey with heightened appetite. Its crimson gaze fixated on the soldier, a glimmer of bloodlust flashing in its eyes as its body once more sprang into action. Before a delectable morsel, no creature could remain indifferent. Even a zombie could succumb to the allure of human flesh. Chapter 28. This time, the soldier, having prepared himself, could only vaguely discern a fleeting shadow. Yet, he swiftly rolled away, attempting to evade the oncoming threat. Debris flew as the zombie's attack missed, leaving behind claw marks etched into the ground, a testament to its formidable power. Just the claws alone could shred concrete. The two soldiers nearby, engaged in moving crates, could not afford the luxury of spectating. With the enemy's speed, even adding two more soldiers would render their chances of victory nearly non-existent. However, humanity had never claimed dominion over the world solely through physical prowess. It relied on advanced weaponry such as tanks, artillery, firearms, and even nuclear arms. When one's physical capabilities falter against such speed and vision blurs, the only recourse left was to wield firearms. While the gunfire might attract more zombies, it was their only option. Either shoot in hopes of survival or perish at the hands of this strange zombie. Three well-trained soldiers simultaneously squeezed their triggers, a tacit understanding guiding their actions as they aimed at the zombie. The first-tier zombie was indeed swift, so fast that the average human could scarcely perceive it. Yet, how could its speed enable it to evade bullets? Sensing the impending danger, it attempted to dodge, but it was futile. The soldiers were not only sharpshooters but also well-trained. At a distance of 10 or 8 meters, there was no escape for the first-tier zombie. The impact from the bullets knocked it back momentarily, and in that fleeting pause, 5 or 6 more bullets were unleashed. The overwhelming force rendered it immobile. And though the bullets passing through its body would not be lethal, the gun was gradually raised, and eventually, a bullet would shatter its skull, amidst the rapid gunfire and the anxious gazes of the soldiers. 2 bullets finally pierced its head. Despite being a powerful first-tier zombie, it met an unceremonious end at the hands of ordinary soldiers. This exemplified the might of humanity wielding firearms. The price for slaying this first-tier zombie was not insignificant. The soldiers had nearly exhausted the last magazine of ammunition. In such a critical situation, conserving resources was out of the question. Should a zombie escape, the consequences could be dire. Not only could they all perish, but their mission would also fail utterly. Due to the gunfire, more zombies began to converge, though not in overwhelming numbers, approximately 7 or 8. Under normal circumstances, 3 soldiers might have managed such a scenario. But now they were nearly out of ammunition and utterly fatigued. 1 soldier had sustained injuries, and even a single zombie could claim his life. He lay incapacitated on the ground in this predicament. They faced two choices: to fight desperately, disregarding their own lives, or to flee. Without hesitation, the three soldiers opted for escape. The two who were still able-bodied hoisted the injured comrade onto their backs, and they hurriedly fled with the remaining supplies. This situation resembled a sprinting contest. Should they outrun the zombies, survival was within reach, but should they falter, death awaited them. The two soldiers sprinted with the burden of over 200 pounds on their backs. If this were not love, what could be called love? The injured soldier felt a surge of gratitude but dared not add pressure, remaining silent. Truly, those with love in their hearts seldom encountered misfortune. Human endurance could not match that of zombies, but their intellect far surpassed the undead. Look what they discovered ahead: two relatively fresh human corpses. Upon closer inspection, they noted two crimson bullet holes in the foreheads, likely inflicted by another's gunfire. Yet danger loomed behind them, preventing a thorough examination. One soldier's spirits lifted. He unsheathed his dagger and exclaimed, "Quick, make the corpses unrecognizable and toss them to the zombies behind us. Perhaps they will divert their attention to the bodies." The other soldier quickly grasped the plan. Understanding its simplicity, he hastily jabbed the corpses with his dagger, creating several gaping wounds from which thick, viscous blood oozed, the scent decidedly unpleasant. These poor corpses, unknown to them, had met their demise here, gunned down, only to be exploited and tossed into the horde of zombies. Such a tragic fate. Yet the soldiers paid little heed to their plight. The next actions were perilous. As the approaching zombies neared, the two soldiers acted in unison, hurling the corpses into the throng. The zombies, mid-pursuit, almost instinctively halted, as if sensing something. They howled, extending their claws toward the flying bodies, which soon bore additional wounds, torn apart by overwhelming force. The ground became stained with a faint red, a macabre rainfall of blood. A dismembered intestine dangled from a zombie's shoulder, provoking a wave of nausea. The two soldiers, observing the gruesome scene, merely smacked their lips, feeling no pangs of guilt. In this apocalyptic world, human lives were as inconsequential as weeds. What remorse could they feel for corpses? The bodies, lying there, would only rot. It was better to create some utility from them to aid in their escape. Seeing the zombies indeed distracted by the corpses, they seized the fleeting moment to flee. The escaping soldiers quickly relayed a message to their main unit. Their squad leader was already leading dozens of others in diverting the attention of the larger zombie horde. This was the advantage of a command structure. As long as the distance was not too great, communication was possible. Upon receiving the message, the squad leader rallied the main force to retreat hastily. They needed to shake off the zombies and regroup. The soldiers' ammunition had long been depleted. Their continued survival was due to their decisive action in stripping the secondary weapons from their tanks, allowing them to endure thus far. The bullets from the two machine guns had been stashed into the soldiers' pockets, amounting to thousands, but this merely addressed their immediate crisis. Now, facing the encirclement of zombies, their only strategy was to exhaust all remaining ammunition to break through. Fortunately, there were still over 10 Molotov cocktails and 2 shells available among the troops, providing a substantial chance for a breakout. Chapter 29. The squad leader gazed at the relentless horde of zombies ahead, his expression grim. He understood that their mission was essentially complete, but whether they could escape unscathed remained uncertain. Thus, relaxation was not an option. In this place, littered with corpses and under a hail of bullets, lighting a cigarette and slowly exhaling a smoke ring held its own allure. After taking a couple of puffs and flicking the ash to the wind, he discarded the butt on the ground, crushing it underfoot before issuing commands with his utmost authority. "Everyone, heed my orders. Spare no ammunition. Unleash the Molotov cocktails. Throw them all artillery. Fire all shells at once. We must create a breach in the horde." As soon as the order was given, the previously sporadic gunfire intensified. Bang, bang. The deafening roar of violent explosions reverberated in the air, relentless and overwhelming. Molotov cocktails, though not as formidable as the powerful grenades, could still rival some of the hand grenades in their destructive potential. Yet, it was the tank shells that proved to be the most devastating, with a single round obliterating dozens of zombies in densely packed clusters, sending their remains skyward. Such terrifying power is indeed the hallmark of a tank, a weapon that humanity takes immense pride in. In the face of these colossal and lethal weapons, the seemingly dense horde of corpses appeared to have been parted, creating a narrow passage. Indeed, when confronted with an entire horde of thousands of zombies, the strength of a mere few dozen mobilized soldiers would be utterly insufficient. However, to breach a small opening was a task that could be accomplished with relative ease. Withdraw the entire force. Quickly, quickly! Upon glimpsing the opening, the squad leader of the mobilized troops issued the command with urgency. The once tiny gap was gradually closing as more and more zombies surged forward. Yet, the lives of all the soldiers present hinged upon that very opening. They had to push through. They needed to return alive. Although the mobilized soldiers were artificially created beings, they possessed emotions akin to ordinary humans, harboring a profound desire for life. They too wished to survive. Many soldiers leaped into vehicles, with those at the wheel flooring the accelerator. The jolt of acceleration hit them hard, yet no one paid heed to such trivialities, as all eyes were fixated on that crucial gap. This determined their fate of returning home. The squad leader was equally anxious. We must make it. Even now, numerous soldiers had their heads thrust out of the windows, guns in hand, trying to pick off the zombies outside in an effort to widen the opening. It was clear that everyone was desperate to return alive. A medical vehicle, its headlights shattered and smeared with blood, maneuvered through the chaos. Tanks closely followed behind, their mighty treads crushing the oblivious zombies into a gruesome pulp. Though fraught with peril, they successfully broke through the encirclement of the undead, a truly remarkable feat. Ignoring the relentless pursuit of the zombies behind them, soldiers erupted into cheers of exhilaration, having narrowly escaped death. Wonderful! We all survived, they exclaimed. Ha! Indeed, I only have 3 bullets left. If we don't escape now, we will surely perish here. What is there to fear? If we run out of bullets, we shall fight with daggers. 1 kill breaks even, 2 is profit. The entire battalion was swept up in jubilation, reveling in their narrow escape. As the main force made their way to safety, the soldiers transporting supply crates also found a relatively secure location. In truth, their physical strength had been nearly depleted, and they desperately needed a place to rest and regain their energy. Otherwise, encountering any danger would render them incapable of resistance. Carrying over 200 pounds of weight, they were on the brink of exhaustion. Even well-trained soldiers could only endure so much, and the fact that they had persevered thus far was commendable. Their resting place was a storefront, likely a KTV before the apocalypse, a venue for dining, singing, and dancing. Although they were resting physically, their eyes remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any signs of danger, hands gripping their weapons firmly. An injured soldier nibbled on individual rations, a staple food carried by each mobilized soldier, sufficient to sustain them for a day. These rations were replenished daily at noon, and of course, the injured bodies would not be refreshed. Ultimately, this was reality, not a game. After approximately 20 minutes of rest, one soldier rose from the ground and softly suggested, "We've rested enough. Let us not delay any longer. We should head back quickly." The other 2 had no objections. A bit of regained strength was all they needed. Reuniting with the main force was the only true means of safety. Remaining here alone was far too perilous. Although they had secured the supply crates, any unforeseen incident that caused them to be lost would be disastrous, as several soldiers were not true electrical experts, but merely ordinary mobilized troops without any special skills. They could not even start a motorcycle. Thus, they could only carry the crates step by step. The injured soldier, now able to stand, cautiously moved forward, remaining alert to his surroundings despite the pain. This city, after all, was a prefecture-level city, large in scale, and fortunately, the main force had vehicles. It took over half an hour for them to regroup. The squad leader of the mobilized soldiers looked at the 3 men before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Well done, you 3 did remarkably. I shall report this to the commander upon our return." The injured soldiers smiled. They sought not rewards, but the fulfillment of their mission. In their hearts, completing the commander's orders was the utmost priority. This was the first external operation order issued by the commander to the battalion, and none wished to fail. Now that the mission was accomplished, their joy was immeasurable. As everyone boarded the vehicles, cheers erupted, and they joyfully returned to base. Although the battalion had lost over 10 soldiers, the mission had ultimately been successful. Upon their return, the troops were lined up for inspection, with many gazing at the blood-soaked vans and tanks. The tracks of the tanks were nearly crimson, looking grotesque, as if forged from flesh and blood. The vans were pockmarked and nearly beyond repair, destined for the scrap heap. This vividly illustrated the severity of their recent venture. This was far more harrowing than their previous quest for food. Initially, they had merely sought provisions from a remote supermarket. Now, they had traversed through hordes of thousands of zombies in a vast square, retrieving crates. Hu Hongzhuang had not anticipated losing over 10 soldiers on this mission, nor did he foresee the challenges it would entail, believing it would be a simple task of bringing back a crate. While the losses were not catastrophic, they were nonetheless significant and worthy of remembrance. This marked Hu Hongzhuang's first experience of soldier losses since acquiring the Red Alert system. His first encounter with setbacks. The returning troops formed several lines, awaiting inspection by the higher dash-ups. Hu Hongzhuang rushed to the designated area upon receiving news from his assistant, only to be met with the sight of weary, disheveled soldiers. A pang of discomfort struck him. He had not expected to lose over 10 soldiers on this operation. His heart ached, as each soldier represented 100 resource points, over 1,000 points lost. Enough to buy a tank. It was a bitter realization. From now on, he vowed never to be so careless with his orders. Hu Hongzhuang came to understand the heavy responsibilities he bore. A single careless command could dictate the lives of dozens or even hundreds. He could not bear the thought that a hasty decision could lead to the loss of his comrades' lives. His eyes reddened, overwhelmed by emotion. If the 10 or so survivors had perished, he would not have felt such sorrow, for there were many survivors in the world. However, the loss of these soldiers, who had stood by him through thick and thin, weighed heavily on his heart. Humanity is not devoid of emotion. How could he disregard their sacrifices? Their contributions would forever be etched in his memory, and he felt deep gratitude for their unwavering loyalty. Time passed, and the following day dawned. Rising early, Hu Hongzhuang resolved to live on, ensuring that their sacrifices would not be in vain. After expressing his heartfelt sentiments to the soldiers, he knew it was time to take practical action. He could not merely speak of ideals without addressing real issues. The mess hall prepared a sumptuous meal for the soldiers, offering them a chance to rest and rejuvenate. As the second day unfolded, Hu Hongzhuang focused on enhancing the soldiers' capabilities. Although the mobilized troops were essentially clones created from his own design, he understood the importance of strengthening their skills. Yet, it remains a living, breathing entity. To endure in such a brutal environment, one must fortify their arsenal, essentially, their strength. This is precisely the endeavor that Hu Hongzhuang aspires to undertake. As the day unfolded yesterday, the mining vehicle accrued a sum of 10,000 resource points. The magnate intends to utilize this sum to arm the soldiers under his command. The vehicle factory is not solely equipped with tank units. It also possesses the capability to manufacture ammunition and firearms. It is entirely feasible to construct a range of formidable weaponry and subsequently upgrade the mobilized troops, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. In his mind, he inquires of his assistant. What weaponry are the mobilized soldiers currently utilizing? PPSH-41 performance data. Firing mode, single shot, automatic, operating principle, blowback operation, open bolt firing, caliber, 7.62 mm, muzzle velocity, 488 ms, chamber pressure, 205.9 MPa, early model range, 500 m, standard model range, 200 m, effective range, 200 m, muzzle energy, 666.8 J, theoretical rate of fire, 900 rounds min, combat rate of fire, 40 rounds min, single fire, 105 rounds min, automatic. The data transmitted to Hu Hongzhuang left him somewhat speechless. Such an inferior firearm. Fortunately, he had yet to encounter regular military forces. If he were to compare this weapon to modern arms, it would undoubtedly result in a dismal defeat. Thankfully, this serendipitous realization prompted him to consider an upgrade. He noted the 7.62 caliber ammunition. Should he opt for a new firearm, it must also accommodate this caliber. After all, the system refreshes ammunition daily at noon, providing a significant advantage. After contemplation, he concluded that the Type 81 automatic rifle would be the preferable choice. Being of Huaxia descent, it is only fitting to utilize the predominant firearm of his people. The caliber remains the same at 7.62 mm. Upon querying his assistant, he learned that the price for each Type 81 automatic rifle is 30 points, while a bulletproof vest costs 20 points. Equipping each soldier would amount to 50 points per individual, totaling over 100 soldiers. Goodness. Calculating this, he realizes it would swiftly deplete 6,000 resource points. Such an expenditure seems excessive. With 6,000 points, he could have constructed 60 additional mobilized soldiers. Yet, reflecting upon the events of yesterday, those mere 10 or so individuals represent far more than just numbers. They are 10 living souls. Moreover, the occurrence of such a tragedy is not unrelated to his role as commander, thus necessitating this expenditure. As the resource points trickle away like water, Yu Hongzhuang feels a deep ache in his heart, akin to a father marrying off his daughter, before he has even warmed the money in his hands. It has vanished, 6,000 resource points squandered shortly after waking. Were it not for his concern for these soldiers, one might label him a reckless spender. However, he understands that casualties are inevitable on the battlefield. Yet he aspires to minimize the death toll on his side. This serves as a form of solace for his own spirit. Currently, he has over 4,000 points remaining and has resolved not to spend any further for the time being. He wishes to save a portion in case of unforeseen circumstances, allowing him to construct fortifications to protect the base. Due to his rebirth, he is acutely aware of the zombies' behavior. Areas with dense human populations are likely to incite hordes. Although the base is relatively safe, with soldiers patrolling for protection, he wishes to retain some reserves just in case. There is no immediate urgency, as no disturbances have yet arisen. Chapter 31. Zombies wander aimlessly in the vicinity. They lack purpose, habits, or consciousness. It is as if these desiring flesh and blood corpses traverse the ground. Their horrific appearance can easily frighten a girl to tears at night. Many humans tremble at the sight of them, as if confronted with a great terror. Yet, within the Red Alert base, the soldiers on duty gather to engage in contests and gambling in peacetime. Such gatherings for gambling would be deemed illegal, with serious consequences leading to expulsion from the military. However, during these times, the commanders not only tolerate these activities but actively endorse them. 1, 2, 3, 5. With each gunshot, the numbers continue to rise, the mindless zombies seemingly converging upon this location. Yet, they are thwarted by the walls. As soldiers from a higher vantage point take aim and eliminate them one by one. Incredible! You managed to kill 5 zombies in just 1 minute. 666. A mobilized soldier nearby raised his thumb in admiration. Clearly impressed, on the other side, another soldier, gun in hand, focused his aim on a zombie's head, firing decisively. With a resounding bang, the zombie's skull shattered, and it collapsed lifelessly. This gambling game revolves around who can dispatch the most zombies within a minute. Typically, the winner receives 5 rounds of ammunition. For larger bets, the stakes may involve a Molotov cocktail or playful antics like barking like a dog or a slap on the back. It serves as a form of entertainment among the soldiers. And the commanders wholeheartedly support such activities, believing they enhance the soldiers' motivation to slay zombies. Thus, the routine of clearing zombies at the base's entrance becomes a small pastime. Despite its simplicity, the effectiveness is remarkable. The majority of zombies at the entrance are eliminated in this manner. Daily, the laborers from the slave camp venture out to clean up, dragging away and incinerating the corpses. Otherwise, there is a risk of bacteria breeding and disease spreading. One must not only evade the zombie virus but also avoid succumbing to other illnesses, an unfortunate twist of fate indeed. Once the zombies at the entrance are sufficiently dealt with, the soldiers open the gates, allowing the slave camp workers to emerge and remove the bodies. This is a daily occurrence, sometimes happening multiple times a day. There is no choice. The sheer number of zombies is overwhelming, and the inhabitants of the base seem to attract them, even from a distance. Their instinctual nature draws them closer, necessitating constant cleanup at the entrance. After clearing one batch, it is not long before another arrives. The workers from the slave camp trudge out through the gate. However, the individuals within the slave camp were entirely indifferent to him, regarding him as nothing more than a fool. And no sooner had he spoken than the soldier on the wall furrowed his brow. Did this fellow not realize that such noise could attract the undead? To their fortune, the surrounding zombies had mostly been cleared away, and the next wave had yet to arrive. Otherwise, such a ruckus would undoubtedly draw them in. 2 soldiers armed with rifles approached, remaining vigilant. Although their counterpart appeared unarmed and defenseless, maintaining a level of caution was deemed essential. Vigilance could extend one's survival in this apocalyptic world, a lesson well understood by seasoned soldiers. Before they could utter a word, the garrulous young man exclaimed, "Are you part of the military? Surely these zombies were dispatched by gunfire. I knew it. Ordinary people could never be so formidable. This is wonderful. Soldiers, please save us. Rescue my elder brother. Save the brothers and sisters, the children." His words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage, leaving the soldiers somewhat speechless. Truly, this man was a chatterbox, his mouth resembling a machine gun. Was there machinery within rather than flesh? Seeing his younger brother engaged in conversation, the elder sighed in resignation and hurried over, as it would be unbecoming for him to let his younger sibling take the lead. Then he heard the two armed soldiers say, "Do not overthink it. We are not a military force. This is a survivor's base, and we welcome ordinary survivors who wish to join us. However, once you become a part of us, you must adhere to the rules and listen to the leaders. Otherwise, severe punishment will ensue. Rest assured, once you join us, you will be considered part of the base's survivors, and we will ensure your safety. All you need to do is follow orders and work diligently." These words echoed the sentiments of Yu Hongzhuang, who sought to absorb as many survivors as possible to bolster manpower and enhance the base's logistical capabilities. Historically, every sovereign power required a substantial population to sustain itself. It was impractical to train countless soldiers for the sake of numbers. Could one truly create millions of soldiers? Such an endeavor would incur immense costs and be utterly unfeasible. Outside, abundant gold lay scattered, so why toil endlessly as a gold digger? Furthermore, many survivors possessed valuable skills capable of fostering constructive development, while the summoned red alert soldiers were limited to combat alone. What was needed was a balanced system of development, not one that focused solely on warfare, leading to a distorted and unsustainable base. While combat prowess was undeniably critical, a complete base could not rely solely on it. Thus, from various perspectives, it was advantageous to recruit survivors. Faced with an invitation akin to that of a military organization, the younger brother was nearly overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of acceptance. But the elder brother swiftly grasped his arm, halting his intended response. Stepping forward with a smile, he explained, "Apologies. My brother speaks without thinking. We are merely passing through and will be leaving shortly." Internally, he chastised himself, realizing how foolish his younger sibling was. If the soldiers were not part of the military, their intentions would naturally be more suspect, and it was reasonable to harbor doubts. However, the younger brother could not comprehend why they would want to depart from such a promising organization. Had they not spent days searching for a military presence? Although they had not found an army, they had discovered a seemingly formidable survivor base. Both guards wielded rifles, indicating their strength. He yearned to speak again, but was silenced by a stern glare from his elder brother, who admonished, "Be quiet and listen to me." Haunted by childhood traumas, the younger brother had long been bullied by his elder sibling. A mere reprimand left him trembling, and he dutifully retreated to silence, trusting his brother's judgment. The soldiers paid little mind to this exchange, noting that these foolish individuals remained ungrateful for their goodwill. They were aware of the base's merits. Their current need for survivors was not pressing. Those who declined to join would eventually come to regret their decision. Silently, they labeled the two brothers as ignorant. The siblings wandered around the base's entrance, attempting to gauge the situation while searching nearby shops for useful supplies. However, they found nothing. All resources had already been transported back to the base by the logistics team. Disheartened, they left empty-handed. On their way, they deliberated whether to join the base in the wake of the apocalypse. Families were displaced, akin to ancient refugees, struggling to survive with meager sustenance. They had rarely enjoyed a full meal, and even the younger brother's complexion had taken on a sallow hue, indicating poor health. Continuing down this path would inevitably lead to disaster. Finding a place to settle seemed the wiser choice. Along the journey, the younger brother expressed his thoughts. "Brother, those people don't seem malicious. If they had ill intentions, we would have surely been captured." The elder brother did not dismiss this outright. In truth, he had developed a certain fondness for the soldiers. Were it not for their admission of not being a military force, he would have believed them to be a small military unit. Cautiously, he replied, "We must refrain from making hasty conclusions. This matter concerns not just us, but our entire family. It would be best to return home and discuss it with everyone." The younger brother nodded in agreement. His elder sibling was right. Consulting the family was prudent. However, they were completely unaware of what awaited them upon their return home. Within the base, Yu Hongzhuang had summoned the majority of the soldiers to the open area using his assistant. He resolved to update their equipment there. Standing atop a wooden platform to address them, he eschewed a written speech in favor of heartfelt sincerity. "Soldiers, the tragedy that transpired yesterday is fresh in our minds. We must remember it. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, It is exceedingly difficult to remain unscathed. War and chaos will not cease. What, then, should we do? I, Yu Hongzhuang, humbly hope that each of you can survive through every battle. I have prepared an 81-style automatic rifle and a bulletproof vest for each soldier. May these provisions enhance your chances of survival on the battlefield. I can only apologize. This is the extent of my capabilities. A profound silence enveloped the gathering, a testament to the military discipline they adhered to. Yet, his words ignited warmth in their hearts, stirring their spirits. It was unclear who among them shouted, "Long live the commander." But soon, the chant echoed, "Commander, long live!" The sound reverberated, deafening and earth-shaking. It carried a weight of emotion that unsettled Yu Hongzhuang, drawing a smile to his otherwise serious countenance. Silently, he mused, "How fortunate I am to have such wonderful subordinates." On the other side, the brothers, laden with supplies, returned home, filled with excitement. Though this excitement warranted quotation marks, they trembled in anticipation. The once tidy home lay in disarray, littered with filth and debris, bloodstains marking the floor. The sight was harrowing, a sure sign of calamity. The younger brother trembled at the scene, unable to fathom the horrors that might befall his sister if she had been taken. Anger surged within him, and he shouted, "Sister!" The elder brother, older and equally frightened, stood paralyzed, his mind racing with confusion. He could no longer discern whether his emotions were rooted in sorrow, rage, or hatred. His wife, who had always cherished cleanliness, would never allow their home to descend into such chaos. Someone had undoubtedly invaded, defiling their sanctuary. The only plausible explanation was that their family had been taken as well. Zombies would not wreak havoc for mere destruction. That was the work of humans. Moreover, the door bore signs of forced entry. How despicable, he seethed, grinding his teeth until blood seeped from his gums. Tears, long dormant, now traced visible paths down his cheeks. Taking a deep breath, he urged, "Let us not raise a ruckus. Instead, search the room for any clues. Regardless of where Sister and Tuan have gone, we must find them. Even though my heart feels as if it is being sliced by a knife, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing through, and I am tempted to succumb to despair. My wife and children are still waiting for me to rescue them. I cannot afford to lose hope. I must muster my spirits and diligently search the room, hoping to uncover some clue that at the very least could lead me to know where they have been taken. I in this disheveled room." The two of us scoured for any signs. My heart ached painfully. When I left home, everything was so orderly and pristine, yet upon my return, it had descended into chaos. Damn it! This was my sister's hard-earned sanctuary. My younger brother seethed with anger, wishing he could tear apart the scoundrels who had wreaked havoc here. My elder brother was equally anxious, desperate to locate his wife. Yet, the poor siblings searched every corner of the house, finding nothing that resembled a clue or any remnants of information. Frustrated, the elder brother struck his forehead, lamenting his own ineptitude. It was foolish to leave a woman and 2 children alone at home. If something were to happen, they would have no chance to fight back. Tears flowed uncontrollably. It was the first time he had seen his elder brother in such a distraught state. After an exhaustive search, the younger brother despondently sank to the floor. In truth, both siblings were overthinking the situation. If someone had already abducted them right under everyone's noses, it would be nearly impossible to leave behind any trace or indication. Nevertheless, despite not finding what he sought, the elder brother refused to give up. He resolved to search every corner of H City, determined to find her, to locate his wife and children. The sorrow and anguish transformed into a driving force. No matter what, he must find them. This was the only belief sustaining him at that moment. "Let us go. We shall search nearby gathering places. Those most likely to have abducted them are undoubtedly the people from around here." The younger brother, hearing this, felt speechless. How could his elder brother utter such thoughtless words? Even if he understood, 2 frail individuals venturing into the den of death, could they really return alive? They would either be devoured or robbed of their resources. Wanting to voice some discouraging remarks, he caught sight of his elder brother's resolute and reddened eyes. Those words were swallowed back down. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "Sister has treated me so well. How could I abandon the search? All right, brother, let us search together." At that moment, the 2 brothers seemed to have matured a little. The elder brother, Han Kaiyan, had taken on a weathered demeanor, while the younger brother, Han Cheng, had matured considerably through this ordeal. Thus began their journey to find their loved ones. Meanwhile, within the base, strength had significantly increased, and all mobilized soldiers were equipped with brand new gear. The forces had grown more formidable, and smiles had returned to the faces of the people. For the ordinary survivors within the base, the more powerful the soldiers guarding them were, the better they could protect them. After spending several days here, they had come to accept this base as their own. Finding a sense of security in this apocalyptic world, a precious rarity, Yu Hongzhuang felt a surge of pride. Their strength was indeed on the rise. Although the number of troops had not increased, their firepower had become much stronger. He believed that their future efforts would focus on spreading truth far and wide. Saving humanity would be a secondary concern. The primary goal was to dominate the world. Only those in the slave camps would likely be dissatisfied. The stronger the base's defenses became, the slimmer the chances for them to escape. Their increasingly emaciated bodies struggled through life here, sleeping late and rising early. This was no life for a human being. The people in this base did not regard the slaves as human. Even the women they had previously bullied felt emboldened to insult them openly. Who could endure such treatment? Thoughts of escape filled their minds, yet facing the overwhelming security, only a small fraction had resigned themselves to their fate, believing the outside world to be too perilous. Though life here was miserable, it was safer than the dangers lurking beyond. Most of the slaves, however, still dreamed of escaping. Living a peaceful life was impossible. They longed for the freedom outside the base, yearning for the superiority of dominating ordinary survivors. They were all nothing but scum. After concluding a meeting, Yu Hongzhuang gathered a few appointed officers for a smaller assembly. Though termed a small meeting, it was in fact a significant operation within the base. Even if he wished to avoid sacrificing soldiers, there was no way to prevent losses in wartime. In such chaotic times, thousands perished each day for various reasons. Now, returning to the main topic, the purpose of this meeting was to address the persistent issue of dwindling food supplies. Although they had emptied half of a supermarket of its provisions, including a large one, facing hundreds of mouths to feed, even 10 tons of food would not last long. Additionally, they had made promises that as long as everyone worked diligently, they would be well fed. The appetite of an adult was staggering, not to mention the demands of those doing manual labor. The consumption of rice, flour, and oil was alarmingly high. As the saying goes, one does not know the cost of living until they must provide for a household. Once in charge, the consumption was indeed frightening. With so much food and supplies brought in, a large warehouse was filled to the brim, yet in just a few days, only a third remained. Cooking a single meal required several bags of rice poured in. He now understood why ancient armies had a specialized group known as the Firehead Army, dedicated to logistics and cooking. While the warehouse still had enough provisions for a few days, the principle of being prepared for a rainy day was paramount. However, as the highest leader of the base, he could not afford to worry about food, such a fundamental necessity. Each time, Yu Hongzhuang felt increasingly vexed. How many times had he intervened for food? Could they not focus on something else? He decided it was time for a major operation. Not to say it would solve everything, but it would likely prevent food shortages for the foreseeable future, even if they expanded to thousands or tens of thousands. As for saving money, forget that. Saving was pointless. The best defense was a good offense. Chapter 34. It is well known that we in Huaxia value the practice of saving money and food. Stockpiling provisions for emergencies allows one to have resources at hand in case of unforeseen circumstances. Although modern supplies are not as scarce as they were in ancient times, stockpiling still exists. The state is also adept at preparing for disasters or unexpected incidents. Maintaining granaries, it can be said that if they could seize this small granary, the base would not face a food crisis for quite some time. Thus, Yu Hongzhuang could focus on accumulating resources and developing more rapidly. Excellent, Commander. Please give the order for me to lead my subordinates to complete this task and fetch all the food from the granary. A squad leader stood up, appearing quite excited. Had he been cooped up for too long? So eager to venture out on a mission? The second squad leader, not to be outdone, also stood up. Commander, I believe my squad can also take a chance at this task. I guarantee that we will bring back all the food, and I am willing to sign a military contract. If we fail, you may dispose of me as you see fit. Yu Hongzhuang was left bewildered. What was happening? The first and second squad leaders were vying for the chance to undertake a dangerous mission outside. All right, I understand your intentions, but your eagerness is a bit excessive. Are you all itching for a fight? He had never truly comprehended the nature of warmongers until now. Hearing the opportunity to execute a mission set them ablaze with anticipation, raising their hands and shouting, "Pick me! Pick me!" Thankfully, the third squad leader remained composed, seemingly uninterested in joining. After all, they had lost several men from the third squad and had yet to recover fully. Venturing out might only lead to further casualties. Better to refrain. Yu Hongzhuang contemplated the situation and concluded that such a significant matter could not be entrusted to a mere squad of soldiers. After all, they were dealing with provisions sufficient for hundreds of thousands. A handful of men would never suffice to transport it all. Thus, he smiled at his 3 squad leaders and said, "You may all be disappointed this time, for I do not intend to send any of you on this mission. I will personally lead the operation, taking the 1st and 2nd squads with me. The 3rd squad will remain here to guard the base. Without anyone here, we risked being ambushed." He did not feel the need to elaborate further on the latter part. The other 3 subordinates straightened their postures and responded in unison, "Yes, you all go prepare. We will gather in 3 hours at the assembly point." 3 individuals took their leave. Simultaneously, Yu Hongzhuang commissioned the construction of an engineer. He instructed his assistant to relay commands to 2 engineers to modify a van and a pickup truck, preparing them for transporting both people and goods. Subsequently, one person ventured towards the Red Alert construction site, where he intended to fabricate several tanks, as for saving money, that could be disregarded. Offense is the best defense. First, securing provisions takes precedence. Only with enhanced firepower can the chances of acquiring food be maximized, as the zombies at this stage are utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of tank bombardments. However, it remains uncertain whether any evolved zombies exist. Only the evolved ones might evade tank shells. Returning to the matter at hand, with the current resources, Gray Bear tanks could be constructed for the over 4,000 resource points available, though not all points would be allocated to tank production. After a brief contemplation, he swiftly issued orders to his assistant: 2 Gray Bear tanks, 16,000 rounds of ammunition, 2 heavy machine guns, and 30 tank shells. Each resource point yields 10 rounds of ammunition, thus 1,600 resource points equate to 16,000 rounds. Given the limited daily ammunition replenishment for the mobilized troops, it is prudent to stockpile additional rounds for this expedition. A greater supply of tank shells is also necessary, though the limited resources allow for only 30 shells. At this stage, there should be few formidable zombies. The heavy machine gun, renowned as a metal storm, would prove effective against any potential hordes. With 2 Gray Bear tanks, combined with the 2 already stationed at the base, a total of 4 tanks would embark together, ensuring a sense of security that would significantly bolster the likelihood of success for this operation. Approximately 3 hours later, all preparations were complete. Yu Hongzhuang, seated in the freshly minted tank, arrived at the open ground. Rows of soldiers stood at attention, awaiting the commander's inspection. The survivors at the base had grown accustomed to these daily drills. A lack of assembly for 2 days would leave them unsettled, as this cohort of soldiers gathered daily. The tanks, akin to a playful spectacle, became a familiar sight in the past. Merely catching a glimpse of a tank was unimaginable, let alone the sight of firearms. The soldiers appeared invigorated and in high spirits. Yu Hongzhuang leapt from the tank, surveying the troops before him, a swell of pride rising within him. With such an arsenal at his disposal and soldiers willing to lay down their lives for him, what reason did he have to refrain from pursuing dominance? With a grand gesture, he commanded, "All troops, advance." 2 platoons of over 70 men. For tanks, 8 vans, and 2 pickup trucks set forth in a grand procession. This formidable force could be likened to a deity slaying gods and a Buddha vanquishing Buddhas. Such a terrifying convoy traversing the roads would send ordinary people fleeing in fear. Yet, the zombies, seemingly undeterred by death, surged forward. However, their fate would be no different, reduced to mere pulp or felled by a single bullet. Faced with such overwhelming might, the small suburban area of H City was utterly powerless. Akin to a delicate maiden ravaged by a brute, Yu Hongzhuang, atop the tank, observed the scenery outside. The flicker of fervor within him had cooled considerably. The outside world remained perilous. He had yet to attain invincibility and must continue to strive for growth. Silently, he set a modest goal in his heart, the first step toward supremacy. Let it commence with the reclamation of H City. In Chapter 35, Yu Hongzhuang sat inside the tank, analyzing the map to determine the most efficient course of action. He instructed his assistant to communicate with the soldiers, ensuring that their movements would conserve energy while avoiding zombies. After all, although ammunition was plentiful, it should not be squandered unnecessarily en route. The primary objective was to access the granary. As the destination was not the city center, the journey would be relatively unimpeded, with minimal resistance anticipated. However, the distance from the base was considerable, requiring nearly 3 hours to arrive, effectively encircling H City. Alas, the allure of food was irresistible. Additionally, this operation presented an opportunity to rescue other survivors, integrating them into the labor force to bolster logistics. The command center of the Red Alert construction site was equipped with radar. Any human presence would be detected without escape. This explained why no slaves were brought along for this venture. Once the granary was accessed, the question arose: how to transport the food? It was unthinkable to burden the precious armed forces with such labor. Who would then combat the zombies? Thus, some survivors were needed. This journey would conveniently coincide with their rescue, achieving a twofold objective, a most fortuitous scenario. Gazing at the radar map, Yu Hongzhuang noted a cluster of over 10 red dots ahead. He felt disdain. A mere 10 individuals hardly warranted a halt for the troops. Nevertheless, with survivors perishing daily, every little bit counts. As the saying goes, he signaled his assistant to direct the unit towards the red dots. The rumbling of the tanks echoed, drawing the attention of the zombies, who were fearless in their pursuit of the iron behemoths, only to be met with fatal gunfire. Meanwhile, the survivors sheltering within the buildings gradually became aware of the commotion. A few key individuals deliberated on the source of the noise. "What is that sound?" "It resembles an engine," one remarked incredulously. "How could it be?" "That's absurd. An engine that loud. Do you think a sports car is racing through the streets? This is the apocalypse. No one would dare act recklessly," another retorted, revealing his fear of the zombies. Perhaps the trauma endured during the onset of the apocalypse had left a lasting psychological scar. As the discussion unfolded, the troops had already arrived at their doorstep. "Hey, have you noticed the sound seems to be getting closer?" one survivor remarked, anxiety creeping into his voice. "It's unlikely it would fortuitously reach us here. This place is quite secluded. After all," Yu Hongzhuang leapt from the tank, landing with a thud on the ground, feeling the snug fit of his boots. The mobilized troops required no orders. They swiftly disembarked to eliminate any zombies within a 100-meter radius, ensuring the commander remained safe from unforeseen dangers. Life is defined by the sacrifices made for the commander. Gunfire erupted in rapid succession. "Hey, did you hear that? It sounds like gunfire," one individual said skeptically. Having grown fond of watching films depicting apocalyptic warfare, "Oh please, stop with the absurdity. First, it's a car engine, now it's gunfire. Even if the end is nigh, you can't be this ridiculous," another dismissively countered. Suddenly, a third person raised a finger to his lips and whispered, "Shoo, I think I hear footsteps." It's his words. Silence fell upon the group as they strained to listen closely. Within seconds, their expressions shifted dramatically. There were indeed footsteps, many of them, indicating at least 10 individuals. For these survivors, that was a considerable number. The earlier sounds of engines and gunfire had merely warranted caution, but the sound of footsteps carried a far graver implication, as it indicated that the approaching group was alarmingly close, mere meters away. The survivors understood the gravity of the situation, their faces paling in unison. They were utterly perplexed as to how their location had been discovered. Was there a traitor among them? Anxiety gripped their expressions, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. No one spoke, nor did anyone flee, for they knew that upon hearing the footsteps, their chance of escape had evaporated. "Knock, knock, knock, open the door." A mobilized soldier rapped on the entrance. The occupants within felt their hearts leap into their throats. How could they have been discovered? If they found out who had betrayed them, retribution would be swift. Hearing the knock, the group had lost all hope. With emotionless faces, they rose to retrieve their weapons, prepared to resist if the intruders bore ill intent. Yu Hongzhuang had never expected that he had yet to face them directly. The heart of the adversary has already been thrown into disarray. Within the confines of the room, aside from a few individuals who seized weapons, the others remained utterly oblivious to the situation at hand. As for the sounds emanating from outside, they were indistinct and hardly worth consideration. After all, life had rendered them numb. With daily struggles to find sufficient sustenance, who had the time to concern themselves with other matters. Such is the mindset of those at the bottom of society. 1 minute after knocking, the door remained resolutely shut. Utilizing radar mapping, Yu Hongzhuang effortlessly deduced that the enemy was positioned just behind the door. Yet, they refused to budge. Such ignorance. Blow the door open for me. They are clearly right there, yet they choose to remain obstinate. Do they look down upon me? Hearing the command, the tanks behind him adjusted their angles and fired a round. Bang! The door frame and door vanished without a trace, leaving a gaping hole large enough for 3 or 4 individuals to enter. At this moment, both parties could finally meet face to face. The scene resembled something out of a police thriller, albeit with an overtly violent enforcement process. What? Police? The righteous side is undoubtedly Yu Hongzhuang's faction, even if he appears to embody a villainous role. The initiative lies firmly with him. After just firing, he stepped back a couple of paces and called out, I must say, my soldiers just knocked very politely. Why did you not open the door? Is it a matter of disrespect? He continued, if you disregard my courtesy, I might just lose my temper. A somewhat frivolous and ostentatious character was on full display. To be honest, this was quite a departure from his humble origins. Transitioning from an ordinary person to a high-ranking commander had imbued him with an overwhelming sense of power. As for what losing his temper entailed, those present understood well that it meant the threat of a cannonball. Big brother, I implore you, please do not lose your temper. We will comply. The opposing individuals gazed at Yu Hongzhuang in sheer terror. Their fear palpable. One by one, they dropped to their knees, hands clasped upon their heads. They had just brushed against death. Had that cannonball been aimed within, it would have resulted in a complete annihilation. Fear gripped them. No one wished to meet their end. Surrender was the only option. They pleaded, Big brother, please do not lose your temper, we surrender. Indeed, they surrendered. Remarkably, without a single shot being fired, they capitulated. What a lack of challenge this presented. Yu Hongzhuang shrugged in disinterest. He possessed formidable firepower yet found no outlet for it. Thus, all personnel surrendered. Those few who had previously armed themselves with the intent to resist, resolved to fight to the death, had also folded. What? The opposition is so formidable. Why resist? At this moment, surrender was truly the wisest choice. Chapter 36. Observing the rows of individuals kneeling before him, the 10 or so survivors who had surrendered without a fight. Yu Hongzhuang smiled faintly, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction and the enjoyment of power. When an individual's influence reaches a certain magnitude, the entire world begins to revolve around their will. Well, he acknowledged he still had some distance to cover, but he felt certain that one day he would attain such heights. Unlike the hundreds he had previously gathered, this group of over 10 was a diverse mix of adults, children, and the elderly. They did not seem to belong to a single family but rather appeared to be a coalition of survivors seeking warmth in their shared plight. The presence of children and the elderly suggested that they still harbored some semblance of human decency, a stark contrast to the previous encounters he had faced. Yu Hongzhuang held a certain admiration for such individuals, yet he did not allow this admiration to dull his vigilance. Appreciation and attention were two entirely different matters. With a smile, he began, Excellent. I see your choice. It proves you possess some self-awareness, refraining from any foolish defiance. This is advantageous for all. I would find it wasteful to expend ammunition on you, he continued. Now then, let us collect all their weapons and have them wait on the pickup trucks, while a few soldiers keep watch over them. Inquire whether there are any supplies in their quarters. Even the smallest morsel is valuable, and nothing should be overlooked. You have 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, we shall depart immediately. Upon concluding his orders, Yu Hongzhuang returned to the tank. The squad leaders began to clean up the battlefield, though in reality, it was merely a leisurely stroll to breathe in the fresh air. The miscellaneous tasks were delegated to the soldiers below. The soldiers bound the survivors with ropes, instructing them to remain still. They herded the surrendering survivors onto the vehicles, guns trained upon them. The 10 or so individuals complied without resistance, ascending the pickup truck in an orderly manner. No one contemplated escape or rebellion. None believed they could successfully evade the multitude of guns and tanks. They were merely ordinary people, not superheroes or Spider-Man. This operation yielded a modest bounty of supplies and over 10 individuals. Even the smallest morsel is still meat, and when accumulated, the reward becomes substantial. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach great distances. Without gathering small streams, one cannot fill the seas. The group sat atop the pickup truck, witnessing the soldiers loading their supplies into the vehicle, leaving behind the place where they had struggled to survive for a few days. They appeared pitiful, yet they remained blissfully unaware that they were being transported to a base that, at this juncture, could undoubtedly be deemed a veritable paradise. This was not modern society. No one would bestow riches upon them simply because they appeared pitiable. A lack of effort could cost them their lives. Within the confines of the base, they would hardly face external dangers and would be well protected, provided they contributed a modicum of labor. Diligence would suffice to sustain themselves. In a post-apocalyptic world, where could one find such a boon? Thus, before long, they would be grateful for their capture, thanking the formidable leader for their rescue. Continuing along the designated route, they had captured over 100 individuals. No, that was not the right term. It should be stated they had surrendered to fate. Aligning themselves with him, over 100 had pledged their allegiance. Not bad. After all, it was a fortuitous endeavor, gathering additional laborers to expedite their tasks. After 2 to 3 hours, they finally arrived near the granary. However, to Yu Hongzhuang's astonishment, there was indeed a supply crate within the granary. He had not noticed it before, but now, alerted by his assistant's sensors, he was made aware. A smile crept across his face. Today had indeed been a triple triumph. The issue of food could now be resolved for an extended period, and in addition to capturing over 100 individuals, he had acquired a crate. Very good. Peering from atop the tank, Yu Hongzhuang surveyed the situation at the granary through binoculars. There were quite a number of zombies in this vital location, which surely had attracted many hands in the past. It was truly tragic to see the once pitiful populace transformed into the undead. Brothers, you have worked hard. I shall soon deliver you from this plight. Just by glancing, he could see hundreds of zombies outside the warehouse. Densely packed, an unsettling sight. From over 100 meters away, he could smell the horrid stench that threatened to induce nausea. A gust of wind blew, prompting Yu Hongzhuang to hastily cover his mouth and nose before retreating into the tank. This provided some relief. He had no desire to inhale that repugnant odor, which likely surpassed even that of a refused dump. After a moment, he emerged from the tank to direct operations and gain a clearer understanding of the scene. That said, what command skills could an ordinary person like Yu Hongzhuang possess? You worthless trash today, I shall annihilate you all. Fire 2 shots to test the waters. Since acquiring the tank, he had developed a fondness for its cannon fire. Often indulging in a couple of rounds for amusement, compared to the soldiers' firearms, the tank's cannon was truly in a league of its own, primarily due to its sheer power and the awe it inspired. Receiving the command, the tank adjusted its cannon, aiming at the zombies before unleashing 2 shots. The thunderous sound reverberated, just as the zombies had begun to notice the enemy approaching. They were about to learn that they had underestimated their foe. Can they really hit us from this distance? Ha! What a foolish human! Then, chaos erupted as flesh and bone were sent flying, limbs scattered in every direction. In the midst of the horde, 2 small clearings emerged. Devoid of standing zombies, the ground was charred black, emanating a foul odor mixed with the potent scent of gunpowder. Despite the horrific scene, the horde showed no signs of retreat, resolutely charging forward. The commotion even attracted nearby zombies, swelling their ranks, but Yu Hongzhuang appeared to relish the increasing number of zombies, akin to a spectator enjoying a show. He bellowed, "Damn it! Hit them hard. Do not allow them to gather in large numbers. Clear them all out." Deployed at the forefront, nearly every squad was equipped with a machine gun. The secondary weapon from the Grey Bear tank had been disassembled and distributed, granting each squad one. A metallic storm loomed before everyone. 16,000 rounds of ammunition for 2 platoons and 6 squads. Each squad possessed over 2,000 rounds, sufficient for a brief skirmish lasting several minutes. Despite the impressive appearance of these machine guns, capable of firing thousands of rounds per minute, historical records from World War II indicate that a single machine gun would only discharge 1,000 rounds over the span of half an hour. Chapter 37. The relentless sound of gunfire echoed continuously. Had the adversary been human, they would have long sought shelter. Bullets barely succeeded in claiming a life. Historical data reveals that, on average, 1,000 rounds were required to slay a single individual during the Second World War. A few thousand rounds were hardly noteworthy, yet, facing a horde of mindless zombies rendered the situation trivial. In this minor metallic tempest, The zombies fell like wheat before the scythe, collapsing en masse. A few were distinguishable. Missing limbs, their heads shattered from gunfire. Despite the hundreds, indeed, now over 1,000, zombies before them, they could not advance. The sheer volume of ammunition was more than enough to satiate their demise. To approach the defensive line was utterly impossible. Occasionally, a shell would land, further ensuring their obliteration. The terrifying firepower of dozens of guns and 4 tanks had secured dominion over this street. A panorama of bullets danced through the air, littering the ground with metallic casings. Within Yu Hongzhuang's heart, a flicker of exhilaration ignited. His faction had grown immensely powerful. Though he was currently impoverished, having expended every last resource, he remained unperturbed by his destitution. Pride surged within him. In the pickup truck, the bound captives were bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Suddenly, the air was filled with deafening gunfire. Even the dimmest among them could discern that a battle had commenced. Faintly, the roars of zombies could be heard. Leaving the captives in a state of turmoil, uncertain whether to hope for the soldiers' victory or that of the undead. While the soldiers wielded formidable firepower, they were the very ones who had captured them. And they secretly wished for their failure. Yet, if step by step, they dragged themselves outside, a bag of rice weighs no less than 60 jin, which means 2 bags total 120 jin. Quite a considerable effort indeed. This is how it should be. Let us expedite the process and finish as soon as possible so we can return to the base. What purpose is there in lingering in this wretched place? The stench is unbearable. It's best not to entertain any nefarious thoughts, for my bullets show no mercy. While supervising their task, I resorted to menacing them with harsh words. The soldier overseeing the operation truly possesses a peculiar sense of enjoyment. Yu Hongzhuang, however, had no desire to traverse the foul-smelling heap of corpses. As long as he knew there was food to be salvaged, that was sufficient. There was no need to subject himself to such indignities, nor to inhale that repugnant aroma. The scent, more odious than anything imaginable, was best left unexperienced for a lifetime. He genuinely suspected that if this odor were to be stored and released during combat, it could rival the potency of biological weapons. Just the mere whiff could induce relentless vomiting among hundreds, if not thousands. One might imagine that the infamous skunk bomb would likely share a similar essence. It was truly horrendous. Can one fathom the stench of a latrine that has not been opened for years? Innocently, one might ask, are you boiling excrement? Enough of that. It is simply too revolting. Despite the grotesque circumstances, Yu Hongzhuang felt a flicker of joy within, for the base's food supply had been resolved for a while. During their leisurely wait, an unusual soldier meandered into the mass of corpses. Indeed, he was like a husky among golden retrievers, extraordinarily unique and utterly out of place, daring to venture into that foulness. Could he not perceive the stench? Several soldiers, upon observing him, instinctively took 2 steps back. Who would have thought that someone they regularly conversed with would behave thusly on the battlefield? Does every individual possess duality? There is always an undisclosed facet of one's character. How curious that he harbors such a penchant. Next time, I shall ensure to keep my distance from this individual. The odor clinging to him is easily transmissible. He boldly advanced deeper, crouching down to prod a corpse with his weapon, gazing curiously at the reanimated body before him. This particular zombie appeared remarkably different from the others, its bodily integrity significantly more intact. The rest were mere remnants, dismembered and shattered. Yet here lay a complete corpse, albeit riddled with numerous wounds. How peculiar! Had a bullet not fortuitously struck its head, it might very well have remained alive. It seemed formidable. After a brief inspection, he departed, for the scent was far from pleasant. His curiosity was merely fleeting. Observing from a distance, another soldier was overtaken by goosebumps, clutching his arms as he remarked to a nearby comrade, "Do you think that fellow has some issues?" He actually went to inspect the corpses. Surely, a normal person wouldn't he engage in such behavior. In contrast, the soldier beside him remained composed, responding, "Don't overthink it. We are in a post-apocalyptic world, and such actions are hardly surprising. It is merely a reflection of the darker side of human nature. Everyone possesses a unique duality." Another soldier, having overheard their conversation, chimed in, "If you ask me, you may have misjudged him. He might be a necrophiliac. I once heard survivors in the base mention that this condition is a psychological disorder characterized by an obsession with corpses, particularly those one has slain, as it provides a sense of security. How unfortunate for that curious soldier, merely glancing at a body amidst the corpses, to be subjected to such harsh scrutiny. Truly tragic, one might say. Even more unjust than the tales of Do Yi. After waiting for over an hour, Yu Hongzhuang's spirits were somewhat elevated as he leapt from the vehicle. Initially, he had been quite pleased, having successfully raided the granary. Yet, the time taken to transport the supplies felt exceedingly prolonged. Over an hour had elapsed, and they still had not finished. How extensive must this granary be? The map indicated it was small-scale. Yet over 100 individuals had labored for more than an hour without completion. However, the surrounding corpses and the nauseating odor deterred him from investigating further. His patience had been eroded by the passage of time, and he no longer wished to wait. Lingering here was dreadfully dull. Alas, it was time to return to the base. The sentinels stationed here were unnecessary, given that the nearby zombies had already been eradicated. A single squad would suffice for oversight. Another squad could escort him back. If those transporting the food knew of Yu Hongzhuang's thoughts, they would surely cry out in protest. With such an abundance of provisions in the granary, it was no trivial matter. Even 1,000 people would struggle to complete the task in an hour. They would feel wronged. Yet, Yu Hongzhuang remained oblivious to the vast quantities within the granary. He had no conception of the enormity of figures like 10 tons or more. He simply understood that it was sufficient to feed thousands for an extended period. He had never encountered such towering stacks of rice and flour, nor such extensive storage. Chapter 39. Report to the commander. Thank you for your patience. 2 soldiers hurried over, backpacks in tow, panting heavily, clearly fatigued. Yu Hongzhuang nodded appreciatively. He did not reproach them, for they had just endured a battle and had not been afforded adequate rest before embarking on their quest for gold. How could he possibly find fault with them? Yet, it was indeed a lengthy wait. Searching house by house was a slow process. In modern society, living standards have risen. Typically, who does not possess a bit of gold jewelry? A single household may not own much, but when considering dozens of households, the quantity becomes significant. Time was limited, so they had only searched a few dozen residences. Yu Hongzhuang smiled and said, "No worries. Your timing is impeccable. I am not in a rush. How much gold and silver have you gathered? Please hand it over." "Yes, sir." The soldiers presented their backpacks to Yu Hongzhuang. He took the bag, waved his hand nonchalantly, and remarked, "Well done this time. Hurry and rest in the vehicle. We shall return to the base shortly." "Understood, Commander." They saluted before swiftly boarding the vehicle. Such is the nature of soldiers, whether from before the apocalypse or summoned by the Red Alert system. They are always decisive and efficient. He mentally urged his assistant to calculate the funds within the backpack. The system detected redeemable funds amounting to 3568. Excellent. Yu Hongzhuang weighed it in his hands. Feeling it was about right, he trusted the assistant would not miscalculate. "Let us convert it all." Ding. Conversion complete. As the notification sounded, Yu Hongzhuang felt the weight in his hands diminish, and the contents of the backpack vanished. He marveled at the system's remarkable capabilities. Gold and silver had seemingly evaporated. The previously zero balance of redeemable funds now boasted a modest sum. A flicker of security blossomed within him. Such is the power of money. Alas, though 3,000 plus was still rather meager, it served as a scant comfort. Yet, he intended to spend this newfound wealth immediately. His memory indicated there were over 600 survivors, and with the recent recovery of this group, the total had surpassed 700. The military contingent consisted of just over 100 soldiers, and they needed personnel for guarding and transporting food, patrolling the base, and scavenging for supplies. Manpower was becoming increasingly strained. Thus, Yu Hongzhuang resolved to construct several additional soldiers. However, this time, he did not intend to summon more mobilized soldiers, but instead, he sought to create American soldiers. Previously, he had been constrained by a lack of funds, wishing to stretch each point as far as possible, but now he had a bit more leeway. Moreover, he contemplated the nature of combat. It is not merely about numbers. Firepower holds equal significance. The American soldier class is equipped far superior to that of the mobilized soldiers. Of course, the cost was double that of mobilized troops, but the firepower would undoubtedly compensate for it. While the summoned figures would not necessarily be American, the system allowed the commander to freely choose their race and gender. Should he wish, he could even construct an all-female army composed entirely of beauties. However, Yu Hongzhuang was not inclined towards such extravagance. They were still in the survival phase of the apocalypse and not yet in a position to indulge. Male soldiers offered a more advantageous edge in terms of survival. The cost of an American soldier was 200 points, meaning one could purchase 2 mobilized soldiers. Nevertheless, the equipment and configuration of the American soldiers were valued at 100 points each. Assistant, please provide information about the American soldiers. Soon, a stream of data flowed into his mind. Basic infantry. These soldiers have undergone fundamental combat skills training, i.e. in terms of weaponry and equipment. Each American soldier is outfitted with a submachine gun and a heavy machine gun. Clad in a composite bulletproof vest equipped with shoulder pads and donning a combat helmet with goggles. American soldiers can engage enemies directly with their submachine guns or swiftly deploy sandbags to utilize the heavy machine gun against foes. Comparatively, the machine gun boasts a longer range, greater power, and faster firing rate. Upon perusing this information, Yu Hongzhuang smacked his lips in disbelief and remarked, "This defies logic. How can a single soldier manage both a submachine gun and a heavy machine gun? Not to mention the rapid deployment of sandbags. Is it akin to something out of a video game? Are these sandbags carried on their person? If it truly operates like in the game, it is utterly nonsensical. No wonder the firepower increases post-deployment." Sighing, he mused, well, given the apocalyptic scenario, who can apply scientific reasoning to such matters? There's no point in obsessing over what's logical anymore. The situation has transcended rational explanation. Unable to comprehend it fully, Yu Hongzhuang adjusted his mindset, deciding not to dwell on such rigid thoughts. With his limited intellect, having never graduated from university, how could he grasp these complexities? As long as he understood that deployment was possible and that the heavy machine gun provided superior firepower, that sufficed. As long as the Red Alert base was established, he could order construction from anywhere, regardless of the vast distances between the North and South Poles. With 3,500 resource points on hand, he could construct 17 American soldiers. Though somewhat insufficient, he resigned himself to this limitation. It was all he had. 17 soldiers would barely alleviate the pressure of manpower shortages. In truth, compared to the American soldiers, Yu Hongzhuang had a particular admiration for the Navy SEALs, a special forces unit known for their impressive numbers and formidable solo combat capabilities. They were incredibly cool, demonstrating remarkable agility and executing demanding missions. Perhaps with a dozen SEALs, he could wipe out thousands of zombies in one fell swoop. This exemplified the disparity in the strengths of different military units. Of course, the cost was also a factor. Shaking his head, he reminded himself that such a dream was still far from his reach. One day, I shall build my own elite special forces unit. Yu Hongzhuang silently vowed, setting a modest goal for himself. Special operations would indeed require specialized tactics. Having digressed, he focused on the task at hand and clicked the icon for 17 American soldiers in the barracks, signaling the commencement of their construction. He issued orders to his troops. First platoon, lead your men to guard the transport at the granary. Take your time. Proceed steadily and cautiously, keeping an eye out for zombies. Second platoon, follow me back to base. Yes, the two responded with a salute. Chapter 40. The troops began to turn back, with tanks leading the way. The prisoners would serve as laborers to transport the grain, while Yu Hongzhuang took the loaded supplies back. It had been nearly half a day since they left the base. During that time, they had been fortunate enough to capture prisoners and eliminate zombies, making for a relatively decent existence. The day was far from dull. But after dispatching the last messages, they were now occupied with transporting supplies. The wait felt interminable. After over an hour, it seemed as though several hours had passed, rendering him quite bored. Fortunately, the 3,000 resource points somewhat alleviated his ennui. Making it bearable as time slipped by, he resolved to return quickly and seek amusement on the morrow. Upon recovering the survivors, he had heard whispers of the survivor camp that had gradually formed in each city after the apocalypse. There were about 7 or 8 camps that were notable, each housing several hundred individuals. The number of armed individuals was scant, with most relying on makeshift weapons like knives, sticks, and the like. Even the firearms that existed were often substandard homemade weapons, hardly comparable to the submachine guns and semi-automatic rifles in Red Alert. However, to Yu Hongzhuang, these camps were nothing more than insignificant collectives, unworthy of mention. Despite their hundreds of inhabitants, they would be utterly powerless against his mobilized troops. Yet to the ordinary survivors, these camps appeared as formidable entities, prompting many to band together for security and actively seek to join them, thus increasing their size. Merely a few days into the apocalypse, there were already several camps of hundreds of people. The largest and most renowned among them was a camp known as Falcon IT, boasted the best reputation among survivors, claiming to be a haven for them and a protective umbrella for the people of H City. Their armed forces were also among the strongest, reportedly led by a former police officer who had seized weapons from the police station early on, capitalizing on advantageous conditions to attract others for the protection of survivors. This leader was undeniably astute. For Yu Hongzhuang, however, all of this was inconsequential. As for the Red Alert base, it had not garnered any notoriety, as all encountered survivors had been absorbed into it. All were prisoners, forcibly integrated into the Red Alert base, with none permitted to leave. Consequently, no rumors had circulated outside. The remnants were merely small survivor factions, banding together to endure. As the saying goes, the human heart is treacherous. Life was hardly easy for anyone. After some contemplation, Yu Hongzhuang realized this situation was untenable. The development of the base required population, manpower, and logistics. Without a populace, all aspirations were mere fantasies, and any talk of humanity's hope was utterly absurd. If ordinary people and survivors were unaware of the Red Alert base, how could they possibly come to join? This situation must be changed. On the return journey to the base, Yu Hongzhuang began to ponder how to raise awareness of the Red Alert base and enhance its reputation. Indeed, one could simply assault a survivor camp and forcibly recruit its members. Such raids would be swift, a one-time affair. However, many survivors had not joined any camp, and these individuals should also be incorporated. Only by increasing influence and visibility could they attract others. What if he drove a tank around H City, showcasing their might? Shaking his head, Yu Hongzhuang quickly dismissed this notion. IT would waste fuel and ammunition, and a tank roaming the city would pose unnecessary risks. Such an endeavor was not worth it. Before the apocalypse, companies often employed advertisements to inform the public. Smaller firms resorted to handing out flyers. Was he to send soldiers into the city to distribute flyers? It was unclear whether they would be giving them to survivors or zombies. Suddenly, a light ignited in Yu Hongzhuang's eyes. Yes, distributing flyers. If he could scatter a multitude of flyers throughout the city, who would remain unaware? However, traditional methods would not suffice in these times. Back then, ordinary people relied on manpower for distribution, but Yu Hongzhuang was no ordinary individual. He was the supreme leader of the Red Alert base, its commander. With aircraft at his disposal and absolute air superiority, there was no need for soldiers to risk themselves in flyer distribution. Instead, he could rain down a plethora of advertisements from the sky, landing them on the ground below. As long as people saw them, they would know as for the potential dangers. What trouble could those camps possibly cause the base? They were merely numerous, with hardly a few firearms among them. What could they do? Even if they united, he would not regard them as a threat. They were nothing more than refuse. Even a heap of garbage posed no threat. At this stage, the only real threat came from the overwhelming hordes of zombies, far surpassing the base in numbers. With this thought, Yu Hongzhuang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he envisioned countless individuals flocking to join the Red Alert base. Manpower and logistics would significantly increase. With no logistical concerns, the Red Alert base could expand at an astonishing pace. In a moment of reverie, Yu Hongzhuang was pulled back to reality by the jostling of the tank. Regaining his composure, he realized that not only could this method recruit survivors, but it could also be extended further. A slight smile graced his lips, tinged with eagerness. He could print on the same flyer that gold and silver, as precious metals, could be exchanged at the Red Alert base for various resources, without limits on quantity. Below, it could state that whether it be water, food, slaves, firearms, or other materials, all could be exchanged. By doing so, not on the gold and silver exchanged here are entirely sourced from one's own funds. In the apocalypse, the once valuable gold and paper currency have plummeted to worthlessness, leaving only personal collection as a viable option. Once this market is activated, countless individuals will aid in gathering the city's gold and silver. The influx of funding points will significantly increase. At that time, formidable military units will be constructed, fortifying the base's security. The competition will also possess greater capital, facilitating the annexation of other camps. Chapter 41. Yet another brilliant strategy yielding multiple benefits, truly remarkable. The development speed of the Red Alert base is at its zenith. As time gradually passes, the return journey, retracing the same path, offers no particularly interesting incidents. Upon reaching the base, Yu Hongzhuang leapt down from the tank. The van behind proceeded towards the warehouse to unload its cargo. As the facility prepares to replenish its food supplies, the warehouse manager, a young woman, languidly oversees the storage, surrounded by numerous cameras, leaving no possibility for pilfering, especially with soldiers stationed outside. Attempting to steal would result in a swift punishment. The work is relatively easy. She merely needs to sit at her desk, observing and recording what individuals take and at what time. Compared to the labor of others, her duties are almost effortless. Of course, this ease comes with the downside of receiving less food rations. As a woman, her consumption is modest, thus she is quite content with her current role. However, it is generally the chief steward Fan Wan who personally retrieves supplies. Conducting nightly audits. Others are not permitted to approach. Hearing the sound of engines, she curiously stood up to look outside. Although she resides within the base, she seldom glimpses tanks. Others often recount their experiences to her. The woman, lacking knowledge about engines, assumed they belonged to substantial tanks. To her astonishment, she witnessed 4 or 5 vans, their exteriors stained with dark, brownish blood. Once gleaming silver, they now appeared nearly blackened and crimson. A foul stench wafted from them. This odor was not unfamiliar to her, though she had only encountered it a few times, leaving a lasting impression. Instantly, her complexion paled as she instinctively took a step back. Covering her nose, overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. The base is typically quite clean, and she had not encountered such a scent in days. Although she did not see the tanks, the impact of this scene on her psyche was profound. So much zombie blood. How many had they slain? It was utterly terrifying. While she stood in stunned silence, Chief Steward Fan Wan, accompanied by over 10 men, hurried over, beads of sweat forming on their brows from exertion. The mobilized soldiers began to leap down from the vans. Despite the appearance of a single van, it could accommodate over 10 individuals. These vans were intentionally selected for their larger size, with seats removed to allow for greater capacity for both personnel and supplies. Each person occupies a limited amount of space, and they can easily sit atop bags of rice. Conditions are somewhat harsh, yet they can transport more soldiers and food, ensuring safety and efficiency. The mobilized soldiers harbored no objections. The commander's will was their guiding principle. At the mere command, they would undertake any task, even sitting atop rice if necessary. Once the soldiers disembarked from the vans, the laborious men promptly began unloading. The warehouse manager regained her composure, attending to the laborers. "You've worked hard. Place the rice here and the flour over there." The men were exhilarated, for all this was food. Wonderful food. The more provisions the base accumulated, the happier they would be. While Fan Wan maintained an air of superiority towards other survivors, she exhibited nothing but politeness towards these soldiers. Stepping forward with a radiant smile, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you immensely. This is all thanks to your efforts. Without you, the people of the base would have perished from hunger." The mobilized soldiers laughed heartily, one exclaiming, "We truly are nothing special. It is all due to the commander's brilliant foresight. If gratitude is to be given, let it be directed towards the commander. Brothers, let us move." A raucous group of unruly soldiers strode away in laughter. As for the vans, there would be others to handle them. Their sole responsibility was combat and defense. Whether to destroy or clean and repair, such matters did not concern them. When the call for battle arose, they would naturally step forward. Now, having returned from combat, they deserved a well-earned rest. The weary laborers, drenched in sweat, exhibited traces of envy. Who among them had not wished to serve as soldiers before the apocalypse? In these perilous times, the need for strength and weaponry has intensified the desire to enlist. Regrettably, Yu Hongzhuang had no intention of recruiting survivors for military service. They lacked weapons and provisions, possessing nothing of value. Moreover, the most critical factor was mistrust. Having only recently engaged with the survivors, they lacked a genuine sense of belonging to the base. Who could guarantee that, once armed, they would remain loyal? Even after becoming familiar over time, could there be no one who harbored rebellious thoughts? Such situations could easily lead to significant troubles. Therefore, the unwavering loyalty of the Red Alert soldiers was incomparable to that of the survivors. With 100 funding points, one could secure a trained, armed mobilized soldier with absolute loyalty. Was this not far superior to the survivors, who would require gradual training to become accustomed to firearms? From the very beginning, Yu Hongzhuang had not entertained such thoughts regarding the survivors. He consistently regarded them as individuals to be protected, focusing on logistics. His thoughts were more inclined towards how to earn funding points. Just then, he stumbled upon an excellent strategy. Now returned to his room, his study also served as his office, housing all the base's documents and information. Seated at his desk, he opened a drawer and began sifting through it, searching for any talent in advertisement design. Even for flyers, a touch of aesthetic appeal was necessary. Relying solely on a plain A4 sheet would seem utterly unreliable. After half an hour of perusing hundreds of documents, he finally found a suitable candidate. Rubbing his temples, he muttered to himself, with so many individuals, reviewing their information is quite laborious. Seems I need to rethink our statistical methodology, or perhaps categorize personnel for easier access. Remaining seated in his study, he issued orders to the mobilized soldiers accompanying Fan Wan via his assistant, instructing her to summon the individual to meet with him. Zooming out, the names and information on his desk came into view. Name: Shanxi. Age: 34. Skills: advertisement design, IT specialist, computer repair. After the previous surprise, Fan Wan had somewhat grown accustomed to the mobilized soldiers conveying orders. The young individuals possessed a strong capacity for acceptance. Perhaps these soldiers had received some sort of signal. Ignoring the ongoing loading of supplies in the warehouse, she hurried to find Shanxi. Although monitoring their activities was crucial, ensuring the execution of the adults' orders was of paramount importance. Even more so than the food supplies. Chapter 42. The base is not large, merely the size of a factory. Fan Wan swiftly located Shanxi and escorted him to meet with the esteemed leader. Initially, Shanxi felt a wave of panic. Having been diligently working, he was suddenly summoned by the chief steward. Had he made some mistake unbeknownst to him? Would he face punishment? As they walked, his anxiety only heightened upon realizing that it was not the chief steward seeking him, but rather the most powerful individual in the base who wished to meet him. Fear, excitement, and an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. Shanxi was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Even if he had committed a minor error, it hardly warranted a personal audience with such a figure, did it? Overwhelmed with trepidation, he trembled as he walked, profoundly anxious about his fate. One wished to face death. Shanxi was no exception, and his timid nature amplified his fear. At just over 30, he still had plenty of youth and time ahead of him. He did not want to die. Lost in his thoughts, he soon arrived at the door of Yu Hongzhuang's room. Offering a nervous smile to the soldier guarding the entrance, he cautiously stepped inside. Upon entering the study and meeting Yu Hongzhuang's gaze, Shanxi's legs trembled even more violently. He attempted to maintain composure, yet his legs seemed to act of their own accord, quaking uncontrollably. Yu Hongzhuang rested his chin on his hand, observing the three individuals before him. As his gaze shifted towards Shanxi, the latter instinctively shut his eyes, cold sweat breaking out in fear. Terribly frightened, he remained motionless. Fan Wan, with her porcelain complexion and rosy cheeks, boasted delicate, radiant skin, likely the result of diligent skincare. She appeared even more alluring, exuding a newfound femininity that compelled Yu Hongzhuang to steal a few extra glances. Nonetheless, this meeting held serious business. Is this the individual named Shanxi? He pondered, noting the man's glasses and tattered clothing, which rendered him indistinguishable from ordinary survivors. He hoped the man's skills in advertisement design would prove substantial. Yet, what perplexed him was why this individual kept his eyes shut. Could it be that he was blind? Why is it not written on the roster? Was it lost before the apocalypse or after? But if it was before the apocalypse, how was the design conceived? In a moment of grand contemplation, he noticed the person's eyes, which were merely squinted open. Infuriated, Yu Hongzhuang slammed the table, startling Dan Si into tightly shutting his eyes, too frightened to even breathe. With a hint of irritation, he said, "If you're not blind, why don't you open your eyes? Am I that terrifying that you can't even bear to look at me?" The very words sent a shiver down Dan Si's spine. And why heavens? The Lord wants me to look at him. How should I do that? Should I stand or lie down? Perhaps even upside down? Fortunately, Yu Hongzhuang was oblivious to Dan Si's tumultuous thoughts. Otherwise, he would have truly made him look upside down. Want to stand on your head? Let me see you try. After a moment of intimidation, Yu Hongzhuang's anger subsided. Ahem. Dan Si, right? A faint voice echoed in the room. Yes, my lord. Speak up, with such a soft voice. Are you passing gas? Seeing him like this? Yu Hongzhuang was further incensed. What is wrong with this man? How can a man be so effeminate? A man like this would die a bachelor in the northeast. No woman would ever look at him. Yes, my lord, I am Dan Si. His voice quivered, which was truly alarming. Why Yu Hongzhuang was somewhat speechless at his demeanor. He was excessively effeminate. No wonder the government had proposed a plan before the apocalypse to rectify the increasingly feminized nature of men. A man in his 30s behaving like this is indeed quite severe. Dan Si, brother, this isn't being effeminate. It's being cowardly, trying to salvage the last shred of dignity. Sob, sob, sob. If this fellow weren't somewhat useful, Yu Hongzhuang would have been tempted to kick him out. He was too much of an eyesore. All right, Dan Si, the reason I called you here is to assign you a task. If you perform well, I will commend you greatly. May I inquire what the task is? Dan Si, feeling trepidation, wished to refuse but ultimately didn't dare, mustering the courage to speak. Why Yu Hongzhuang looked at him with an indifferent expression, betraying no hint of emotion, and coldly said, I've reviewed your information. You were previously engaged in advertising design, correct? I want you to create a promotional flyer for our base. Can you manage that? Is that all? Dan Si could hardly believe is this real. Just as he was diligently working, he was suddenly summoned just to design a flyer. Are you kidding me, you, the lord of such a vast base? Are you truly this bored? Just to have me design a flyer? In this oppressive room, with the curtains drawn and the atmosphere so tense, he had assumed it was some daunting task. But what was it? Just this? Just this? You are wasting my emotions, damn it. It's a green plant. Yet despite all the internal complaints and curses, he dared not voice them. If they were equals, he would have likely pointed a finger at Yu Hongzhuang and cursed at him. Unfortunately, they were not. One was lofty while the other was as insignificant as grass. Even with 10 times the courage, Dan Si wouldn't dare point his finger at Yu Hongzhuang. Upon hearing about this exceedingly simple task, his posture straightened, and he no longer trembled, as if he had just chewed on some invigorating gum. With newfound confidence, he declared, My lord, rest assured, if it's merely a flyer, I can have it ready by tomorrow. Such a rapid turnaround was certainly good news. A smile broke across Yu Hongzhuang's face as he remarked, That's splendid. It seems your speed is commendable, but I require not only speed but also exceptional quality. This flyer is of great importance, and I will have it copied extensively and distributed. I hope you understand the significance and do not disappoint me, all right? In a field he excelled in, Dan Si brimmed with confidence. As if the cowardice he had just displayed had never belonged to him. He was not intimidated by Yu Hongzhuang's words. After all, he was the finest advertising designer in the entire company. Each of his creations had brought substantial profits to the firm. Therefore, he was exceedingly confident, asserting that even in the whole of H City, his advertising design skills were among the best. My lord, please rest assured, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to this design and will not let you down. Why Yu Hongzhuang nodded in satisfaction. Regardless of how great Dan Si's skills truly were, his attitude was already exponentially better than before. Confidence in a person often evokes an inexplicable sense of trust. Why Yu Hongzhuang wished to place his trust in him. After all, he was the sole advertising designer in the base at that moment. This was one of the reasons he was keen on recruiting survivors. Even if many were not entirely loyal, their talents could still be of use, as long as he held the power of force. No one could rise against him. Chapter 43 regarding this flyer, it should encapsulate 2 main points. First, extol the virtues of our Red Alert base and invite survivors to join us as long as they work diligently. We can offer protection, sparing them from facing zombies. Second, the base will open a trading market. Anyone with gold, silver, or similar metal resources can exchange them with us for food, water, and resources, even firearms and ammunition. It is crucial to emphasize these 2 points with equal importance. Upon hearing these words, the room fell eerily silent for a few seconds. The atmosphere turned strange. Fan Wan could hardly contain herself from speaking. But after glancing at Yu Hongzhuang, she chose to remain silent. She couldn't understand why he would so willingly exchange the base's resources for something as trivial as gold and silver, which held no real value. Yet she understood that this was not her place to question or refute the Lord's decisions. No one enjoys having their subordinates contradict them, so she held her tongue. As for Dan Si, He was indeed bewildered. Even as an ordinary person, he understood how crucial resources were in the apocalypse. Water, food, firearms, and weapons were the very foundation of survival. Why would they trade these essential items for inconsequential gold or silver? Wasn't he this putting the cart before the horse? He was initially brimming with confidence, believing he could craft an exceptional advertisement, but was he truly expected to frame it around these 2 points? If so, from his perspective, this base was doomed to perish, yet he lacked the courage to question or negotiate. Thus, the room remained cold for 2 to 3 seconds, with nobody daring to speak. It was Yu Hongzhuang who finally broke the silence. Recognizing that the atmosphere demanded a response, he asked, "What's the matter? Is what I propose so difficult? Is there a problem? Any difficulties? Speak up, and I'll consider them." At this moment, Dan Si felt his back drenched in sweat. Bearing immense pressure, completely devoid of the confidence he had just displayed in a significantly subdued tone, he asked, "My lord, are we truly to proceed with this?" Yu Hongzhuang, in turn, wore a puzzled expression, as if 3 question marks had appeared on his forehead. "What do you mean by that?" He unhesitatingly stated the facts. "Of course, we must. I've pondered this for quite some time. It's an excellent strategy. Furthermore, I'm inquiring if there are any issues with designing the advertisement. Not asking you to question my methods. Spare me such nonsense. This is my decision, understood?" His words, though somewhat unreasonable, still carried an air of authority. Before his subordinates, the aura of a ruler had taken on a somewhat menacing quality. How frightening! Following this, Dan Si fell silent, no longer daring to utter a word, reverting to his previous anxious demeanor. He could only assure that he would have the advertisement template ready by tomorrow for the Lord's review. "Very well, I shall await your good news tomorrow. Fan Wan, whatever requests he has, as long as they are not excessive, please accommodate him and ensure he produces the advertisement promptly, even if it requires overtime." This was stated in a tone that implied it was a matter of course, as if it were an obligation. "Yes, my lord. I will certainly work overtime to ensure he delivers to your satisfaction. Presenting my most exceptional work." Subsequently, the two exited the room, both instinctively wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Fan Wan was somewhat better off, merely glistening with a light sheen of sweat on her forehead. As for Dan Si, to be honest, he had rarely encountered such imposing presence. Even his usual company president didn't exude such authority. Perhaps it was the fact that his life was in someone else's hands. His back was soaked. It was terrifying. Taking a step forward felt as if he were swaying, as if his body were no longer his own. "Are you all right?" A melodious voice came from behind. It was Fan Wan, expressing her concern. "As a man, how could he appear weak in front of a beautiful woman?" With a determined grit, he clenched his teeth and feigned a robust demeanor, stating, "It's nothing. I am well aware of my physical condition. I merely broke a sweat, and there is no significant issue." Fan Wan smiled and replied, "Is that so? That is reassuring. Now, let us hasten to commence our work. Once completed, it must be presented to the esteemed leader. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." A sudden jolt surged through Dan Si's heart. Akin to being struck by Cupid's arrow, this woman's smile was simply enchanting. It felt as though he had been pierced by an arrow, yet simultaneously untouched. What was this complex mix of heartache and joy? Having been single for over 30 years, he experienced such emotions for the first time. His heart raced and visibly flushed. He blurted out, "All right." Noticing an unusual change in his demeanor, Fan Wan paid it little mind and continued, "Go ahead and speak. We are all working for the leader's benefit. Do not hesitate to ask for what you need." Gazing at Fan Wan's fair and rosy complexion, he found it surreal that someone once deemed untouchable would seek assistance and was even open to requests. He instinctively swallowed hard, forcing himself to shift his focus and regain composure. It was rather inappropriate to be so fixated on her face. He spoke earnestly, "If possible, I would prefer to have a computer and a drawing tablet. As for the internet, it is not essential. Having it would be advantageous, but lacking it is not a deal-breaker. The drawing tablet is crucial for advertising design. Without it, I cannot even sketch." Fan Wan, seemingly grasping his request, nodded thoughtfully, recalling the supplies available at the base and feeling optimistic about accommodating his needs. The rest seemed manageable, but the electricity posed a challenge. Computers were commonplace in the factory and many offices, and a drawing tablet could be sourced, though perhaps only 1 or 2 were available. The real dilemma lay in the power supply. Currently, only the leader's room had electricity. The leader had entrusted them with the task, so they could not trouble him unnecessarily. They were subordinates, tasked with fulfilling their duties to the best of their abilities, rather than seeking the leader's assistance at the first sign of difficulty. I recall there being a power generator. Here, the manpower generates electricity. With over 10 individuals alternating to provide power, we should be able to sustain one computer, right? Chapter 44. Before long, Fanwan set about organizing the matter. Utilizing her position as the second highest authority in the base to procure a computer and a drawing tablet, which she placed in a room where more than 10 robust men pedaled bicycles to generate electricity. Thus, the computer was powered. Fanwan tested the setup. Once she confirmed it was operational, she summoned Dancy. Emerging from Yu Hongzhuang's room after finishing dinner, Dancy was surprised to be called so soon. What's this? Has everything been arranged so quickly? It's only been a little over 10 minutes. Upon arriving at the scene and seeing the burly men outside, his face turned pale. So this was what they meant by many hands making light work. Who knew they could generate electricity in such a manner? It seemed the leader's room had always been powered this way. He wondered if that was the method employed. Now that everything was prepared, it was time to commence work. He expressed his gratitude to Fanwan. Thank you immensely. Your efficiency is remarkable. I shall endeavor to swiftly produce the advertising design. Fanwan, unfazed by the praise, had grown more confident since becoming a leader. With a smile, she replied, that is splendid. We are all working for the leader. Let us get to it. Dancy nodded gravely and began his work. Upon starting, he immediately sensed the quality of the computer and drawing tablet far exceeded what he had previously used, by an immeasurable margin. Ah, the malevolent capitalists. Meanwhile, Yu Hongzhuang, in his study, dozed off and dreamt of constructing 108 Tanya vehicles, obliterating the enemy before him. Upon waking, a forgotten task surfaced in his mind, yet he felt no urgency. He realized he had yet to open the first supply box received and had also neglected the second. He had completely forgotten about the boxes he had stored in his room. Before opening the boxes, he needed to prepare. Summoning 2 mobilized soldiers stationed outside, he invited them to join him in unboxing. Some boxes contained items that could elevate the ranks of nearby troops. It would be a shame to miss out on such opportunities. As Yu Hongzhuang opened the supply box, he was surprised by its lightness. Inside, rather than a substantial item, lay a small model resembling a base vehicle, a miniature version. He pondered why another base vehicle had appeared in his mind when he already had one. What purpose would another serve? He inquired within his mind to his assistant, Commander, the new base vehicle can enter your consciousness. Should the commander perish, this new base vehicle will become your new form, allowing for resurrection. What? The new base vehicle can resurrect me? Yu Hongzhuang asked eagerly. In a post-apocalyptic world, people's greatest fear was for their safety. Those in positions of power had yet to fully relish the joys of their status, only to face potential death. They all wished to survive, and this new base vehicle represented a lifeline, an opportunity for revival after perilous encounters. Indeed, Commander. Marvelous. This means I have an additional life. Yu Hongzhuang clenched his fist in exhilaration, never expecting the first supply box would bring him such joy. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and he believed the next box might also yield delightful surprises. Before he could calm his exhilaration, he eagerly opened the second box. Inside was a luminous object resembling a star, trailing starlight as it entered Yu Hongzhuang's consciousness. He barely had time to react before it merged into his mind. This is, his assistant interjected, unlocking training center, and then silence. Expecting some change, Yu Hongzhuang was taken aback as he touched his forehead, contemplating what had just transpired. Regaining his focus, he hurriedly accessed the system's main interface, revealing all the red alert structures he could now construct. Compared to the previous day, a new icon appeared today, the training center. Was this what the assistant had mentioned? What purpose does this serve? Only non-mechanical units may enter. Within this structure, 10 level 3 soldiers will be trained within a day. Once training concludes, the facility will be unusable. Upon understanding, Yu Hongzhuang recognized it. He had built such structures in past games. Once the newly trained soldiers entered, they would quickly become level 3 elite fighters. This was remarkable, an extraordinary value. Level 3 soldiers could stand firm against tanks. Placing 10 level 3 soldiers at the base gate would deter even hundreds of adversaries. They would automatically regenerate, akin to superheroes, possessing formidable firepower. This unboxing session had granted him two magnificent surprises: an additional life from the first box and a highly beneficial structure from the second. While 10 standard level 3 soldiers might not be significant, assembling 10 level 3 special forces would yield devastating power. In previous games, Yu Hongzhuang had employed similar tactics. With proper strategy, 10 soldiers could dismantle an enemy base, even against formidable foes. While he could currently construct 10 special forces, the cost was prohibitive, 1,000 resource points each, totaling 10,000 for 10. Such expenses were exorbitant, hence he had refrained from building them. Indulgence based on preference was impractical. Reality dictated caution. Lacking walls, with only 2 laser turrets and a mere 100 troops, many other essential structures required construction. There were simply no spare funds. Chapter 45 to know that in the realm of gaming, opening chests may sometimes yield nothing but empty air, utterly devoid of value. This time, however, I opened 2 chests, and the outcome was exceedingly gratifying. I unlocked a building and gained an extra life. Such rewards are unquestionably fit for a true fortunate soul. It can be said that Yu Hongzhuang's ability to preserve his life has significantly enhanced. For now, he possesses an additional life. Moreover, the elite third-tier special forces trained henceforth will serve as the guard. And with such formidable defenses, unless faced with weapons of mass destruction, they are unlikely to be vanquished. With this thought, a joyful smile graced his face. One can only hope that future chests will yield a base vehicle. Thus, the night passed in a state of elation. The next day dawned bright and sunny. Despite the rampant spread of the zombie virus across the earth, the sun still shone as it ought. The sun seemed to say, "What relation do I have to your viral inundation?" Such was the essence of the situation. Rising in the splendid morning, it was time to wash my face and brush my teeth. Speaking of which, as a ruler of a base, should I not have a maid to attend to my needs? Yet, I thought better of it. I am no pampered young master incapable of shouldering responsibilities. Washing my face and brushing my teeth are tasks I can easily manage. What need have I for a maid? Such indulgence is truly decadent. Ultimately, I felt a hint of bashfulness. Had this been ancient times, I would have already established a harem. Once I conquer the world, I shall certainly hold a grand selection of brides. Every 5 years is an appropriate interval. Anything shorter would deny the young ladies their time to blossom. Speaking of world conquest, should I establish a socialist state or revert to feudalism? While brushing my teeth, Yu Hongzhuang pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding that feudalism would be preferable. No ulterior motives. Simply the notion that being an emperor with absolute authority is exceptionally gratifying. It is certainly not due to the allure of a harem. I am not so lecherous, gurgling as I rinsed my mouth. Please do not entertain any nefarious thoughts. Spitting out the water, I reflected on how few people in this apocalyptic world could enjoy such a luxurious toothbrushing experience. Dan C., weary-eyed, diligently labored over designs. Glancing at the blueprints on the screen, he sighed and continued to revise. Not a single flaw could be tolerated. As for working late, what is that? Serving my lord is an honor. I am pleased and willing. Yu Hongzhuang splashed water on his face, applying facial cleanser that emitted a delightful fragrance. He rubbed and massaged until white foam appeared, rinsing it away. Dan C. shook his head. The curves here lacked smoothness and required further refinement. He continued to amend. Once Yu Hongzhuang had cleansed his face and dried it with a towel, he stood before the mirror and used an expensive razor, once worth tens of thousands, to shave. Having neglected to shave for several days, his stubble had become quite coarse. Dan C. mused that the draft of the advertisement he had written was still insufficiently vibrant and required further revision. Deep in thought, he sought more expressive phrases, tapping away at the keyboard. Unconsciously, he yawned, his eyes still heavy with sleep and dark circles evident. He longed for rest. What does it mean when a single command from above costs lives below? Perhaps that is the essence of it, why Yu Hongzhuang would utter a few words, and those below would toil tirelessly to meet his demands. Even the burly men outside Dan C's door had switched shifts multiple times throughout the night. Exhausted and weary, their bodies could scarcely endure. His stomach growled in agreement, and at that very moment, he stretched languidly. Dan C was fatigued, while Yu Hongzhuang had just awakened. Soon, a bountiful breakfast was delivered. Dan C? What was he thinking? There was no breakfast at the base in the morning. An hour later, the two met in the room. Dan C stood respectfully to the side, presenting an advertisement flyer with both hands. My lord, I have fulfilled my duty. Here is the advertisement flyer I just completed for your review. Yu Hongzhuang, not being versed in advertising or media, could hardly comprehend the intricacies. He glanced over it, found it acceptable, reminiscent of those flyers he had seen at the train station. Nodding, he remarked, "Well done. Speak. What do you desire? Food, women, status. I can provide it all." Yu Hongzhuang lacked cunning. He simply understood that to get the horse to run, one must feed it hay. This time, the other party had accomplished a significant feat, and a reward was well-deserved, serving as an example for the lower-tier survivors. Those who contribute shall never be overlooked. Dan Si's heart raced as the exquisite visage of Chief Steward Fan Wan flashed through his mind, only to be extinguished almost instantly. Even a fool would know that it was impossible. He ought to propose a different request. Cautiously, he articulated his desire. "Thank you, my lord. I wish to ascend to the management tier, regardless of the role." This request did not catch Yu Hongzhuang by surprise. It is human nature to strive for advancement. Even he, after all, sought to conquer the world. Saving humanity was merely a secondary concern. The humans constructing the Red Alert base mirrored the survivors in nearly every way. They could reproduce and would remain utterly loyal. Wouldn't a world filled with Red Alert soldiers be far more appealing? Yet such an endeavor would incur exorbitant costs, rendering it unfeasible. Very well, your request is not excessive. I too believe that a few hundred individuals is rather unwieldy. It is indeed a burden for Fan Wan. Being a young lady, it would be beneficial for you to assist her with some of the responsibilities. Before long, many other survivors will join our base, and she will likely find herself overwhelmed. We anticipate a significant population surge. You shall oversee the population statistics. All newcomers must be registered, much like you were upon joining. Record their information." Dan Si's heart raced. He had not anticipated such an easy ascent to management. Population statistics? This was within his expertise, having registered upon joining the base. Finally, he would no longer languish in the lower tiers, waiting to perish. Although one could survive as long as one worked, human desires are boundless. Everyone aspires to rise higher. How splendid! Thank you, my lord. I shall cherish this opportunity and will not disappoint your expectations. This time, Yu Hongzhuang, absorbed in the flyer in his hand, paid little heed to Dan Si. He was merely a minor character, somewhat verbose and tedious. Impatiently waving his hand, he said, "Enough, cease your chatter. Go inform Fan Wan to print several 100,000 copies of this flyer. If there are any difficulties, feel free to seek me out. Now, begone." As he spoke, he tossed the flyer to Dan Si. Failing to catch it, it fell to the floor. Dan Si dared not utter a word, hastily retrieving the fallen flyer and departing in shame. Chapter 46. As Dan Si left, Yu Hongzhuang continued to ponder. Indeed, while he had initially rejoiced at the prospect of increasing the population through this method, there were drawbacks. The management tier was far too small, while the lower tier was overwhelming in number, impossible to oversee effectively. The only solution lay in elevating the management tier. Yu Hongzhuang began to scribble on the table. No wonder emperors were inundated with petitions daily. Wise rulers spent their time in the imperial study for a reason. The volume of matters was simply overwhelming. First, there was Fan Wan, the very first survivor he had rescued. Possessing considerable beauty, she held significant sentimental value for him and had proven to be quite capable. Moreover, she had tirelessly aided him in managing the base, which was no small feat. Her status would remain unchanged. She would continue as the chief steward. However, several departments needed to be established beneath her. Minister of Food, responsible for managing all food resources within the base. Minister of Human Resources, tasked with recording the grassroots survivors and all those who joined the base. It was imperative to maintain accurate records and to provide positions for those skilled individuals. Minister of Trade, the overseer of market construction within the base, striving to convert resources into gold. With a pen in hand, he jotted down these roles, relying on the limited knowledge he had acquired as a third-rate university student. This was all he could conceive at the moment. It was early in the morning, and the mental exertion was truly taxing. Such responsibilities were bothersome. Rubbing his temples, Yu Hongzhuang preferred not to overthink. Being a simple-minded fellow, he found more joy in play. The carbon pen danced between his fingers, twirling, a skill every mediocre student possesses. Whenever lost in thought, he would unconsciously engage in this action. Speaking of which, it had been nearly 10 days since the apocalypse began. Had the first-tier zombies not yet emerged? Setting the pen aside, he decided to take a stroll, feeling stifled by remaining indoors. With a substantial sum of money in hand, how could he confine himself to his quarters? 2 mobilization soldiers trailed behind him, lending him a touch of prestige, for they were indeed armed as people saw him. They either greeted him with trepidation or lowered their heads to continue their work, too fearful to speak. Their trembling legs betrayed their fear of their master. Yu Hongzhuang paid little mind, ambling toward the Red Alert complex. Though he was still within the confines of the base, this was where his foundation lay. Each building represented a significant investment of his resources. 2 mining vehicles have once again accrued a sum of 10,000 funding points, prompting Yu Hongzhuang to return here to indulge in some spending. This is indeed a marketplace uniquely his own. American soldiers cost 200 funding points each. With 20,000 points, one could procure 50 of them, which seems rather insufficient as for the Navy SEALs. They are priced at 1,000 funding points per soldier, a tad extravagant. And spies. After emerging from the combat laboratory, a plethora of new units has appeared. Spies also cost 1,000 funding points each. At this moment, Yu Hongzhuang finds no need for spies, as their purpose lies in intelligence gathering. Lacking any offensive capabilities, there is no necessity to acquire them. He decides to inspect the barracks for any other units. Scientists? What is this? Yu Hongzhuang recalls that in the Red Alert game he has played, this unit seemed absent. Upon examining the funding points required, good heavens, one scientist costs a staggering 10,000 points. What kind of nonsense is this? Such a high price for a single scientist. Have you lost your mind? Or have I? He hurriedly inquires with his assistant about the situation. The assistant promptly provides an answer. Commander, do not underestimate this scientist. The scientist is a pivotal unit within the Red Alert system. With their workplace situated in the combat laboratory, units like the Light Tank, Phantom Tank, and Sky Tank, along with Navy SEALs and spies, are all developed by scientists. Thus, please do not belittle their importance. Scientists are indeed the cornerstone of the upgrades and advancements within the Red Alert system. It is then that Yu Hongzhuang comprehends the gravity of the situation. Scientists are increasingly significant. After all, a game remains a game. The Red Alert system can undergo infinite upgrades, whereas the two are fundamentally different. However, the price of 10,000 funding points is far beyond what he can currently afford. There is no need to purchase one at this time. It would be far more prudent to invest in units that can bolster his power. Such as Tanya, Ahem. Let me clarify, I am absolutely not constructing her merely to gaze upon a beauty. My intention is genuinely to enhance the strength of the base, and Tanya is the best choice for this purpose. Tanya's price is set at 1,200 funding points, which is not excessively high. Constructing Tanya, while her appearance may vary, her skills and capabilities will remain uncompromised. Just as a conscript is still a conscript, Tanya is unmistakably Tanya, merely lacking a name. Without hesitation, he clicks on Tanya's icon, estimating that she will be completed in roughly 10 minutes. Seizing this opportunity, Yu Hongzhuang continues to explore other options. He already possesses 4 tanks. Yet this still feels somewhat inadequate. 2 are stationed at the granary, leaving only 2 at the base. Consequently, he decides to purchase 2 more tanks, bringing the total to 6, with 1 Tanya and 2 tanks. Totaling 3,200 funding points, he contemplates acquiring additional units. Ultimately, he resolves to spend the remainder on American soldiers. Although the number of soldiers is somewhat limited, their firepower would not fall short compared to 100 conscripts. After all, the disparity in equipment and various capabilities is evident. The construction speed of American soldiers is rather swift, with 1 soldier completing every 2 minutes. 10,000 funding points minus 3,200 equals 6,800. Dividing 6,800 by 200 results in 34, meaning he can produce 34 soldiers. Including the previous 17, he aims to form an enhanced platoon, ensuring formidable firepower. Commander, American soldiers report to you. Not long after, an American soldier strides forth from the base. Saluting Yu Hongzhuang, he nods in satisfaction. Not bad. You look spirited. Pointing to an open area, he instructs, form a line over there and await your comrades. Yes, sir. In his mind, he issues a command to his assistant. Wishing to rename the combat unit, calling them American soldiers feels somewhat displeasing. Respected Commander, what would you like to rename them? After a moment's contemplation, considering that the soldiers are all of Huaxia descent, he decides to call them Huaxia soldiers. That sounds splendid. Yu Hongzhuang commends his own naming talent. Simultaneously, on the system's barracks interface, the label on the American soldier icon transforms into Huaxia soldier, much to Yu Hongzhuang's satisfaction. This system is indeed impressive. In a mere 10 minutes, Tanya is constructed. Commander, Special Forces Operative Tanya reports to you. With her strikingly dark hair, bronze skin, and attire that includes a cropped vest and 7-point pants, she exudes a wild beauty that radiates a fierce combativeness. For some inexplicable reason, Yu Hongzhuang suddenly recalls Tanya's infectious laughter as she brandishes dual pistols in the red alert system. Assistant, can we adjust Tanya's complexion to be fairer? And perhaps enhance her bust size? If it were larger, would it affect her combat abilities? Yu Hongzhuang queries incessantly in his mind. Chapter 47. Assistant, yes, adjustments made. They will take effect with the next construction. Ahem, Yu Hongzhuang coughs awkwardly, realizing that he should indeed construct more of Tanya in the future. Such a formidable female Special Forces soldier deserves to be abundant for his own protection. It would be splendid. He remarks to Tanya, indeed, you look great, but your skin could use some sunblock during missions. Tanya naturally does not question the command from her commander, saluting in response, yes, sir. Yu Hongzhuang then issues another command. From this moment forth, you shall serve as my bodyguard, ensuring my safety. Thus, this Tanya, whom he has only met once, becomes the commander's personal guard. Tanya's face flushes with excitement. For her, being appointed as the commander's bodyguard is an immense honor. Yes, Commander. The Huaxia soldiers have also assembled, totaling 3 Why Yu Hongzhuang approaches them. Issuing orders, he points to the first Huaxia soldier to emerge, stating, you shall be the squad leader of this enhanced platoon, with an additional 14 soldiers stationed elsewhere. They will report to you in due course. Yes, Commander. The others feel a twinge of envy, yet their loyalty remains unwavering. This is indeed a fortunate soldier. Now, I entrust you with a task. Clear a building or a small area near the base and establish a defensive position there. I will develop a market in that vicinity. Can you accomplish this? The Huaxia soldier squad leader replies robustly, Commander. I vow to complete the task. Yu Hongzhuang nods, a smile gracing his lips. Excellent, that is the spirit. Go forth, I have faith in you. He then proceeds with Tanya to the helipad, the Air Force Command Center, where the sole aircraft of the base is stationed. However, using a fighter jet to distribute flyers seems somewhat wasteful. Doesn't it? Indeed, Yu Hongzhuang envisions replicating hundreds of thousands of flyers and dispersing them across the city from the aircraft. This idea may border on madness, yet it fills him with great satisfaction. At the helipad, he seeks out the pilot. Greetings. Yu Hongzhuang approaches and initiates the conversation. The pilot, also a soldier of the Red Alert system, exhibits unwavering loyalty. With a crisp salute, he responds, I have the honor of meeting the commander. Yu Hongzhuang chuckles, there's no need to be so tense. I have a task to discuss with you. The pilot, maintaining a serious demeanor, responds, please issue your command, Commander. What a serious individual. All right, this task is quite arduous. And you are the only one suited for it. Shortly, I will send over hundreds of thousands of flyers for you to scatter across the city. Although this command may seem peculiar and somewhat troublesome, executing orders is the duty of a soldier. He does not question it. He simply acknowledges, understood. With confidence in these soldiers, Yu Hongzhuang nods and departs. This is a significant operation, perhaps in the near future. Possibly by afternoon, a deluge of advertisements will engulf the entire city. As he walks, people notice Yu Hongzhuang cautiously greeting them, with some bold enough to steal a glance at Tanya. There's no helping it. The units constructed according to Yu Hongzhuang's standards are all of East Asian descent, possessing striking features and adorned with weaponry, unmistakably military personnel. A group of men cannot help but take a second look. Let them look. Eyes are meant to gaze upon others. There's no need to be so cruel as to gouge out eyes for a mere glance. He is not that merciless. That being said, everything is now in place. Fanwan has long been prepared, and although time was tight, she managed to set up a somewhat dysfunctional assembly line. Why is it deemed dysfunctional? Due to its production efficiency. It is far inferior to a complete one. It is exceedingly dilapidated and merely assembled from various components. As for the power supply, it is quite straightforward. From last night until now, the batteries have been charged manually, and they should hold up for a while. The moment the promotional flyers were obtained, the operation commenced. A torrential downpour is imminent, so please prepare the gold for exchange at the base. After 5 or 6 hours, Several battered vans were filled to capacity. This must weigh several tons, considering paper is quite heavy. The Red Alert soldiers drove into the Red Alert facility. According to Yu Hongzhuang's orders, the survivors, including Fan Wan, were prohibited from approaching within 100 meters of the Red Alert building. Consequently, the survivors dared not venture close, leaving the transportation to the mobilizers. They retrieved the missiles from the fighter jets and placed the flyers inside. In this manner, pressing the missile button would open the hatch for the flyers to be released. Once everything was ready, Yu Hongzhuang began to take action again. The Huaxia soldiers had already secured the stronghold. The aircraft took off, and the flyers began to scatter. Upon seeing this, people would undoubtedly rush over. The temptation of food is irresistible, especially for those who have gone days without sustenance, facing starvation. Additionally, the allure of weapons and ammunition would not be overlooked by the large camps. Yu Hongzhuang still had over 100 guns yet to be dealt with. These were left over from the last weapon exchange for the mobilizers. Whether they could seize them would depend on their luck. Therefore, before these individuals arrived, Yu Hongzhuang needed to expedite the goods and activate the market, placing the exchanged items within the stronghold. The individuals from the slave camp began to exert themselves, working as if they had been injected with adrenaline. How could they not? The devil was watching nearby. How many of us has he killed? If one dared to slack off, the devil would certainly not hesitate to claim another 2 slaves, one after another. Pickup trucks departed the base, heading towards the stronghold. In the future, this small stronghold would serve as the exchange window for the base. Those within the base could also go there for exchange. The surrounding area was secure, with soldiers regularly clearing out zombies. A platoon of Huaxia soldiers was stationed at the stronghold, capable of preventing any disturbances and maintaining order within. One could rest assured. It could even be said that this platoon could obliterate an external camp. Should anyone dare to cause trouble, they would not be spared, and they would be turned into Swiss cheese. If anyone dared to bring hundreds of people to rob, the base was nearby, and they would be annihilated on the spot. How many greedy individuals exist in this world? Regardless, if they dared to come, let them approach with the resolve to meet their demise. Chapter 48. The roar of the fighter jet's engines was thunderous, yet at several hundred meters above, the zombies, upon hearing the sound, would only wander aimlessly, unable to locate its source or catch any prey. They couldn't leap. How could they possibly catch a plane? Soaring high above, the clouds lay above them. It wasn't that they couldn't fly higher, but that this altitude was optimal for distributing flyers. The method of distributing flyers? Even before the apocalypse was equally effective. In the midst of the apocalypse, this advertisement would illuminate a bright beacon for those helpless survivors, like a moth drawn to a flame. When the time came, they would swarm in droves. The pilot glanced below and pressed the button to release the missiles. These were not missiles but flyers. One flyer after another floated down with the wind, resembling a snowfall. However, these snowflakes might be a tad larger. A survivor, who had just dispatched a zombie and was panting heavily, had been exclaiming his luck upon hearing the sound of the aircraft, quickly looking up at the sky. With a somewhat dazed expression, he remarked, "Hey, look at those things in the sky. They seem like artificial snow." His limited capacity for thought could only conceive of the vast array of descending objects as snowflakes. Yet, these snowflakes appeared to be somewhat larger. They were too high to see clearly, merely perceivable as small dots. The only certainty was that there was a fighter jet. However, he was not intrigued by the aircraft. It was not uncommon for Huaxia to possess fighter jets. He was curious as to why, just after summer, snowflakes would be falling. "What is this? You say it's snow?" One of his companions, hearing this, looked up in astonishment. Then, with a change in tone, he exclaimed, "Holy cow! It really is snowing. This is insane. Autumn hasn't even arrived yet, and it's snowing. Did we skip straight to winter?" The two remarked simultaneously about the snowfall, causing the others to look up as well. They all sighed, lamenting the arrival of the apocalypse, and the best autumn of the year had already passed. Would they never see autumn again? Yet another individual, possessing the best eyesight and wearing glasses, furrowed his brow while gazing at the sky, then remarked, "Are you all out of your minds? How can you see that as snow? What falls from the sky should be something else. What else could it be but snow? If it floated down from above, what else could it be? Could it possibly rain? Rain wouldn't look like that either. What if it's zombies falling?" he added. "Perhaps the government, seeing their plight, is dropping supplies? Shut up. Do you think this is a game? Even at this point, you're still daydreaming. The bespectacled man then sighed. All right, let's stop guessing. There's no point in speculating, I've figured it out. What's falling from above isn't snow, rain, or hail, nor are they zombies. It's a cascade of paper. Ignoring the astonished faces of the others, he continued, There's no doubt about it. I've seen it clearly. It's paper. You must be joking. How could paper fall from the sky? Who would be bored enough to throw paper down? Even if they were throwing money, I wouldn't bother picking it up. What use is this paper? The others chimed in, and as the flyers gradually floated down, being lightweight, they descended slowly. They eventually all discerned that they were indeed sheets of paper, not snow. Their excitement was unwarranted. The leader felt somewhat deflated, having thought it was snow, only to be disappointed. He had hoped they could collect a bit of water. But it was futile. The group picked up the paper from the ground, and upon glancing at it, their eyes were immediately drawn in. Good heavens, what extraordinary words were written on this paper that captivated their attention so? Each of them, filled with curiosity, picked up a sheet, intrigued by the unusual phenomenon of something descending from the sky. Upon reading it, they were stunned. What in the world is this? Holy cow, it's a flyer. The texture, the paper, the words, this is an advertisement. How could these flyers have fallen from the sky? Excitedly, one exclaimed, Boss, look. The leader's voice trembled as he replied, No need to say more. I see it. Let us go find the gold. He thought to himself, who would have imagined that even in the apocalypse, people would still covet golden treasures? Truly, fortune favors me. This represents a stroke of good fortune for the vast majority of survivors. It signifies that, in their quest for supplies, not only food but also gold and silver will now hold value. This opens up a new avenue for income. As for the ordinary survivors and their small teams, it is undoubtedly a boon. For those survivor camps, comprised of hundreds of individuals, this revelation comes as a tremendous surprise. Thousands of flyers drifted down from the sky, landing within the camp. Curiosity piqued, people picked them up only to discover they bore two astonishing announcements. Goodness, what does this say? Am I seeing things? We can actually exchange gold and silver for so many supplies. Indeed, you are not mistaken. I too have read the same information from this paper. IT also states, Welcome to join the Red Alert Base. Do you know where the Red Alert Base is? Let me see. The address listed is the Kenna Copper Mine. It's not too far from here. Driving there would only take an hour or two. Alas, who knows if this is true? Such chaotic advertisements have always been dubious, and now, in this apocalyptic world, they are even more so. The roads are teeming with zombies. One misstep could cost a life, making it far safer to remain within the confines of the camp. Venturing out would be akin to courting death. A woman with long black hair and limited insight remarked, If gold can truly be exchanged for these items, our camp strength would significantly increase. Did you see? It states we can trade for firearms and ammunition. With such resources, what do we have to fear from zombies? I sense this could be genuine. Distributing these flyers before the apocalypse wouldn't take much effort. Yet, it is peculiar that they descended from the sky. Just moments ago, I spotted an aircraft, indicating that the flyers were indeed dropped from a plane. We need not dwell on how precious aircraft are in this world. The fuel is irreplaceable. If they went to such lengths to distribute these flyers, do you think it was merely a prank? The lower-tier individuals were abuzz with discussion, as this was undoubtedly a curious occurrence. The leaders and managers of the camp also took note of the advertisement. The one in power, known as Brother Hua, sat at the head of the table. The other managers were seated in 2 rows. This was a standard conference room, utilized for meetings of all sizes. No one dared to speak, as Brother Hua had yet to utter a word. After everyone had gathered, a silence lingered for approximately 3 minutes. Brother Hua slapped the table, a flyer still clutched beneath his palm. This flyer, ubiquitous in the base, had floated down from the sky. He was keenly interested in the information it contained, but even more so in how it had arrived. He had heard from others that it came from an aircraft. However, what if the next descent bore not flyers but bombs? Their camp would suffer catastrophic losses. Such tactics must be approached with caution. As the leader, having relished the thrill of power, he would not allow anything to jeopardize his life, as his desire was for safety. Regardless of the circumstances, he must dismantle the base mentioned in the advertisement. Has anyone heard of this base? His cold gaze swept over the faces in the room, one by one. The responses were all negative. No one had even heard of this base in the days following the apocalypse. Logically, the camps within H-City's sphere of influence should have already scouted it. Yet, they had received no whispers of its existence, nor had they ever known of any camp possessing such a formidable weapon. Seeing the lack of knowledge among them, disappointment flickered in Brother Hua's eyes. He was no fool. If he was unaware of the enemy's specific capabilities, it would be prudent to refrain from initiating conflict. If the opponent were indeed powerful, a mutual destruction could easily ensue. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that the aircraft he had seen was, in truth, a fighter jet. A single fighter jet laden with ammunition could annihilate their entire camp. He continued, "Let us set aside this topic for now. Have you all reviewed the contents of this advertisement?" The first person on the left, wearing glasses, was Tong Chun, who spoke up, "Indeed, I have perused it on my way here. The strength of Brother Hua's base should not be underestimated. They have managed to distribute flyers throughout our entire camp." He was a trusted confidant of Brother Hua, having known each other for several years since before the apocalypse. Consequently, Brother Hua placed immense trust in him, even sharing their romantic conquest. He upheld this trust by managing the camp's logistics with great efficiency, despite the oppressive regime. Those capable of rebellion were few, and any dissenters were swiftly eliminated. Upon hearing Tong Chen's words, Brother Hua nodded gravely, acknowledging, "Indeed, as you say, their strength is certainly formidable." Others chimed in, "Brother Hua, why don't we simply attack them and seize all their supplies? What if they are formidable? We are not without our own numbers. Hundreds of brothers charging in would surely resolve the matter." "Exactly. We need not overthink it. Who in this region poses a challenge to us? If they resist, we shall compel them to submit. Perhaps the spoils we seize could arm our entire camp, leading us to dominance over H-City, invincible at last." Tong Chun could hardly contain himself, unable to tolerate the foolishness of his comrades as they uttered such naive sentiments in the meeting. Raising his voice slightly, he admonished, "Have you all not read what the flyer states? Firearms and ammunition are all available for exchange. Do you truly believe that such a power is to be trifled with? We ought to proceed to exchange. Our camp possesses barely a handful of firearms, yet they are openly selling them. What does that signify? Truly, you display a lack of discernment." Brother Hua, recognizing the merit in his brother's argument, nodded thoughtfully and devised a compromise. "All right, let us not argue. Some wish to attack, while Tong Chen advocates for trade. I believe the majority opinion should be considered." Upon hearing this, the proponents of an offensive strategy smiled, while Tong Chen's expression darkened. Yet, you all know, despite any reluctance to admit it, that Tong Chun has always been the most astute among us. His perspective warrants our consideration. Thus, I have formulated a middle ground. We shall first attempt trade to gauge their strength. If they are lacking, we can simply consume them. If they prove formidable, we shall ally with other camps to overpower them. Tong Chun bowed his head in contemplation. Brother Hua's strategy was sound. A test followed by absorption was a prudent approach. However, he still felt a sense of caution, a nagging feeling that their opponents were not to be trifled with. Glancing around the meeting room, he noticed few allies at his side. He was not the leader and could not dominate the discussion. It would be unwise to openly contradict Brother Hua, as that could undermine his authority. Thus, he acquiesced, stating, "Brother Hua is correct. I believe this plan is feasible." Brother Hua nodded approvingly. "That's the spirit. I value you as a brother, which is why I consider your input, but you must also understand the weight of the situation. With so many advocating for an offensive, we cannot retreat simply because of one dissenting voice." "Very well, let us proceed as I have outlined. Lu Tiao, you will be tasked with this mission. Gather all the gold and silver within the camp and take a few brothers to engage in trade. Remember, your objective is to acquire weapons and ammunition while also assessing their strength." Lu Tiao stood at attention, responding, "Yes, I will ensure the mission is accomplished." Meeting adjourned. Everyone left with smiles on their faces, eager for the promise of replenished supplies. Only Tong Chen remained, his head bowed, the weight of foreboding resting heavily upon him. Truth be told, he harbored doubts about this venture. Yet, there was no recourse. This was Brother Hua's decree. Alas, it was time to contemplate the path ahead. Though they were brothers, if one were to tread towards perdition, he would have no choice but to sever ties and walk away. Chapter 50. Other Camps. Naturally, they too received the flyers, regardless of the veracity of the advertisement. It was worth the risk to investigate. Supplies and food typically have a shelf life, and with the absence of electricity, items in refrigerators have spoiled, making preservation impossible. They are of utmost value. Yet, what of gold? While not universally possessed, one could surely find several pounds in an entire neighborhood, perhaps even more when seeking supplies. And what of the villas? Gold bars and the like. One might just stumble upon good fortune. With a little searching, one could easily uncover several gold bars. As a metal of exceptional quality, gold is remarkably resilient to damage. In any case, the city is replete with locations that harbor gold. If one desires to seek it out, it can indeed be found. For those in the camps, discovering a dozen or so pounds is a trivial pursuit. While everyone is fervently engaged in the hunt for gold and silver, the Red Alert base has already efficiently stored its supplies within the stronghold. Yu Hongzhuang has also prepared a detailed exchange table. 500 grams of gold for 100 grams of rice. 5 kilograms of silver for 10 grams of rice. 1 kilogram of gold for a handgun. 10 kilograms of gold for an automatic rifle. 1 gram of gold for a bullet. 500 grams of silver for a lighter. And 100 grams of gold for a single soldier's ration. Note, this exchange is not fixed. For instance, 1 gram of gold can be exchanged for 1 gram of rice. Each soldier's ration is limited to approximately 100 units per day. The exchange rate for gold and silver is 100 to 1. Crafting this table of exchange rates has cost him many brain cells, nearly exhausting him. The exchange market has opened 10 windows to prevent congestion due to high foot traffic. The employees at the exchange windows enjoy excellent benefits, working in shifts with a 12-hour schedule, receiving 2 meals a day, and ample provisions of rice accompanied by a meat and 2 vegetable dishes. Every month, they are compensated with 5 kilograms of rice. Many individuals are vying for these coveted positions. When Yu Hongzhuang declared that only women would be hired, he was met with a chorus of resentful glares from the brawny men, nearly causing him to regurgitate his previous meal. The exchange outpost has 2 Huaxia soldiers stationed at the entrance on the first floor. There are 10 exchange windows staffed entirely by women, alongside a squad of fully armed Huaxia soldiers patrolling the area. Anyone who does not comply with the rules will be apprehended immediately, and those who dare to resist may be shot on sight. The second floor is designated for Danci, a role for which Yu Hongzhuang is responsible. Those wishing to join the base must register here, where there are also 10 windows set up to document special skills and basic information. This area is similarly patrolled by a squad of Huaxia soldiers to prevent disturbances. Other soldiers from the reinforcement company are strategically positioned around the perimeter of the base, relaying intelligence to the platoon leader stationed within .at this moment. Yu Hongzhuang addressed the assembly within the base, announcing several matters. Previously, he had been shouting, which left him feeling somewhat foolish and hoarse. This time, he had the foresight to use a megaphone. After testing it with a few puffs, he deemed it satisfactory. Today, I have several announcements. This marks a reform for our base. We are officially establishing a few managerial positions to better oversee operations. Upon hearing this, many faces in the crowd fell. What does this mean? Reform entails appointing individuals to oversee us. What kind of good news is that? Until now, the sole overseer, Chief Fan Wan, had been managing everything alone, inevitably leading to a more relaxed and lenient atmosphere. And now, we are burdened with even more supervisors. I do not desire a management layer. The crowd was fraught with agitation. Alas, the circumstances were beyond their control, and they could only passively accept it. As an old saying goes, life is akin to a forceful act. If you cannot resist, you might as well embrace it quietly. Perhaps it could even be somewhat comfortable. Yu Hongzhuang paid no heed to the crowd's discontent and continued. Now I will announce the list of managers. I hope everyone remembers to follow their directives. Otherwise, they have the authority to notify the soldiers to detain you. First, we formally designate the position of Chief Administrator of the base, a role subordinate to none but above all others, held by Fan Wan. Let us welcome her with thunderous applause. The audience erupted into a cacophony of clapping, though many were not genuinely enthusiastic. Wasn't this merely a reiteration? What was there to celebrate? They had been standing there for over 10 minutes. Could he not hasten the proceedings? Fan Wan stepped onto the stage, her demeanor shy as she ascended slowly, blushing with excitement. Congratulations, Fan Wan. I hope you will continue to excel and manage the logistics of the base effectively. Overcome with emotion, Fan Wan bowed deeply, grateful for the trust bestowed upon her. She had anticipated that the reforms might jeopardize her standing. Given the immense power now at play, to her surprise, the leader still placed such faith in her, which deeply moved her. Thank you for your trust. I will certainly strive to work even harder. Yu Hongzhuang nodded approvingly, accepting her gratitude with composure. A mere bow held no weight. He had already been generous. Were it not for her beauty, he might not have been so indulgent. Clearing his throat, he ensured to maintain a serious facade as he resumed speaking through the megaphone. Beneath the chief administrator, we will establish 3 departments. The food department will oversee all consumable resources and rations within the base. You shall serve as the head of this department. With a casual gesture, he appointed someone from the crowd, as if it were a game of chance. The attendees were taken aback by his nonchalance. Was it truly that arbitrary? Indeed, it was. In Yu Hongzhuang's eyes, the role of food minister was merely about tallying supplies. Something Fan Wan had managed alone before, so why not someone else? It implied that anyone could fulfill the role. Come up! The selected individual hesitated momentarily until nudged by a peer, prompting a hurried ascent to the stage, bowing profusely and sweating. My lord, you called for me. Why? Yu Hongzhuang chuckled. Indeed, I appoint you as the Minister of Food. Is there any issue with this, or would you prefer I replace you with another? The man, not foolish, quickly waved his hands. No, no, my lord. I am eager to accept this position. Thank you for your guidance and trust. Yu Hongzhuang found the man's eagerness amusing and nodded. Then you shall assume the role for now. However, you must perform well. If not, I will certainly consider replacing you. My choice was somewhat arbitrary, merely picking someone at random. You are merely a fortunate candidate. I expect you to demonstrate your capabilities. The man bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. Yes, thank you, my lord. Yu Hongzhuang smiled and inquired, What is your name? In response to your query. My name is Zhang Lu. All right then, you may step aside for now. I still have 2 more ministers to announce. Yes, yes, Zhang Lu, now elated, hurried to the side, his heart brimming with joy. He would be content even if insulted. Fan Wan glanced at Zhang Lu, surprised by the leader's casualness in appointing personnel. What a fortunate fellow he was. Next, Yu Hongzhuang, holding the megaphone, announced the names of 2 more ministers. The next position I will announce is that of Human Resources Minister, responsible for registration and management of personnel. If anyone possesses special skills, they may report to this department, where they might find a suitable position. Dancy is appointed as Human Resources Minister. Dancy, please come to the stage. Upon hearing this, several acquaintances of Dancy beamed with pride, as their friend S rise to the management tier could potentially benefit them as well. With a friend in a position of power, conflicts could be handled with more authority. You better not mess with me. My friend is... That was essentially the sentiment they shared, and finding a more comfortable job would be far easier. If Dancy's current role did not satisfy, he could simply relay that to his friend. Dancy, somewhat trembling, stepped onto the stage, overwhelmed by the attention of the crowd. He had not anticipated such a rapid ascension to prominence. As he reached the stage, he expressed heartfelt gratitude to Yu Hongzhuang. Why? Yu Hongzhuang waved his hand dismissively. He had grown weary of such effusive sentiments, which he heard daily. Although he wished to interrupt Dancy's speech, he patiently endured until it concluded. One must never allow the gratitude of many to diminish the value of appreciation. Subsequently, Yu Hongzhuang announced the trade minister, responsible for the external market exchanges, particularly concerning gold and silver. He selected yet another individual at random. Named Chen Jia. Chen Jia was equally overwhelmed, nearly kneeling in gratitude. There is no way around it. Those individuals, being of lower status, have never held leadership roles and believed they were destined to remain obscure, only to find that one day they could indeed rise. Even if granted such an opportunity, they would be eternally grateful. Why? Yu Hongzhuang was relatively pleased with this arrangement. Although he merely selected a few individuals at random, one must learn to appreciate such gestures. It seems that these few possess a certain warmth and humanity. However, this selection was merely a preliminary measure. Their future performance would determine whether they would retain their positions or be removed. The primary focus of this announcement was on these few individuals, and once concluded, the meeting was adjourned. Everyone returned to their respective tasks. The 3 ministers set out to recruit personnel, as it is impossible for management to function without subordinates. They needed to find a few loyal aides to facilitate their work. As for the one person assigned for protection, it remained solely Fan Wan, a special privilege indeed. Having previously detested lengthy speeches during meetings, Yu Hongzhuang was careful not to waste time in this gathering. After the meeting, he proceeded to the market at the base's external stronghold. The plan he envisioned hinged significantly on this trading market, and he eagerly anticipated how much gold and silver could be exchanged today. Being the inaugural opening, he felt it necessary to oversee the proceedings, ready to address any issues that might arise. Seated in the office of the Huaxia soldier squad leader, he leisurely played on the computer. Although it could be termed oversight, he was essentially just present. Any issues would fall to the squad leader to resolve. With 2 power stations operational within the base, there was sufficient electricity to support 2 light towers and several rooms housing red alert structures. Of course, the areas powered were limited, primarily the trading market and a few computer-equipped locations within the base. The computers consumed minimal electricity. This was a decision Yu Hongzhuang made just that noon, a measure adopted to accommodate the increasing population and food supply, as the paper records were becoming inadequate. Computerized accounting was far more convenient than handwritten records and allowed for extensive documentation. Yu Hongzhuang even installed numerous single-player games on the computer, including Grand Theft Auto, Counter-Strike, Angry Birds, and Meteor Butterfly Sword. Among others, this served as a means to pass the time, as entertainment options were virtually non-existent in this apocalyptic world, rendering life exceedingly dull. While Yu Hongzhuang indulged in games and computer activities, many were on the hunt for gold, and some camps had already arrived by vehicle. A convoy of over 10 individuals, transporting dozens of pounds of gold and over 200 pounds of silver, was en route. This gold and silver were not substantial. Their purpose for coming was to verify the authenticity of the market. If it proved genuine, then the camp would significantly increase its collection of precious metals for exchange. Some individuals in the vehicle smoked, others admired the scenery, and some engaged in conversation, while a few meticulously cleaned their weapons, treating their firearms with more affection than a beloved child. Their demeanor resembled that of a leisurely outing rather than a mission. In reality, they possessed the means to do so. Before the apocalypse, they were security personnel in a security company, and post-apocalypse, they had become elite members within their camp, loyal confidants of Hua. Ostensibly, they were there for trade. But in truth, they aimed to assess the market's legitimacy. They were not the only ones arriving. Other survivor teams were also making their way there. Given the compact size of a city, one could traverse it within a few hours by car. However, in this world overrun by zombies, danger lurked at every turn. Abandoned vehicles and zombies were ubiquitous. The camp's representatives arrived just as dusk began to settle. Upon hearing the sound of engines, Yu Hongzhuang abandoned his game. What a distraction. Customers were approaching. He leaned out the window, curious to see what the first visitor of the day looked like. A jeep executed a skillful drift, coming to a halt at the entrance. The familiar sight of its dented, blood-stained exterior indicated it had endured numerous encounters with the undead. Several individuals emerged from the vehicle, each possessing broad shoulders and muscular builds, remarkably more imposing than the mobilized soldiers. While they might be slightly shorter than the mobilized soldiers, who averaged around 190 centimeters, their muscularity was striking. Their chests strained against their clothing, and Yu Hongzhuang mused that a single punch from them could leave him on the ground. Crying for help, the sheer size of their pectoral muscles was astonishing. It was evident they had consumed a significant amount of protein supplements. As Yu Hongzhuang observed, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by their formidable presence, which would likely intimidate even the most seasoned survivors. However, their physique lacked the aesthetic appeal found in the mobilized soldiers or American troops, whose builds were more flattering when clothed. This was an entirely candid assessment, devoid of envy. Finally, the last individual disembarked, bringing the total to 5, all boasting the same exaggerated muscularity that Yu Hongzhuang found unattractive. Chapter 52 Brothers, is this the address from the flyer? It's surprisingly quiet. Song San shrugged, expressing his disdain. I truly don't understand why a trading market would be established in the outskirts. Such a long journey for nothing. Guan Er, lacking any sense of decorum, delivered a sharp slap to Song San's head, resonating loudly. Shut your mouth. Can't you see there is a single zombie in sight? Don't you grasp the situation? Hearing this, the others finally noticed the absence of any wandering zombies. A realization that struck them with the gravity of their circumstances. They understood the horror of their situation. Their camp was still in a defensive phase, merely keeping the zombies at bay with various pungent substances to mask their scent. Despite this, they faced multiple waves of zombie attacks daily, necessitating constant vigilance at the gates. They had contemplated clearing the zombies from the vicinity, which would alleviate the camp's vulnerability and free up personnel for resource gathering. Yet, such a strategy proved futile. The urban zombie population easily numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Even after clearing a wave, more would soon emerge, and their pace of extermination could never match the zombies' relentless advance. Moreover, clearing zombies was fraught with danger. No one could guarantee their safety from infection. There had been instances where individuals contracted the virus during such operations. The thought of succumbing to infection just outside the safety of the camp was disheartening. Consequently, higher-ups deemed the risks outweighed any potential benefits and abandoned the plan. Yet, unexpectedly, they stumbled upon a trading market that the Falcon camp had failed to establish. What kind of entity was this trading market? It seemed prudent to exercise caution. They must remember their purpose was to trade. Understood, came the serious replies from the group. However, they did not exhibit fear. This merely suggested that the opposing force might possess certain advantages over the Falcon. Perhaps they were overthinking the situation. It was possible that the zombie population in the outskirts was not as dense, making it easier to manage. Regardless, the presence of such a powerful faction should not be underestimated. The group approached the market's entrance and stepped inside. They were greeted by 10 windows, 5 on each side, flanked by towering posters that reached a height of over a meter and spanned several meters in width. At the top, it read, Gold and Silver Exchange Rates, a table painstakingly created by Yu Hongzhuang. 500 grams of gold exchanged for 100 grams of rice. 5,000 grams of silver for 10 grams of rice. And so forth, a plethora of options. Every price was meticulously calculated by Yu Hongzhuang, who had invested considerable effort into this task, feeling more exhausted than after running 5 kilometers. In simple terms, as long as one possessed gold or silver, most items within the base could be exchanged, including individual rations for soldiers. The mobilized soldiers were served daily meals from the cafeteria, deliberately avoiding the less nutritious and less palatable individual rations. Furthermore, the system replenished supplies daily, ensuring that even if they did not consume them, they would be restocked. It was more prudent to sell them, provided they noted that purchases must be consumed on the same day. The prices were somewhat lower than standard food items, which should lead to substantial sales, given the appeal of affordability. Brothers, look, such enormous posters. Wow, so many items available for exchange. Song San exclaimed, astonished, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. He couldn't help but mutter, this is incredibly generous. It was evident that Song San was particularly envious. If they could haul away all these goods, the camp's resources would double. Hold your horses. We here for the purpose of exchanging goods. Beside him, a rather sensible brother cautiously reminded him. He could sense the unwavering gaze of the crowd in the hall, fixated on their direction. Initially, he thought the 2 fully armed soldiers at the entrance were insignificant. To his surprise, there were actually 10 more patrolling the first-floor hall, all similarly equipped and armed with guns. He did not believe for a moment that the firearms in their hands were mere toys or decorations. He was certain that if anyone dared to cause trouble here, bullets would undoubtedly fly. Yes, indeed. Let us first exchange for supplies. Having just arrived, we must deliberate further. After a brief discussion while examining the exchange list, one of them remarked, have you noticed that the individual rations seem particularly cheap? Just 30 grams of gold can secure a portion, and it is a limited purchase item, definitely a hot commodity. However, the note at the bottom is rather perplexing. Song San, speaking with misplaced confidence, felt he had grasped the truth. That item is useless. Did you not see? It states that it must be consumed on the same day it is purchased. Otherwise, the consequences are on you. I suspect these rations have a very strict shelf life. After 24 hours, they may become inedible and could potentially cause poisoning. In reality, his words held no merit. Perhaps we should opt for rice instead. It appears to be more affordable. Although it may not taste great, sustenance is what we need. There are still many in our camp who are starving. What good does it do to fill those useless mouths? Even if they are fed, they merely collapse in the camp like the worthless beings they are. It would be far better to acquire some weapons, making it easier to combat the zombies and ultimately saving lives. So let us exchange for weapons. That automatic rifle seems quite appealing. With an automatic rifle, we need not be timid when facing zombies. We can confront them head-on. I believe a bulletproof vest would be more advantageous, as it protects a larger area of the body from zombie attacks and could prove vital in critical moments. What about handguns? They can also take down zombies, albeit with slightly less power. Aim carefully, and a single shot to the head will suffice. Nonsense. Can a handgun possibly compare to an automatic rifle? The power and range are entirely different. An automatic rifle is far more impressive. Are you seeking to impress or to kill zombies? That is not my point. An automatic rifle is indeed stronger, but if there are even more powerful options, why not acquire the best? Should we leave superior weapons for others to purchase? What if they buy them and then use them against us, defeating us and seizing our handguns? Chapter 53. Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily speechless. What seemed like an utterly absurd, even foolish statement bore a hint of logic. Song San scratched the back of his head, contemplating the validity of this twisted reasoning. One individual timidly suggested, "Why don't we buy two?" The others turned their gazes towards him, their expressions speaking volumes. 10 kilograms of gold. Are you going to pay for that? The man, under their scrutinizing gaze, felt a bit embarrassed and awkwardly replied, "Don't just look at me. We brought over 100 kilograms of gold this time. That's enough to buy 12 automatic rifles. With these weapons, our camp strength will surely increase significantly." He then looked towards Guan Er, as he was the leader and their decisions hinged on his judgment. Guan Er, however, disregarded their stares. He already had a clear idea of what he intended to exchange for. Approaching the exchange window, he gazed at the mountain of supplies behind the staff, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. If only he could acquire all these resources, it would be splendid, yet he quickly suppressed the desire within. After all, the fully armed patrolling troops behind him were not to be underestimated. While he held unwavering confidence in his brother's abilities, he did not harbor the delusion that they could take on several fully armed soldiers. Thus, he complied and proceeded with the exchange. Facing the staff member, a woman with a broad face, he mustered a smile and said, "Hello, I wish to exchange for some supplies. I heard you accept gold and silver. Is that correct?" The woman maintained a professional smile, internally puzzled as to why the base would trade precious food supplies for seemingly useless gold and silver. However, she was merely a low-level employee and had no right to question such matters. Besides, having a job in this apocalyptic world was a privilege in itself. Indeed, as stated on the poster beside us, all supplies here can be exchanged. Once you confirm the delivery of gold, I can provide you with the goods. If the amount of supplies is substantial, we can even offer home delivery. Guan Er felt a flicker of interest. With so many zombies outside, was it really possible to offer delivery? He asked, "Excuse my curiosity, but is it the patrolling soldiers here who provide the escort? How many soldiers are present in your market? And what quantity of supplies is required to qualify for delivery services?" The woman had no intention of withholding information and relayed everything she knew. It wasn't that she was foolishly divulging information. Rather, she simply didn't have much knowledge to share. The escort personnel may not necessarily be the patrolling soldiers. There are others as well. Regardless, we will strive to ensure the safety of your deliveries. As that is our job.as for the number of soldiers, I'm afraid I cannot provide that information. I apologize. To qualify for delivery services, a large transaction must involve at least 1 ton of gold. Although she smiled, internally she felt disheartened. She had hoped to glean some useful information, only to find herself without answers to the most pressing questions. If I knew how many armed forces you had, would I even need to know the transaction amount required for escorting? Sighing, he turned to his comrades, saying, "Hand me the backpack." As soon as the words left his mouth, a brother promptly handed him 2 backpacks, one containing over 100 kilograms of gold and the other several hundred kilograms of silver. While it sounded heavy, it was merely 2 backpacks. Guan Er unzipped one of the bags, glancing at the gleaming gold within. Although gold held little value in the apocalypse, it still possessed an allure for humanity, symbolizing preciousness. He pulled out the gold pieces one by one, and the staff member examined each piece meticulously. The method was straightforward, burning it to check for discoloration, ensuring it had a bright color and good luster, followed by testing it with a touchstone. Generally, if a piece passed these 3 tests, it was genuine. They showed no disdain for the process, diligently inspecting each piece until all the gold and silver had been verified. They then proceeded to weigh the materials. The final tally revealed 126. 3 kilograms of gold and 367 kilograms of silver. Upon hearing the weights, Guan Er had no doubts. The camp scales had shown similar results. As for the 5 pieces of gold that had not passed inspection, the woman set them aside, smiling as she stated, "Sir, this piece of metal is not gold, and we cannot exchange it." Guan Er paid little heed to this. To him, such a small amount of gold Whether genuine or not was inconsequential. In the camp, he held a relatively high position, and he dismissed the matter lightly. Naturally, he placed the verified gold back into the backpack without a hint of change in expression. Regardless, whether it was real or fake, he would return to the camp and have his people verify it. He could not simply accept someone else's claim of it being counterfeit. Zipping the backpack closed, he calmly stated, "All right, I'll exchange all the gold for automatic rifles and the silver for ammunition." The woman maintained her professional smile, pleased to serve her first customer of the day. After a few minutes, the count of ammunition was completed. Of course, it wasn't counted individually. A small box held 500 rounds, and a few boxes were sufficient. Larger boxes could contain several thousand rounds. "Hello, here are your exchanged bullets," totaling 3,470 rounds, along with 12 automatic rifles. As she spoke, she continuously handed over the supplies. "Rest assured, all our automatic rifles are 95 new and have not been used for long. You still have 3 kilograms of gold remaining. Would you like to exchange for anything else?" Guanair felt a surge of joy within, his expression barely containing his excitement. He had not anticipated that these seemingly worthless gold and silver items would yield such a bounty. Over 3,000 rounds of ammunition. They had struck it rich, and 12 automatic rifles. This was a huge profit. Their journey had not been in vain. Still 6.3 kilograms left? He mused. When did even gold become measured in kilograms? TSK, 6.3 kilograms. The 6.3 kilograms of gold serves little purpose. It would be more prudent to exchange it directly. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to trade it for ammunition. 6.3 kilograms equates to 6,300 grams of gold. According to the conversion rates displayed, this would yield precisely 6,300 rounds of ammunition. Chapter 54. Gains. I never anticipated that even a few remnants could be exchanged for such a quantity of bullets. Remarkable. It appears that in this market, the exchange rate for gold far surpasses that of silver. Over 300 kilograms of silver can only procure slightly more than 3,000 rounds, while this 3 kilograms of gold astonishingly converts to over 6,000 rounds. Given this, our future plans for the camp must be reconsidered. Beneath a calm demeanor lies a quivering tone. Let us convert the remaining gold into ammunition as well. The excitement is palpable, evident in the flushed faces of my comrades. In the few days since the apocalypse began, I have never laid eyes on such a vast quantity of ammunition. Who would have thought that today we could amass 10,000 rounds? Let the zombies come. I shall dispatch them without hesitation. When the staff eventually brought over the remaining 6,000 rounds, the hearts of my companions nearly skipped a beat. A total of 10,000 rounds of ammunition, and 12 automatic rifles laid before us. What could we possibly say? This feels akin to discovering a treasure. Incredible. One might as well place the bullets on the bed and embrace them while sleeping. It is a well-known fact that men possess an innate fascination with firearms and ammunition, and in this post-apocalyptic world, such weapons provide an unparalleled sense of security, far more enticing than any spouse. Absolutely intoxicating. Meanwhile, Yu Hongzhuang, who had been lurking on the 3rd floor, could no longer contain his curiosity and stealthily descended to the 1st floor. Upon witnessing the gold bars and jewelry being extracted from the backpacks, his eyes gleamed with excitement, as though he had stumbled upon a trove of riches. In truth, these gold pieces were not mere treasures. They were a fortune, wealth, he mused. What bliss, what delight, with this volume of gold. The funds could easily amount to hundreds of thousands. Would that not signify a direct ascent to greatness? The conquest of H City is within reach. Establishing this market was undoubtedly a wise decision. Relying solely on 2 small teams to scour the area for gold and silver yielded negligible results. Yet, by hosting a market, we have drawn the entire city's survivors to aid us in our quest for riches. How many individuals are in those 2 teams? A mere 20 or so? And the entire city's survivors? Countless. This is an entirely different scale. Incredible. The efficiency is soaring. The thrill is beyond measure. What alleviates worry but the prospect of sudden wealth? Why hesitate to construct walls due to funding concerns? To hell with that. Let us build. The presence of funds dispels all worries. Returning to the matter at hand. The mission was successfully accomplished, and the gold and silver have all been exchanged. Why, comrades, laden with automatic rifles and ammunition boxes, departed from the market. It was only when we secured the supplies and settled into the vehicle that we allowed ourselves to erupt in laughter. Each brother chimed in, their voices brimming with exhilaration and joy. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. I have never encountered such an abundance of ammunition in my life. This is even more thrilling than robbing the wealthy. Indeed, we have struck it rich, exclaimed another. Brother Hua will surely reward us handsomely. Absolutely. Ha ha ha. All were overjoyed. What do these weapons signify? They represent safety. They symbolize life. They embody power and status. Thus, both sides felt they had emerged victorious. My comrades felt triumphant, and Yu Hongzhuang equally believed he had struck gold. Regardless of how many exchanged, he thought, the more, the better. You may think you have gained, but I shall never incur a loss. What a delightful feeling. Once those muscular figures departed, Yu Hongzhuang boldly emerged, eager to claim the golden bounty. How could one resist? Hundreds of thousands in funds lay before me. Could I simply watch with a cat-like heart? Bring it forth. Carrying 126.3 kilograms of gold and several hundred pounds of silver, he returned to the office on the third floor. Converting this wealth into funds could not be done openly in the bustling market. A discerning eye might draw conclusions. The market staff, after all, are survivors within the base, ordinary people who could be swayed. Their loyalty is not guaranteed, thus vigilance is essential. It is far safer to conduct conversions within the confines of the office. Heart racing and hands trembling, Yu Hongzhuang's voice quivered as he commanded, "Assistant, convert all this gold and silver into funds." How could one not be excited? If converted, it could yield hundreds of thousands. Assistant, Commander, the conversion is complete, totaling 129,970 funds. Good heavens, 13,000. Such a staggering amount. Ha ha ha. Yu Hongzhuang could hardly contain his elation. There was no need for restraint. Only red alert soldiers occupied this room. 13,000. Do you understand what that signifies? In the days of the apocalypse, Yu Hongzhuang had tirelessly mined at the quarry, and the team's searches had not ceased. In total, the base had never expended even 100,000 funds. This 13,000 could enhance the base's strength several-fold. Several-fold. With the current base, we could dominate H City unchallenged. Imagine if we grew several times stronger. It is evident. We would be an overwhelming force. Amid Yu Hongzhuang's maniacal laughter, the funds displayed on the system interface skyrocketed at an alarming rate. 13,000. This was merely the first transaction following the establishment of the market. Future dealings would surely escalate. More and more, a sensation washed over him, as if today's trading volume might exceed his wildest expectations. Simultaneously, he felt he had opened the door to a new world. Perhaps there are methods to acquire gold beyond mere mining. Commercial avenues might also be viable. With this thought, a devilish grin spread across his face, and a rough plan for the future began to take shape. However, it was not yet the time to put this plan into action. One must proceed with caution, step by step. Exhaling slowly, he reflected on his earlier excitement. Now, it was time to amass troops. Of course, with wealth in hand, why not bolster our ranks? The red alert system is not a bank. There are no interest accruals for savings. He contemplated the current strength of the base and began to navigate the red alert construction options. The interface of the armored vehicle factory revealed a plethora of formidable combat units. Naturally, the prices were staggering. Yet, in the face of these 13,000 funds, Yu Hongzhuang felt an unprecedented surge of confidence. Now, even tanks valued at several thousand funds seemed relatively affordable. Chapter 55. The Apocalypse Tank, 5,000 funds each? Not bad, albeit a tad pricey. Without hesitation, he ordered Tude, the Grizzly Tank, 1,000 funds each. Oh, that's acceptable. Let us procure 16, rounding the total to 20. The light tank is also viable. Its high attack power and area damage are appealing, though it risks harming our own. We'll set that aside for now. The Terror Robot, its lethality is unmatched, a true killing machine. Particularly effective against zombies, it lives up to its name. Let us order 10. Calculating the expenditures, he realized he had already spent 34,000 funds. Good heavens, that is a bit excessive. Assistant, Commander, all funds have been exhausted, and construction cannot proceed. Why? Yu Hongzhuang was taken aback. What? I was reveling in the spending. How could it be gone? Glancing at the funds, he was stunned to see the once rapidly increasing total had plummeted to zero. Just moments ago, He had over 13,000. How could it vanish so swiftly? Had he truly purchased too much? Curse it! In a moment of indulgence, he had overspent. He reflected on his earlier hubris. He had been too carried away. The sudden wealth had clouded his judgment, and in his exuberance, he had failed to manage his resources wisely. After enduring days of living on a paltry sum, he had become reckless with newfound riches. Having spent all my funds in one go, I find myself reflecting on the recent windfall with a tinge of anxiety. A capital of 130,000 points has just slipped through my fingers. AS is widely known. During the night, the zombie virus becomes particularly active, rendering the undead more ferocious and aggressive, thus posing a greater danger. Consequently, few would choose to travel after dusk. After the departure of those muscular brethren, several teams of less fortunate survivors came to barter. Hence, the market now stands deserted. The darkness has enveloped the surroundings, and people have retreated into their rooms, awaiting the dawn. With no patrons, the market must close its doors. Nevertheless, the patrolling soldiers continue their rounds, for the market's abundant supplies resemble a small warehouse. Today, the exchange of gold and silver yielded a total of 160,000 points, with those muscular individuals contributing a staggering 130,000, while the remaining teams combined accounted for merely 30,000. It appears that acquiring gold and silver is no simple feat. Truly, today has been a bountiful harvest. With just a modest amount of supplies, I managed to secure 160,000 points. Merely contemplating this feels akin to a dream. Yu Hongzhuang now lies in bed, smiling even in his slumber. His current strength has more than doubled. The task of flattening Camp H no longer necessitates an extensive deployment of personnel. Dispatching 10 tanks along with a platoon of soldiers would suffice to easily subdue them. The pitiful Camp H is now unwittingly serving as a measuring stick for Yu Hongzhuang's prowess. Upon awakening the following day, Yu Hongzhuang felt invigorated. Stretching lazily in bed, his sleepiness slowly dissipated. Each morning, it seems as though he can hear the delightful notification. Funds have been credited, 10,000. The two mining vehicles typically yield about 10,000 points daily, providing a steady and continuous supply. Potentially for over a decade, in contrast, the market is more enticing. It offers rapid returns, and survivors, upon learning of the possibility to exchange for gold and silver, rush to trade their goods with fervor. However, the downside lies in the instability of this source of funds. Nevertheless, Yu Hongzhuang is confident that today will bring forth a significant surge in funds, perhaps even reaching several 100,000. As he brushes his teeth and washes his face, he contemplates the day's agenda. The market will operate as usual, with patrons likely to come for exchanges. Although the influx of funds has significantly increased, such resources are always welcome in abundance. New avenues for income must be explored. Historically, the sources of funds have solely been through the exchange of metals like gold and silver, as well as mining operations. With the gold market in Camp H now thriving, attracting daily exchanges, it becomes imperative to seek mining opportunities elsewhere, be it in different cities or locations. The strength of the base has grown remarkably. It is time to establish a sub-base. As the base expands, it will inevitably accommodate more survivors. It is unfeasible for so many to be crammed into a single base, which would lead to the creation of a colossal superbase. Human habitation has traditionally been divided into cities and regions. Thus, for the sake of the survival environment and resource income, the expansion of subbases is an unavoidable necessity until the world's mines are exhausted. As for what lies beyond that point, it is a matter for another day. After completing his morning routine, Yu Hongzhuang commenced his work. Although, for everyone else at the base, work had already begun, his status as commander grants him privileges. Even if he indulges in leisure daily, no one dares to voice dissent. For a mining operation, it is inconceivable to lack a map of mineral resources. Not to mention the comprehensive map of Huaxia. Within Province X, all locations of minerals are clearly marked. Upon magnifying the map, it becomes evident that there are no other mineral sites within Camp H, save for the mountainous regions a few hundred kilometers away. This area lacks urban development. On the map, only scattered villages and a single factory are visible. With a nearly non-existent population, it is estimated that even a mere 20 to 30,000 people cannot be found in the vicinity, rendering it a veritable wasteland. Only a railway traverses the area. To find a road, one must walk for over 10 miles. Indeed, it is rather desolate. However, there is little to be done. for the youth are drawn to the allure of life beyond, leaving only the elderly and children behind. Devoid of vitality. Chapter 56. Having determined the objective, the subsequent steps are straightforward, namely, to traverse mountains and valleys to establish a subbase ahem. Naturally, such a perilous endeavor, crossing hundreds of kilometers, does not necessitate my personal involvement. I value my life too much for that. It suffices to dispatch troops to establish the subbase. However, this base is destined to remain a small outpost, as the surrounding development potential is limited. And the number of survivors is scant, with the only valuable resource being a copper mine. Yu Hongzhuang will not invest an excessive amount of funds there. Once the decision was made, he issued orders for 5 Grey Bear tanks, 2 V-3 rocket launchers, and a platoon leader with his men to embark, equipped with 3,000 rounds of ammunition, 20 rockets, and 50 tank shells. This is a long-distance mission. One must be adequately equipped. The journey of several hundred kilometers harbors numerous dangers, necessitating ample weaponry and ammunition. Even with such an arsenal, Yu Hongzhuang still felt a lack of security. He simultaneously instructed the Air Force Command to monitor the situation of the 2nd Platoon, ready to call in air support if danger arose. Only then did he feel somewhat reassured. Upon issuing these commands, the soldiers within the base sprang into action. The lower-tier survivors observed with a mix of curiosity and intrigue. As this scene unfolded before them, something they witnessed almost daily. Soldiers were a commonplace sight, and even tanks were no longer a novelty. Some bold individuals even dared to touch them without fear of reprimand. However, the V-3 rocket launcher, towering higher than 2 men, left them bewildered. What on earth is that? A collective question mark seemed to hover above their heads, as they had never encountered such a thing before. Their curiosity piqued, they gazed at the colossal rocket, which measured a staggering 2 to 3 meters in length. The destructive power of such a rocket impacting a zombie is unimaginable, as Yu Hongzhuang dispatched his troops. At the same time, at the Falcon camp, Brother Hua stared at the weapons below, seemingly radiating a golden glow. Trembling, he asked, "Wow, golden legends. Are you saying that all these were exchanged for that worthless gold at the market?" His words tumbled out as if he had just learned to speak. The brothers shared a quiet chuckle, realizing that it was not just them. Brother Hua, too, was unable to contain his excitement over the military supplies. It is no wonder. Anyone hearing that such an abundance of arms was exchanged for mere gold and silver, mere scraps of metal, would find it utterly unbelievable. Brother Hua shared this sentiment, pondering the mental state of the individual who managed the market exchange. Surely, one would have to be quite deluded to part with such an arsenal for a trivial amount of gold. Brother Hua had ample reason to harbor doubts. Otherwise, how could these firearms and ammunition exist before him? Guanair nodded, having been equally astonished. Even when loading the arms into the vehicle, it felt surreal. However, his mind had calmed significantly since then. These guns were real and now firmly in their possession. He spoke up, "Yes, Brother Hua, we found it remarkably easy to exchange for these. Their promotional material was entirely accurate. The exchange rate for gold and silver is exceptionally favorable. 1 gram of gold secures 1 bullet, while 100 grams of silver is required for the same. The disparity is staggering, 100-fold. Therefore, I propose that in future scavenging missions, we focus on locating gold. This venture has truly been a windfall for us." Upon hearing this, Brother Hua erupted with joy, clapping the table and laughing exuberantly. "Ha ha ha! This is wonderful. With these firearms and ammunition, our military strength will surge tremendously. I wonder who would still dare to oppose us." In the office, aside from the muscular brothers, there was also Tong Chung, the strategist, who gazed in awe at the weapons and ammunition, his shock no less than that of the others. His mind raced, attempting to fathom the underlying motives of the market. Why would they bestow such weaponry upon them? Was it to encourage them to slay more zombies? Are there truly selfless individuals willing to sacrifice for others in this world? Having endured the apocalypse, faced death and despair, Tong Chung found it hard to believe. He suspected that the market's ostentatious promotion of gold exchange concealed some ulterior motive. Yet, despite his doubts, the act of exchanging for gold would not cease. For the allure was simply too potent to resist. Now, exchanging these items for gold feels as effortless as picking them off the ground. Silently observing from the sidelines, I refrained from uttering a word. Huago continued to laugh heartily, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed. With such significant contributions, I shall ensure that none of you are treated poorly. Each of you shall enjoy a day at the brothel. Furthermore, you will each receive a firearm. I trust that, apart from you, no one within the base possesses superior marksmanship. Thus, I feel more at ease in trusting these weapons to you, and I hope you can harness their full potential. The brothers, muscular and jubilant, had initially expected merely substantial rewards, yet to their delight, they discovered that they too would be receiving firearms. It had been ages since they had had the opportunity to wield automatic rifles. And even during their time at the security company, their experiences had been limited. After all, gun control in Huaxia was exceedingly stringent. Thank you, Huagu. Thank you, Huagu. They expressed in turns, their lips curling into lascivious smiles. Their joy stemmed not only from the firearms but also from the prospect of the brothel. The encampment harbored nearly 1,000 survivors, acquired not through noble means, but rather through acts of brutality and pillage. Establishing a reign of terror, their reputation was tarnished. Nevertheless, the power they amassed through such nefarious methods rendered them the most formidable force in H City. The brothel was a collection of women, ranging from former white-collar workers to factory workers, encompassing ages from 16 to 45, all confined within its walls. Stripped of their clothing, they were subjected to the whims of men. Each had suffered at the hands of cruelty, with no one spared from the horrors. Reports indicated that over 100 women were imprisoned there, with the level of brutality reaching alarming heights. Regardless of how one engaged with them, no one would utter a word of protest. Suicides among these women were not uncommon. In just a few days, more than 10 had taken their own lives within the brothel. Yet, the men, devoid of conscience, reveled in their twisted enjoyment of such depravity. Chapter 57. Regrettably, Yu Hongzhuang remained oblivious to the circumstances of the Falcon Camp. Otherwise, he would deem such a vile establishment unnecessary. His unwavering ambition was to dominate the world while simultaneously rescuing humanity. The detestable inhabitants of Falcon Camp deserved to be corralled into a slave camp. However, patience was required, as Yu Hongzhuang was still in a developmental phase. Once he matured and acquired the gold of H City, it would not be impossible to eradicate all rival factions within the city, perhaps even reclaiming urban territories. Well, I seem to have deviated from the topic. Today, several individuals from other camps arrived, burdened with large backpacks and traveling by vehicle. Given the size of their camp, it was impractical for them to traverse on foot like ordinary survivors. They were seasoned veterans, capable of dispatching zombies without a flicker of hesitation. A young man in his 20s, bearing a scar at the corner of his eye and wielding a blade, approached with a nonchalant demeanor, grinning as he remarked, "Leader, is this the market depicted in the flyers? Look at those 2 soldiers armed to the teeth. How imposing!" As he spoke, his gaze lingered with a hint of admiration. He had not anticipated that the high school beauty would prove so formidable in slaying zombies, securing a place of prominence within the camp as the leader. His chances of winning her favor seemed to dwindle. "Leader, oh leader, do you have any inkling of how much I desire to possess you?" Her striking figure, slightly furrowed brow, indicated her awareness that the individuals frequenting this market were no ordinary folk. Yet, she had not anticipated that merely 2 guards would be fully armed soldiers. Even within their own camp, arming a single individual to such an extent was utterly inconceivable. Not to mention, the firearms in their possession were unattainable. Moreover, she had endured this man's lecherous gaze for far too long. Were it not for the fact that he was a teammate in this operation, she would have already struck him down. Gripping her weapon tightly, she huffed and led her comrades into the market. Upon entering, the sight of patrolling soldiers made her considerably wary, her expression growing more solemn. Simultaneously, several others shared her confusion. With such formidable strength and influence, why had they never heard of this market? Even if they were discreet, it seemed implausible that they could remain entirely unknown in such a small area as H City. A familiar yet loathsome voice echoed through the hall. Piercingly unpleasant. "Humph, Xia Na, I didn't expect you to grace this place with your presence." Xia Na turned her head, realization dawning upon her. In no wonder the voice sounded familiar. It belonged to that scoundrel, the very one with whom she had a vendetta. "You beast! No wonder the air feels so foul upon my arrival. How repulsive! Do you truly believe you can flaunt your presence before me?" With that, her eyes hardened, and she unsheathed her blade, charging forward with murderous intent. Fury consumed her, leaving no room for restraint. Her sole thought was to end this wretch's life. As an educator, he had callously led his students to their demise, unworthy of being called human. The man, caught off guard by her audacity, failed to anticipate her assault. In a desperate attempt to evade her strike, he crouched down, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xiana raised her blade once more, bringing it down with ferocity. The man could only scurry on the ground, attempting to escape. But how could an ordinary person evade the skills of a seasoned fighter like Xiana? All those years of practice would not be in vain. A gaping wound was carved into his abdomen, crimson blood gushing forth like a broken faucet, staining the ground. Yet, Xiana remained relentless, her determination unwavering, as if she would not rest until he was dead. The entire exchange, from greetings to the fatal blow, transpired in less than 3 seconds. No one felt pity for him. The onlookers merely relished the spectacle, finding amusement in his plight. The Huaxia soldiers, witnessing the unfolding chaos, shouted, "Stop!" but it was too late. Xiana showed no signs of relenting. With each strike, blood splattered onto her fair visage, yet she remained unfazed, continuing until the body lay lifeless at her feet. The soldiers of Huaxia were gripped by an icy fear. This woman was ruthless. In a matter of seconds, a living being had been brutally slain. It was faster than a butcher slaughtering a pig. Her strikes were swift, fierce, and decisive. She was indeed a formidable adversary. Anyone who judged her solely by her appearance would surely regret it. Although the soldiers recognized her prowess, their duty was to maintain order at the scene. Given the severity of the situation, they could not afford to let her go unpunished. Otherwise, how could they uphold the market's integrity in the future? The soldiers aimed their weapons at Xiana, their expressions somber as they commanded, "Drop your weapon and raise your hands above your head. If you do not comply, we will open fire." Faced with such a dire situation, Xiana remained unfazed, her demeanor oddly tranquil. It was not fear or rage, but rather a sense of liberation that washed over her. She relinquished her weapon, and the soldiers seized their opportunity, swiftly applying handcuffs to this dangerous individual. Another soldier picked up the fallen blade, staring wide-eyed at the weapon. The blade, glinting like a mirror, reflected his astonished face, the edge shimmering with a cold light that seemed to pulse, enhancing its lethal allure. The soldier gasped, feeling a chill from the weapon, which was undeniably exquisite and sharp. The craftsmanship of such a blade could only belong to someone extraordinary. However, this woman had violated the rules, and thus she was to be imprisoned. Yet, she could be released. According to regulations, if one could procure 50 kilograms of gold, they could secure the release of a prisoner from the market. In truth, this woman was the market's most notorious criminal. The moment others laid eyes on the soldiers, even the most heinous among them complied, for humanity stood little chance against armed soldiers. Moreover, there was an entire squad present. Yet this woman dared to kill openly. She had to be exchanged for gold. No, she must be incarcerated. Otherwise, where would the market's reputation lie? Chapter 58. With Xiana imprisoned, the uproar gradually subsided. As for the team she led, they seemed indifferent. After all, they were merely teammates, and there was no need to jeopardize their safety for the leader. Besides, had they not witnessed the soldiers armed with real weapons? If a shot were to accidentally discharge and strike someone, it could prove fatal. The captain has surrendered resistance, which signifies her loss of hope. Our mission is to exchange for gold. It would be prudent to refrain from meddling in unnecessary affairs. After some deliberation among us, this is the conclusion we reached. I must say, in this apocalyptic world, there exists no humanity, only ruthlessness and self-interest. The ugliness of human nature has been magnified hundreds of times in this world, akin to a magnifying glass. Thus, Xiana finds herself coldly imprisoned within the confines of a cell, with no one to advocate on her behalf. The team glanced at the enormous poster and gradually sought out the staff for their exchange. How heartless! While the team members joyfully traded gold for an abundance of firearms, ammunition, and provisions, Xiana had already been taken by soldiers to the base's slave camp. This marks the first instance of someone being incarcerated in a slave camp for a transgression. During the journey, she regained her composure but chose not to resist. It was evident to any fool that this was the enemy's stronghold. To rebel here was one courting death. She had no desire to perish. Were it not for the abhorrent creature that deserved its fate, her hatred for it was ineffable. Shauna would never have acted so impulsively. Initially, at the dawn of the apocalypse, that vile beast masqueraded as a benevolent teacher. Claiming to lead his students to safety, yet in perilous circumstances, he fled, selling more than a dozen students. Ultimately, Shauna's close friends and classmates perished, leaving her as the sole survivor. She encountered him a few more times, but refrained from exacting vengeance. Now that she had finally caught him, how could she let him slip away again? Shauna, handcuffed, was forcefully thrust into the room and confined within the cell. The soldiers possessed no tender feelings. A criminal is a criminal. Regardless of appearance, the so-called prison was merely a cramped room where several women resided, reminiscent of a dormitory, albeit exceedingly narrow and stifling. All the inmates were women, incarcerated for various reasons. Shauna stumbled upon entry, barely steadying herself before hearing the soldier's words. "You are now number 462. Do not forget your number." Upon regaining her senses, she was struck by astonishment. Upon entering this camp, the surroundings were pristine and orderly. Devoid of litter, it felt as though she had stepped into another realm, so different from the outside, where corpses lay strewn about. Even this so-called prison appeared remarkably clean, featuring a room with 4 bunks, occupied by 3 other women who looked quite youthful. Perhaps women naturally age more slowly. Seated on one of the beds, a woman in her 30s casually inquired, "A newcomer, I see? I never expected to witness new arrivals again. What crime did you commit, little girl?" Such a tone suggested she was a veteran of the prison. Had they been confined here for an extended period? Shauna was at a loss for words when another voice chimed in. "Heh, unless you've committed a heinous crime. How could you end up in a slave camp?" The woman trimming her nails continued. "Heh, little sister, do share your story. I am genuinely curious." She then shifted the conversation. "Teske, such a beautiful girl confined here. What a pity. If you were outside, those filthy men would be clamoring for you. You would never need to worry about food or clothing." These words sent a chill down Shauna's spine. They made her exceedingly uncomfortable. Were it not for the current circumstances, she would have certainly taught this woman a lesson. Frowning, she cast a cold glare at her, with a nail clipper in hand. The woman pointed at Shauna, taunting, "Oh, what is this look? Just a few words, and you're already displeased. Do you think this is your domain?" Shauna remained silent, having given up on engaging with this woman. The room was indeed clean, even more so than her previous accommodations, yet the occupants were repulsive. Sitting on her designated bed, she pondered her circumstances. This dismissive attitude ignited fury within the nail-trimming woman, who was decidedly displeased. Once upon a time, she had commanded a small band of followers. When had it become acceptable for a mere girl to disregard her? "Hey, you there, speak up. Why the silence? Are you mute? Damn it, say something." Indeed, none of the inmates here were innocent. With a barrage of insults, Shauna resembled an iceberg, sitting there, ignoring the woman. Enraged, the nail-trimming woman jumped off her bed, raising her hand to slap the newcomer. How dare this newcomer disregard her? With that slap, she intended to leave Shauna weeping. A cruel smile twisted her face, almost deranged, as she envisioned the beautiful girl begging for mercy. Of course, that was impossible. She intended to torment her thoroughly. After all, how could she not? Just as she was about to strike, smack, the slap landed firmly on Shauna's fair cheek, a flush of crimson blossoming, leaving a clear imprint. Shauna, lost in contemplation, had not anticipated this assault. Enough was enough. How dare they strike her? She had entered prison with the intent to behave, yet they had dared to cross the line. If she did not resist now, they would truly take her for a timid turtle. Years of training would not be in vain. A mere slap from an ordinary woman was not particularly painful, but this was about dignity. Could one allow it to be trampled upon? Fury ignited within her heart. The nail-trimming woman, still unsatisfied, considered delivering another blow. Who did she think she was looking down upon? With a flash of anger, Shauna retaliated, delivering a swift slap in return. Seizing the initiative, she stunned the woman. Smack, smack, smack. The sound of slaps rang out like a rhythmic nursery rhyme. With each strike, blood began to flow from the woman's face, her nose bleeding profusely. Yet Shauna paid no heed. After all, this woman was practically on top of her. Would she let her off the hook? Having just dispatched a foe, Shauna regarded this scene as trivial. Nail-trimming woman. Who is truly on top here? Chapter 59. The two fellow inmates were utterly dumbfounded. Who was this fierce individual? They hurriedly leaped from their beds, attempting to intervene. One grasped an arm and pleaded, "Stop, stop, sister. Please don't fight any longer. You'll kill her. Just stop." Indeed, it's merely a verbal spat. It's not worth it. The other chimed in, straining to mediate. Yet, the strength in Shana's arms was astonishing. Was she truly a woman? Such power emanated from her petite frame. They were nearly pressing their bodies against her arms in their futile attempts to restrain her. Had Shana not wished to relent, they would have been utterly incapable. Once she ceased her onslaught, Shana withdrew her arms from their grasp, uttering not a word as she silently returned to her bed. Lying on her side and closing her eyes to rest, today had been exhausting. The two inmates exchanged glances, instinctively swallowing hard. She was intimidating as for the nail-trimming woman sobbing on the floor. No one paid her any mind. In the slave camp, even death was not a significant concern, for those confined here were deemed deserving of their fate. The days swiftly passed, accompanied by a rapid influx of wealth. Gold poured in abundantly. Exchanged for resources, there was no shortage of food. It was readily available for purchase. You want my supplies? I demand your gold in return. Today, the revenue from the market has been nothing short of terrifying. Yu Hongzhuang is exceedingly joyful, as the day's earnings have reached an astonishing 300,000 funding points. In stark contrast to yesterday's 130,000, today's income is truly remarkable. A part of this surge can be attributed to the poor timing of yesterday's opening, which led many to arrive after dark, only to return the following day. Additionally, several individuals from the camps came to exchange today, resulting in earnings far surpassing the first day's figures. The gold exchange alone brought in 300,000, complemented by 10,000 from the mining vehicles, totaling 310,000. The consumption shopping plan from yesterday remains incomplete due to a slight shortfall in funds, necessitating an additional expenditure of 46,000 today to meet yesterday's goals. Consequently, the base's ammunition reserves are now exceedingly ample, providing a safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. In his study, Yu Hongzhuang happily jots down the current data of the base. 115 mobilized soldiers, 51 American troops, 1 Tanya, 1 engineer, 11 police dogs, 20 Grizzly tanks, 2 Apocalypse tanks, 20 V-3 rocket launchers, 2 multifunctional infantry vehicles, and 4 fighter jets. The ammunition stockpile includes 200,000 bullets, 1,000 tank shells, and 4,000 rocket shells. The survivor count exceeds 700. It is no exaggeration to assert that such a firepower configuration could carpet bomb and utterly obliterate several villages. As he writes, a smile breaks across his face. He feels a swell of pride. With this level of firepower, the current factory is entirely incapable of accommodating so many tanks. Had it not been for the deployment of several tanks and V-3 rocket launchers to establish a secondary base yesterday, the situation would be even more cramped. Even within the factory, it is filled to capacity, compounded by the presence of over 700 survivors and more than 100 soldiers. Indeed, the space is becoming quite congested. However, now is not the time for expansion. He harbors alternative plans regarding the issue of overpopulation, which can be addressed in due course. Currently, the base boasts a surplus of heavy weaponry, yet the number of soldiers is somewhat lacking. Given the already excessive population, increasing the number of soldiers leaves little room for accommodation. Hence, he intends to recruit some less frequently stationed defensive troops while augmenting the number of defensive soldiers. For instance, he considers adding Navy SEALs, who are often dispatched on missions, as well as additional Tanyas for personal protection, as there is ample space in the 100-plus square meter rooms. Espionage units could also infiltrate enemy camps to gather intelligence. Although dismantling the minor factions in H-City poses little challenge, what about the powers in other cities? H-City is merely an unremarkable prefecture-level city within the vast expanse of Huaxia. There are hundreds of such cities and several super-metropolises with populations reaching tens of millions. The forces emerging from these urban centers are incomparable to those of an ordinary prefecture-level city. Moreover, he cannot overlook the major military districts of Huaxia, as he doubts that the slumbering tigers have simply vanished without a trace. At present, Yu Hongzhuang remains unaware of the external circumstances. With the base's power rapidly expanding, it is time to contemplate future paths. He is a man with aspirations to conquer the world. and his vision should not be confined to the diminutive H-City. In summary, he must bolster his forces and develop further while simultaneously beginning to scout intelligence from the outside world. Yu Hongzhuang resumes his writing, preparing to recruit 10 Navy SEALs to form a small team. Each SEAL costs 1,000 funding points, totaling 10,000 for 10 members. He decides to establish 3 teams, amounting to 30 individuals and a total expenditure of 30,000. Quite the significant investment. However, the unknowns beyond H-City necessitate a professional and powerful combat force to operate independently over several hundred kilometers while executing missions. Espionage agents are also priced at 1,000 funding points each, capable of disguising themselves as others. Aside from the police dogs, no creature can detect them. Furthermore, the animals have transformed into mutated beasts more dangerous than zombies, rendering them incapable of aiding humans in scent detection. He resolves to recruit 8 spies, casting a wide net, 1 for each direction: northeast, northwest, southwest, southeast, and the cardinal directions. They will infiltrate these major powers, laying the groundwork for future world conquest. He also decides to recruit 2 more Tanyas. The first Tanya was dispatched yesterday to establish a secondary base, so he will now acquire 2 more Tanyas for personal protection, ensuring they are of East Asian descent, one with Japanese genes and the other of Huaxia lineage. The plan is for them to be exceptionally beautiful, capable of providing both protection and companionship. After all, the life of the commander is of utmost importance. Yu Hongzhuang is thoroughly pleased with this decision. In total, he will recruit 2 Tanyas, 30 Navy SEALs, and 8 spies, incurring a cost of 40,000. This expenditure is manageable. He also plans to recruit 36 Huaxia soldiers to form a platoon, compensating for the one that was dispatched yesterday to establish a secondary base, thereby enhancing the defensive capabilities of the base, an aspect that is eternally critical. Yu Hongzhuang rubs his hands together and drinks the cooled boiled water on the table in one gulp. After such prolonged contemplation, he feels a bit parched. Perhaps it is due to his fervent thoughts. A slight smile graces his lips. At this moment, Yu Hongzhuang finds himself in the vicinity of the base's red alert construction zone. He has already selected numerous troop types for construction in his study, but still requires several red alert buildings to issue orders to these soldiers. He has resolved to construct additional red alert structures, such as a spy satellite. This building will unveil the entirety of the Earth landscape. A function of paramount importance to the base. It can be deemed a critical capability, akin to possessing a super map that reveals the activities on the battlefield. Should a confrontation arise, it would provide an unparalleled tactical advantage, allowing him to observe all enemy movements beneath his very eyes, akin to having a full map hack. Naturally, prior to the apocalypse, the Earth possessed capabilities to obstruct satellite reconnaissance. Certain locations, especially those of significant confidentiality, remained impervious even to satellite observation. However, with society now largely incapacitated, the entirety of the globe lies within the purview of satellite surveillance. Thus, by constructing a spy satellite, Yu Hongzhuang secures a definitive advantage. He clicks to initiate the satellite construction. His finger continues to tap other building icons. He intends to construct more than just the spy satellite. He also aims to establish several power stations, alongside a few prism towers and training bases. Yu Hongzhuang has never taken his security arrangements lightly. Perhaps no one else in this world is as meticulous as he. Regarding the training base, he plans to allocate it for the Navy SEALs. Each training base can produce 10 Tier 3 soldiers, even transforming ordinary Huaxia soldiers into Tier 3 warriors capable of single-handedly taking on tanks. The Navy SEALs will undoubtedly emerge even stronger after their training. Speaking of which, the Red Alert soldiers have already endured considerable combat. Despite the absence of any Tier 1 soldiers, he remains puzzled as to why that is the case. With this thought, Yu Hongzhuang inquires of his assistant in his mind. Why have there been no soldiers leveling up? Are there conditions that have yet to be met? The assistant explains, reporting to the commander, the game is merely a game, compared to the Grand Red Alert system. It is but a simple program with superficial similarities. Please do not conflate the two. The leveling up of Red Alert soldiers necessitates extensive combat experience, the killing of zombies, and the accumulation of qualifications for advancement. Ordinary soldiers require Tier 1 crystals to level up. Oh, I see. Yu Hongzhuang comprehends that while the system bears a resemblance to the game, they are fundamentally distinct entities. He initially believed that merely accumulating combat experience would suffice for promotion to Tier 1 soldiers. But it appears that leveling up is indeed quite challenging. Tier 1 crystals. With his memories from his past life, Yu Hongzhuang is well aware of what this crystal entails. It is the essence that will emerge from the brains of evolved zombies in the near future. Serving as their source of power, Tier 1 zombies can be broadly categorized into strength type, speed type, and special type zombies. Strength type zombies typically grow larger, often reaching heights of 2 to 3 meters, with their eye sockets turning red and their bodies becoming muscular. If one were not attentive, they might easily mistake them for fitness enthusiasts. Their strength can exceed that of ordinary zombies by 34 times, potentially even fivefold. Speed type zombies, on the other hand, bear a striking resemblance to ordinary zombies. Except their eyes turn red, making them difficult to distinguish. They can move at speeds 34 times faster than that of an average person. There are at most 5 times more, as for the special types of zombies. They possess a myriad of peculiar abilities, all of which are intrinsically linked to the environments in which they survive. For instance, some zombies that linger in oil-rich areas consume the oil, resulting in their skin becoming remarkably tough and resilient. Exhibiting an extraordinary resistance to flames, they can even expel oil from their mouths. Similarly, some zombies undergo random mutations, enabling them to spew fireballs. The majority of first-tier zombies, however, predominantly exhibit speed and strength characteristics. Moreover, these zombies are capable of devouring first-tier crystals to facilitate their evolution. Therefore, the advancement of first-tier soldiers is indeed a formidable challenge. As time progresses, one after another, soldiers from the Huaxia army emerge from the barracks, followed by the Navy SEALs, and then Tanya. Due to the construction of only a single barracks, the pace of soldier production is somewhat sluggish. Gradually, as the soldiers continue to emerge, the establishment of satellite and training bases is also completed. 3 training bases have been constructed, perfectly accommodating 30 Navy SEALs. Initially, there was a desire to build 4, but the number was deemed inauspicious, hence it was not realized. In the future, should additional training bases be constructed, only 2 will be built directly. The soldiers emerging from the barracks, even without the need for training or verbal commands, automatically form neat lines, such as the hallmark of well-trained and disciplined soldiers. Among them are Huaxia soldiers, Navy SEALs, as well as Tanya and spies. Regardless of whether they are combat-oriented troops or more administrative in nature, their military posture is impeccably executed. Yu Hongzhuang, observing these soldiers, feels a swell of pride within him. With a smile, he commands these soldiers, "My soldiers, it is a pleasure to see you. From this day forth, the 10 of you will form a small team. You may choose any name you desire for your team, and the leader will be elected by you. Now, heed my first command. Each team shall enter a training base and complete their training." All the SEAL team members salute Yu Hongzhuang. "Yes, Commander." They then orderly queue to enter the training base. Once inside, they will emerge as Tier 3 soldiers. It remains to be seen what transformations these SEALs will undergo. Regardless, they are bound to emerge stronger. Anticipation fills the air. Turning to the remaining soldiers, he instructs, "Huaxia soldiers, form a platoon. The squad leader and class leader will be chosen by you. Your responsibility is to rotate defense with the 3 platoons within the base. It is imperative to maintain the security of the base." "Yes." The Huaxia soldiers respond loudly. Yu Hongzhuang, with a bold demeanor, addresses the 2 female soldiers. "Tanya, from now on, the 2 of you will be responsible for my safety and warmth. Are you willing?" To declare such a thing before dozens of soldiers requires a certain audacity. Tanya, with her fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs, is indeed a reflection of Yu Hongzhuang's own preferences. Although all the Red Alert soldiers are completely loyal and obedient to the commander, Yu Hongzhuang does not wish to impose this task upon them. Should they be unwilling, he would not insist. Chapter 61. Report. "No, we are willing." The 2 Tanya's cheeks flushed, responding without a hint of hesitation. For them, such a task is a deeply ingrained honor, devoid of any embarrassment. Dressed in military attire, they are unconcerned with minor details. Yu Hongzhuang's heart swells with joy. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of anxiety regarding this matter, fearing their reluctance. However, since it is a mutual agreement, there is no cause for concern. With a wave and a smile, he beckons, "That is truly wonderful. Come here, stand behind me. Henceforth, the 2 of you shall accompany me." Tanya strides over with poise, while the other soldiers maintain their focus, unwavering in their resolve. With Tanya arranged, the next task involves 8 spies. Leading the spies, they enter the spy satellite. Here, a panoramic view of the entire world is visible. The locations of zombie clusters and gathering sites are clearly displayed on the screen. Blue indicates surviving humans, red represents zombies, and yellow signifies mutated beasts. Given the formidable nature of mutated beasts, Yuhongzhuang has thus far avoided conflict with them. They are not edible, and engaging in combat with creatures vastly superior to zombies could result in casualties, rendering it an unwise endeavor. Returning to the matter at hand, the satellite imagery reveals that the majority of H City is overrun with red dots. With fewer zombies near the red alert base, there are several smaller camps, which, in Yuhongzhuang's view, are merely a group of mice huddling for warmth. The power dynamics within H City have become clear. There is no significant threat to his forces. What lies beyond H City? Nearby, there is another city, 100 kilometers away, City C, which was once a neighbor to H City, with many individuals traversing between the two for business, sharing familiar ties. The populations are comparable. However, in the face of the impending apocalypse, the circumstances are starkly different. The satellite map indicates a large blue within City C, clearly denoting a sizable camp with a substantial population. Unlike the scattered factions of H City, City C appears to have consolidated all its inhabitants for survival, suggesting that the leader of this formidable faction is undoubtedly exceptional. The dense cluster of blue dots forms a significant blue mass. The map reveals ongoing conflicts between blue and red dots. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies, breaching the defenses remains a daunting task. Such a powerful force exists so close by. Yuhongzhuang squints, recognizing the critical importance of constructing the spy satellite. Just by uncovering their presence, he has already established an advantage. Addressing the spies, he points to the location of City C. Such a strong camp lies adjacent to us. It was fortunate that we were unaware until now. Had we remained ignorant, I would not have slept soundly at night. The map illustrates that all survivors in City C are concentrated within that camp, with a rough estimate suggesting tens of thousands of individuals. Their strength should not be underestimated. Despite the weight of these revelations, Yuhongzhuang does not feel overly anxious. The enemy may have a greater number, but in terms of weaponry and firepower, they are not on the same level. If a conflict were to arise, the outcome remains uncertain. He merely wishes to remind the spies not to underestimate others and to keep an eye on external forces. His gaze settles on the spies as he gradually speaks. Who among you wishes to infiltrate that faction and gather intelligence? Gathering intelligence and sowing discord within the enemy's ranks is the quintessential duty of spies. The role of spies is of paramount importance, historically referred to as informants and undercover agents. This is one of the reasons Yuhongzhuang insisted on producing 8 spies in one go. Report, Commander. I am willing to go. Report. So am I. Report. Let me go. I am eager to undertake this task. These spies do not disappoint Yuhongzhuang, or rather, none of the Red Alert soldiers have ever let him down. They scramble to volunteer. Naturally, 8 individuals are excessive. While he acknowledges the significance of the power in City C, there is no need to send them all. Dispatching 4 will suffice. He trusts that 4 spies will be more than capable of handling the task at hand. The remaining 4 spies will be assigned to the 4 cardinal directions to scout for any interesting information and report back. Thus, all the spies prepare for their respective missions. However, they cannot depart just yet. The newly produced spies are entirely unarmed. Attempting to journey from the base to City C empty-handed is an exercise in folly. Even with the skills of Red Alert spies, Yuhongzhuang is not overly optimistic. He must equip them with weapons and defensive gear. At the very least, they should not perish en route. As all the spies prepare to leave the base, Yuhongzhuang gazes into the distance and muses. I hope you can provide me with a sense of having an adversary. The feeling of invincibility is rather lonely. A continuous rumble echoes as the dispatched troops venture forth to establish a sub-base. For the Red Alert soldiers, the commander's orders are akin to divine decree. A soldier's duty is to obey. They travel relentlessly, with the exception of meals and sleep, dedicating nearly all their time to the journey. Were it not for the ample supply of gasoline available for exchange at the vehicle factory, Yuhongzhuang would be at his wits' end. Now, against the backdrop of relentless zombie and mutated beast obstacles, they have finally reached the location of the mine. The journey has been arduous, encountering several formidable opponents. Have you ever seen dogs larger than bulls or pigs brimming with muscle? Their journey led them to a sight most astonishing: a multitude of creatures, roaming in packs. Had it not been for this expedition, they would scarcely have believed that in such desolate wilderness, even stray dogs ventured out in groups, and domestic pigs surged forth from their pens. An unstoppable tide. Were it not for the formidable V-3 rocket launchers and the relentless bombardment from tanks, this outing would undoubtedly have resulted in catastrophic casualties. Fortunately, despite the hardships endured, they arrived at their destination. But then what? What was to follow? The squad leader pondered deeply over their mission, to extract resources from this region and establish a forward base. Establishing a base was feasible, but the absence of mining vehicles troubled him. At this thought, the squad leader's expression soured, reflecting his inner turmoil. Now unable to mine, they would first need to settle the troops, regroup, and subsequently report back to headquarters. He sighed inwardly, hoping that he would not have to make another trip back to fetch the base vehicles. Chapter 62. Establishing a forward base. Did they truly need to start from scratch? Lay every brick anew? Certainly not. Though this was a mountainous area with sparse population, there were still villages that could be repurposed as makeshift bases. It was not uncommon for mountain villages to house a few hundred souls. Regrettably, the youth seldom lingered there, having left for education or to seek work elsewhere, leaving behind a demographic comprised mainly of the elderly and children. In this post-apocalyptic world, such a population could hardly withstand the onslaught of the undead. The odds of survival were exceedingly slim. Heavy weaponry like tanks and V-3 rocket launchers were ill-suited for the narrow village paths, rendering them ineffective. They halted at the village entrance, where most soldiers disembarked to prepare for a zombie clearance. However, they did not intend to knock on every door, as that would be perilously reckless. The squad leader waved his hand, commanding, "Create some noise. Let those beasts hear us." As soldiers trained under the banner of Red Alert, they possessed ample combat experience and had developed strategies for dealing with the undead over time. No sooner had he spoken than the tanks lined up at the village's edge turned their turrets, recalibrating their aim. With a few thunderous blasts, the sound echoed loudly enough to rattle the mountainside, ensuring even those at a distance could hear. Such a cacophony was bound to attract the attention of the zombies. In moments, the previously tranquil village became inundated with the undead, emerging from nearly every household. Some homes even yielding 3 or 4 at once. Despite its modest size, the village was teeming with zombies, most of whom were hunched, likely remnants of a once elderly population. Poor souls, who had known little respite in life, now found no peace in death, transformed into grotesque figures of horror. A metallic storm unfolded before them as the squad leader quietly lit a cigarette, embodying a certain nonchalance amid the chaos. Despite the encroaching horde, he remained unperturbed, confident in his troops. What were a few hundred zombies against the might of rocket artillery and machine gun tanks? One by one, the zombies charged forth, yet unbeknownst to the soldiers. One with crimson eyes broke away from the pack with astonishing speed. In the midst of gunfire and explosions, it was unnoticed, approaching from the periphery of their formation. By the time a few soldiers perceived its unusual pace, it was too late. In such close proximity, a first-level zombie could seize a soldier's neck in mere seconds. The soldier's vision failed to register the zombie's rapidity, even if he fired his weapon. The bullet would arrive only to find the target already vanished. Faced with imminent danger, the conscript fired wildly, yet his shots went astray, striking the ground instead. His eyes blurred, unable to focus on the approaching threat. Suddenly, he felt a tearing sensation at his throat, consciousness fading as blood soaked his uniform. He fell to the ground, lifeless. The tragedy beside him sent the surrounding soldiers into a frenzy, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. This was a comrade, a companion who had shared in their struggles. How could one so cruelly take a life? Anger surged within them, but against a first-level zombie renowned for its speed, it was futile. The zombie's explosive agility allowed it to evade capture effortlessly. It was not the bullet's velocity that failed to reach its target, but rather the overwhelming rage clouding their judgment, preventing them from aiming with precision. Even if a few shots found their mark, if not aimed at the head, they would not ensure death. And thus, 3 or 4 soldiers had already perished. Ordinary soldiers were powerless against it. Tanks and rocket artillery could not be deployed without risking further casualties. With a squad of merely 30, the loss of 3 or 4 soldiers was a grievous blow. Such heavy casualties drew the commander's attention. Each soldier was akin to a brother. The squad leader, fueled by indignation, squeezed the trigger. Tanya and the squad leader witnessed the chaos unfold. As a member of a more elite unit, Tanya was considerably more capable than the conscripts. Otherwise, she would not belong to a specialized force. Confronted with the devastation wrought by the first-level zombies, she felt a pang of guilt, questioning why she had not acted sooner. Drawing her sidearm, a Pfeiffer Zaliska revolver, the most powerful handgun in the world, she prepared to engage. The Zaliska fires the .600 Nitro Express or .458 Winchester Magnum rounds, delivering an astounding initial velocity of 462 meters per second and a muzzle energy of 6,230 joules. Only those with exceptional strength could manage such recoil. Yet for an elite soldier, it posed no challenge. Tanya's performance was a testament to her worth, a true reflection of the investment in her training. With remarkable speed, she sprinted, her long legs carrying her almost as swiftly as the first-level zombies. Her movements were decisive as she aimed at the approaching undead. In less than a second, 2 shots rang out, striking the charging first-level zombie in the head, a crimson hole appearing in its forehead as it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Though one first-level zombie had fallen, the sorrow it inflicted upon the Red Alert soldiers remained unmitigated. Etched in their memories, it was undeniable that this single zombie had inflicted the most profound trauma upon the Red Alert forces since their inception. In mere seconds, for lives had been extinguished, none fortunate enough to survive. It was terrifying and perilous. Grief was fleeting. After a few soldiers shed tears of sorrow, they redirected their focus to the battlefield. There was no time for mourning or lamentation. They were in the throes of combat. Their sorrow dissipated, replaced by fury unleashed upon the horde. The pitiful mass of zombies, numbering in the hundreds, fell before them at an observable rate. Chapter 63. The cannon fire tore through the ranks of the undead, creating a minor deluge of blood. The battle raged for over 10 minutes, with some soldiers still red-eyed from grief. Following the skirmish, soldiers commenced the grim task of clearing the battlefield. The squad leader felt a pang of sorrow. The fallen soldiers were his brothers. They incinerated the bodies of the zombies, and under the watchful gaze of their comrades, laid their fallen brothers to rest. Yet their work was far from over. Though they had created a considerable commotion and drawn out the zombies, caution remained paramount. The lives of the soldiers were invaluable. As their commander, he wished for no further losses. After a brief respite, he led his men in a thorough search of the village for any remaining undead. They scoured every home and even ventured within a kilometer of the village outskirts. Dividing into smaller squads, they worked efficiently. The squad leader cautiously knocked on a door, and upon receiving no response, he kicked it open and entered, meticulously searching every corner for potential threats. The other soldiers followed suit, maintaining a vigilant approach. This would be their new base of operations. A soldier, clutching his firearm, stood before the ominous rooms, his nerves taut, never allowing himself a moment of respite. For he knew not when a zombie might leap forth from the shadows, delivering a fatal blow. Should he succumb to infection, his fate would be sealed. Waiting for death to claim him, a mobilized soldier knocked on the door, ostensibly to announce his presence, yet his true intent was to ascertain whether any zombies lurked within. To the astonishment of all soldiers, a voice, human, no less, resounded from inside. Who are you?" The voice, tremulous and youthful, did little to allay their vigilance. In a soothing tone, the soldier replied, "We are soldiers from the Red Alert base, here to eradicate the zombies. You must have heard the commotion outside. Fear not. The zombies in this vicinity have been nearly exterminated. You may come out now." As anticipated, the voice within rose significantly in pitch, revealing the excitement of its owner. In this apocalyptic world, the mere news of zombies being vanquished was nothing short of miraculous, even if it pertained to this small area. Overcome with emotion, tears streamed down her cheeks as she murmured, "Mom and Dad, may you find happiness in heaven." The soldier, catching a faint sound, inquired, "What is wrong? Are you all right?" Silence greeted him from within. After wiping her tears, the woman finally emerged from behind the door. Before them stood a woman in her early 20s, her sun-kissed skin betraying a life spent toiling in the fields. The soldiers quickly assessed her, deeming her non-threatening. It was evident that she had just experienced a tumult of emotions. Her mental state appeared stable. As she knelt before them, her gratitude poured forth. "Thank you. I shall remember this for the rest of my life. Thank you for avenging my loved ones. Thank you for granting peace to the souls of my village." The soldiers were taken aback by her display of reverence, realizing that the local populace bore a certain superstitious sentiment. Fortunately, the foremost soldier promptly assisted her to her feet, exclaiming, "No, no, there's no need for that. Kneeling to me will only shorten your lifespan." Tears continued to flow from her eyes as she fervently repeated her thanks. "Thank you, thank you. I shall forever be grateful to you." Having heard the thunderous clashes outside, indicative of the soldiers battling zombies, she understood that if anyone could eliminate the undead menace, it was this very band of soldiers. With the zombies outside now vanquished, her belief in their prowess was unwavering. The mobilized soldier reassured her, "Rest easy, you are safe now. Our unit will establish a forward base here to ensure your protection. If you wish, you may join us and become a member of our community." Within mere moments, their exchange was filled with gratitude and reassurances, a testament to the soldier's commitment to ease the commander's burdens. The next gold medal for bravery surely belonged to him. Without hesitation, the woman accepted, her heart brimming with appreciation. "I wish to join you. I will work hard to repay your kindness." The soldier, however, had no intention of using her gratitude as leverage. He spoke plainly, "Rest assured, if you join our base and contribute diligently, you will be safe from any dangers, free from the threat of zombies. You will have enough to eat and wear. Do not act impulsively. Take your time to consider your decision." The woman, now calmer, perhaps due to the shift in topic, replied with slightly reddened eyes, "I understand, and I choose to join you. You can count on my commitment." With mutual consent established, the soldier continued, "Now that you've made your choice, we won't dwell on it further. Our task is to search for any remaining zombies in the village, and it may not be safe for you to wander alone. Please stay with us and refrain from straying." Nodding obediently, her rugged visage revealed a farmeress sincerity as she closely followed the soldiers, ensuring she did not stray. As time passed, the soldiers meticulously searched each dwelling, gradually uncovering a few remaining zombies trapped within it. Seemed the villagers had been fortunate. There were 7 or 8 survivors in this village. For a handful of individuals to endure amidst hundreds of zombies for several days was indeed remarkable. The soldiers gathered the fallen zombies and incinerated their remains. As they assembled, the survivors lined up behind them, standing in formation. The squad leader, positioned at the front, awaited the soldiers to assume their military stance before delegating tasks. Squads 1 and 2 commenced patrols around the village. Although we have cleared the immediate area of zombies, we must remain vigilant against any potential incursions from other zombies or mutated beasts. Be prepared for anything." The soldiers responded in unison, their voices echoing with fervor, a sound that invigorated the atmosphere amidst the desolation. After arranging the soldiers, the squad leader turned his attention to the villagers. "All right, since you are willing to join us, let us work together. For tonight's dinner, I entrust you with the responsibility of preparing the meal for everyone. Afterward, we shall dine together, and then we can tidy up the soldiers' quarters before resting." "Yes, sir," the villagers, though untrained, called out with varying degrees of enthusiasm, their eyes shining with newfound hope. In the depths of despair, with resources depleted and survival seeming futile, it was this military force that had reignited their aspirations, liberating them from the clutches of the undead. This unit had become a beacon of hope in their hearts. There is no greater gratitude than that felt by those rescued from the brink of despair. Some might even revere them as deities, holding them as symbols of faith. Once the tasks were assigned, the group dispersed to commence their rest. As night began to cloak the land, the squad leader initiated a communication request with Yu Hongzhuang. Ever since the establishment of their spy satellite, they had been equipped with communication devices capable of cross-regional dialogue. However, only the Red Alert line was operational, allowing every Red Alert unit to communicate with one another from anywhere on the globe. As the squad leader reached for the communicator, Yu Hongzhuang, several hundred kilometers away, heard the assistant's request in his mind. "Commander, a unit requests to establish communication. Do you wish to connect?" Yu Hongzhuang, who had been wandering the base, reflecting on his time there without a thorough exploration, was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such a request before. After repeating the phrase in his mind, he asked, "Assistant, what does this mean?" "A unit requests communication. They can actually apply to connect with me?" The assistant clarified. "Indeed, the spy satellite has been established within the base, allowing all Red Alert units to communicate globally. Not only can you converse with your commander in Mandarin, but you may also connect with other Red Army units." Upon grasping this information, Yu Hongzhuang realized the capabilities of the satellite exceeded his expectations. He quickly deduced that the requesting unit was likely the one dispatched several hundred kilometers away. Could they be encountering an issue that necessitates communication with me? Did I not instruct the Air Force to maintain constant vigilance and be ready for support? Have they encountered a dilemma that even the Air Force cannot resolve? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a frown creased Yu Hongzhuang's brow. Were there truly such formidable adversaries left in this world, capable of besting a battalion of tanks and fighter jets? If that is truly the case, then matters might indeed be rather complicated. Never mind, let us listen to the request link and see what needs to be conveyed. Link. Reporting to the commander, the second platoon leader is here. The voice was resonant and powerful. Even in the absence of the other party, Yu Hongzhuang could sense the strength and respect in his tone. Did you call me because you encountered some difficulties? The second platoon leader stood upright in front of the communicator, still expressing his reverence even in the commander's absence. Report, Commander, my unit has safely arrived at the designated location, and we have set up camp. Everything is in order. However, I lack the mining vehicles necessary for extraction, and the construction of the subbase requires manpower. I kindly request the commander to allocate additional personnel to my unit. Oh, I see. Yu Hongzhuang thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief. Such issues were manageable and merely minor inconveniences. He had indeed been preparing to send more personnel to that location, as he had significant plans ahead, plans of monumental proportions. Yu Hongzhuang inquired, do you require soldiers, survivors, or perhaps both? The second platoon leader pondered for a moment before responding, ideally, I would like to have both. The MY unit has just lost 4 soldiers. They were my finest troops. Hearing this, Yu Hongzhuang felt a twinge of sorrow. He had not anticipated such loss. Nevertheless, in the face of action and the undead, sacrifices were inevitable. His voice grew somber. All right, I understand. Tomorrow, I will take a flight over and arrange for some personnel to be sent to you. We will also ensure that the mining facilities are constructed. He then offered some words of comfort to his subordinate. Take it easy. I believe they were the best soldiers in warfare. Casualties are an unfortunate reality. Do not dwell on it too much. Yes, Commander. Is there anything else? If not, I shall end the call. I will be there tomorrow. Nothing else, please hang up first. Yu Hongzhuang wasted no time. He had much to attend to. With the loss of 4 soldiers weighing on his heart, he found little inclination to stroll about. Sigh, tomorrow would entail a significant financial expenditure. The trip to the subbase would require the construction of at least 3 red alert structures. Not to mention additional defensive edifices. Just thinking about it pained him, as tens of thousands of funds would flow out like water. However, this was an investment in the subbase. Some copper mines there would surely yield returns 100-fold in the future. Without investment, where would the returns come from? Moreover, the likelihood of returns was nearly guaranteed. How could one not invest in such a promising project? It was essential to commit, even if the return on investment might take some time to materialize. Chapter 65. The next day arrived swiftly. In the early morning. While Yu Hongzhuang was still in slumber, Tanya and another aide had already risen early, preparing the commander's toiletries, even squeezing the toothpaste in advance. They prepared breakfast and fresh clothing, fulfilling all the duties of devoted attendants. Yu Hongzhuang was living a rather decadent life, almost as if he needed only to be fed and dressed. Awakening naturally, he slowly got out of bed, made his way to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. After completing his morning routine, it was nearly noon before he leisurely began his breakfast. After eating, he sought out Fan Wan. Upon seeing Yu Hongzhuang, Fan Wan promptly bowed and greeted him. My lord. Yu Hongzhuang nodded, lacking any intention for small talk, and stated directly, gather all the farmers within the base. I intend to take them away. Fan Wan did not inquire about the purpose. She had no authority to question. She simply accepted her orders and went to fulfill them. Watching her depart, Yu Hongzhuang felt a pang of guilt. Was it somewhat cruel to uproot these people from their homeland and send them to an unknown place? Although the new location was safer, it still meant leaving their homes, he sighed inwardly. Acknowledging his own softness of heart, if anyone was unwilling to go, they could refuse. Yes, I will communicate that to them. While Fan Wan was busy finding people, Yu Hongzhuang occupied himself by producing several armed helicopters in the vehicle factory. Though the Red Alert base lacked transport units, armed helicopters could still accommodate 7 or 8 individuals. 3 helicopters could make several trips in a day, transporting a few hundred people. Half an hour passed. Fan Wan worked swiftly. In her days as the chief steward, she had developed a certain air of authority. Despite the unflattering title, her power was immense. Apart from the restricted areas of the base and the mobilized troops, everything else fell under her jurisdiction. With the lives of hundreds in her hands, Yu Hongzhuang would not hold her accountable for the loss of a few survivors. Within the base, there were around 70 to 80 individuals who had once been farmers and knew how to till the land. This number was not insignificant, especially considering the total population of over 800, including slaves. Recently, many survivors had applied to join the base, increasing the population to this figure. Although H City was a prefecture-level city, its population was only in the hundreds of thousands, with many being rural migrants seeking work. It was truly a pitiful situation. Thus, 70-odd individuals were already a considerable number. Fan Wan approached and announced, "My lord, everyone has gathered. 3 armed helicopters stood ready behind Yu Hongzhuang, who nodded lightly before addressing the assembled farmers. Once farmers, greetings, everyone. I trust you all recognize me, so I shall not waste time with pleasantries. As we prepare to relocate you for survival in a new area, it is only fair to explain the circumstances. Recently, we have established a new subbase. This subbase requires a great deal of manpower, hence the need for your assistance. Let me share the benefits of this relocation. I plan to develop this subbase vigorously, and you will be the first batch. More farmers and inhabitants will follow in due course. Work diligently, and you may even find yourselves in positions of leadership in the future. Do you understand my meaning?" Fan Wan, here is your example. The crowd listened in silence, not daring to murmur or speak. With work available and food guaranteed, they should count themselves fortunate. Any other thoughts? Complaints would earn them a swift expulsion from the base, forced to live among the undead. People ought to be content and cherish what they have. Following the apocalypse, most individuals were grateful for the hard-won happiness within the base. Work meant sustenance, a veritable paradise. The subbase is over 100 kilometers away. If anyone is unwilling to go, now is the time to step forward. I will not make things difficult for you. I will not compel you. This sentiment had already been expressed by the chief steward, and thus the crowd exhibited no dissent. Well, since no one speaks up, it seems everyone agrees. Very well, you 7 will board 1 helicopter at a time, which will transport you there. The farmers lined up in an orderly fashion, boarding the helicopters one by one. Yu Hongzhuang also took a seat in an armed helicopter. Heading to the sub-base, it was unavoidable. He was the only one capable of constructing red alert buildings, and regardless of how many subbases he developed in the future, he would need to visit each one. Alas, such was the burden of his fate. The over 100 kilometers distance was swiftly covered by the helicopter in a few hours. Though helicopters do not match the speed of fighter jets, they still traverse the distance in half an hour. Indeed, while ground troops required a day and a half for the same journey, helicopters accomplished it in mere moments, an impressive feat of aerial speed. From afar, the mountain village became visible. As the helicopter's rotor blades gradually reduced speed, they prepared to land. Finding no designated helipad, they simply sought a suitable spot to touch down, just 10 centimeters above the ground. In a display of bravado, Yu Hongzhuang opened the cabin and leapt from the aircraft. Stretching his limbs and smiling contentedly, he reveled in the moment. This marked his farthest venture since his rebirth, over 100 kilometers, where the essence of nature was far superior to the air of the city. Tanya followed closely behind, resolutely jumping down as well. Had there been parachutes, one could only imagine Yu Hongzhuang's thrill in leaping from the skies just for the exhilaration of it. The aircraft came to a smooth halt at the roadside, and one by one, the survivors disembarked. Their expressions were far from jubilant. The thought of jumping from the plane, no matter the height, was utterly unappealing. If not for the imperatives of safety and survival, who would willingly forsake their homeland? As their feet touched the ground, they spotted the mobilization officer approaching from a distance, his military attire unmistakable. The comrades they had shared daily life with were all too familiar to them. A few mobilization officers jogged over, coming to a halt before them. "Stand at attention," they saluted with a resounding. Reporting to the commander, Mobilization Squad 2, Class 3, is here to report. Chapter 66. The newly arrived survivors, upon seeing the soldiers, felt an immediate shift from their initial wariness to heightened anxiety. They were uncertain of what tasks awaited them so soon after disembarking. Quickly, they formed an orderly line, an impressive feat considering that the base often called upon survivors to assemble. X nodded with a smile. "Hello. Where is your squad leader? I've brought assistance for you." The squad leader replied with utmost diligence, reporting to the commander, "The squad leader is currently preparing your accommodations in the village. Shall I guide you to him? No need to search for him specifically." Just send a soldier to relay a message, X replied, shaking his head. Let us proceed directly into the village. You lead the way. I seek a spacious area. Yes, sir. There were 3 armed helicopters, each capable of carrying 7 individuals. Totaling 21 people, a throng of over 20 individuals marched forward in formation. Occasionally, patrolling soldiers saluted them, while the village survivors observed with curiosity, unsure of the unfolding situation. However, upon witnessing the soldiers' salutes, they too attempted to mimic the gesture. Meanwhile, the squad leader received reports from his soldiers, quickly realizing the commander had arrived. He hastily set aside his tasks and rushed to greet him. They arrived at a secluded area where they were alone, with only the group of over 20 survivors present. Some secrets were not meant for their eyes. At that moment, the squad leader arrived, accompanied by the first model of Tanya. Upon their meeting, the differences among the 3 Tanyas were stark. The first model exhibited a noticeably darker complexion, while the later models boasted a more conventionally appealing appearance, aligning closely with Eastern ethnic features and a fairer skin tone. Of course, these attributes had no bearing on combat effectiveness. They were merely a reflection of Yu Hongzhuang's penchant for beauty in his designs. Returning to the matter at hand, the squad leader's arrival was fortuitous, as it allowed Yu Hongzhuang to assign him a task. UVE, come at the right moment. Today, I will be transporting 70 to 80 farmers here. Please arrange some work for them. For now, take these 20 to start, while I attend to other matters. Without hesitation, the squad leader acknowledged, for a soldier's duty is to obey orders. The commander's directive is paramount. Yes, I will attend to it immediately. He then led the group of farmers away, leaving Yu Hongzhuang and the Red Alert soldiers in the open area. These individuals were trustworthy, exhibiting unwavering loyalty to him. Thus, they commenced the construction of the long-anticipated ore refinery, having prepared for its establishment in advance. Suddenly, a camouflaged multi-story building materialized in the vacant space. The soldiers, unfazed, had no prior knowledge of such structures, yet their loyalty to the commander remained absolute. They would not question even the most clandestine of operations. Alongside the ore refinery, an armed mining vehicle was also constructed. This vehicle, equipped with thousands of rounds of ammunition and a machine gun, proved invaluable for zombie extermination when necessary. It could harvest approximately 5,000 resource points of copper ore daily. But was this solitary structure sufficient for the subbase? Absolutely not. He had aspirations to establish additional Red Alert buildings. This location was destined to become a significant subbase, one he regarded with utmost importance. The mining vehicle autonomously commenced its operations upon detecting nearby copper ore. Requiring no commands. Having constructed an ore refinery, the next step was to erect a prism tower, serving as a bastion of security for the subbase. Of course, without electricity, he would need to construct a power station shortly to facilitate operations. Contemplating this, Yu Hongzhuang felt a twinge of greed. If only a nuclear power plant were available, the energy supply would be abundant, eliminating the need for numerous conventional power stations and conserving substantial resource points. Alas, such was not the case at present. The architectural icons had emerged, and all necessary constructions should have been unlocked. If no buildings appeared, it meant there were none left to construct, for the future. He would have to rely on self-research. That was a matter for another day. For now, he had yet to master the operational intricacies of Red Alert's production units. There was no need to rush. Sustenance would come, as would resources. The Red Alert structures required time to prepare. The group waited patiently. They subsequently constructed a power station and a barracks. There was no need for a vehicle factory at this stage. The tanks and rocket launchers brought by the troops were more than sufficient. One power station sufficed, as the subbase did not require constant electricity. Even with several households utilizing power for lighting at night, it would not consume a significant amount. Currently, this subbase was in need of soldiers, prompting the establishment of a barracks. In his mind, he instructed his assistant, produce 100 Huaxia soldiers, all to emerge from this barracks. Yes, Commander. There was little choice. With one barracks here and another at the main base, failure to specify could result in the 50 soldiers being produced separately, thereby preventing adequate reinforcements. The primary purpose of these soldiers was not merely to defend against zombie incursions, but to guard the survivors. As events unfolded, Yu Hongzhuang's plans began to crystallize. Indeed, he aimed to transform this subbase into an agricultural hub. The advantages of this concept were apparent. Nestled amidst mountains and waters, this remote area boasted a sparse population, resulting in fewer humans turned zombies, rendering it a relatively safe locale. Thus, it was an ideal setting for production to support the base's logistics. One should not assume that capturing a small granary would ensure safety. While the granary was vast enough to feed over 100,000 individuals, their ultimate goal was world domination. One must not possess a narrow vision, but rather plan for the future. Moreover, the produce cultivated here could be transported to the base for sale to other survivors, creating a continuous production chain for rapid growth. The supplies in the granary were a current necessity, while the products from this sub-base were investments for the future. As the Supreme Commander, short-sightedness was not an option. Nevertheless, the expenditure of resource points was considerable. Over 20,000 had already been spent, with plans to produce additional guard dogs and engineers for unforeseen circumstances, necessitating further investment. Gazing at the swiftly depleting numbers on the system, he felt a pang of heartache. Producing 100 Huaxia soldiers was not an instantaneous process. Patience was required. Once all constructions were completed, the afternoon had already arrived. It could be said that the day's endeavors at the base had yielded little, having spent both time and resources at this sub-base. However, Yu Hongzhuang firmly believed that his investments would yield returns. With no delectable offerings in sight, even lunch was a mere makeshift affair, edible but uninspired. This sub-base now boasted over 100 soldiers. Comparable to the main base. As for their living arrangements, there was no cause for concern, as the village contained numerous vacant houses, all ready for habitation. After all, the villagers had perished, leaving the homes empty. Furthermore, the squad leader had now ascended to the position of company commander, having faithfully accompanied his seasoned mobilization officer. Rewards were in order. Yu Hongzhuang addressed his subordinate company commander, now that these buildings are complete. Do you have any further needs? I will do my best to accommodate you, as I may not frequent this place often in the future. Commander, I have no further request. At this point, the company commander spoke with a hint of sorrow in his heart. I simply feel a deep sense of regret for the brothers who perished yesterday. Yu Hongzhuang empathized, understanding the sadness that weighed on his heart. He gently patted the shoulder of this towering figure, even taller than himself, and offered comfort. Do not grieve, nor dwell on the past. We must look forward. I share your sorrow for our fallen brothers. It pains me deeply. However, life must go on. We have other brothers depending on us, and we cannot let them down. You have faced more battles than I. Surely, you comprehend this truth. The company commander, with reddened eyes, nodded. Yes, I understand that in war, death is inevitable, especially in this damned apocalypse. Yet, I cannot forgive myself for the lives lost due to my negligence. If only I had discovered it sooner, perhaps one more might have survived. Enough of this self-reproach. We must give our brothers a proper burial. We will surely change this grim world. Indeed, Yu Hongzhuang consoled this company commander, who was even more robust than a bear. By the way, Commander, yesterday while we were incinerating the zombie corpses, we discovered a diamond-like object, seemingly from within a zombie's body. It contains a liquid that flows inside, which I believe could hold research value, so I decided to keep it. I tried striking it with force, but it would not break. It is exceptionally hard. It raises suspicions about whether the zombies have undergone some change, something never observed before. The company commander suddenly recalled something and, with a hint of concern, spoke up. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongzhuang's heart leaped with joy. You do not know what it is, but I do. This must be the first-tier energy crystal I have longed for. Unable to contain his excitement, he burst into laughter. What a delightful stroke of fortune to find it so quickly. Indeed, where have you placed this first-tier energy crystal? Show it to me. The company commander wore a puzzled expression, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events and why the commander was so elated. The first-tier energy crystal? Are you referring to that object within the zombie? Yes, I shall fetch it for you at once. Before long, a soldier jogged over, bringing the first-tier energy crystal. Yu Hongzhuang, unperturbed by its origin, took it directly into his hands, observing the crystal's translucent form, its remarkable hardness, and the liquid-like substance within. He could not suppress his joy. Excellent. It is indeed as I suspected. This object is truly valuable. In his mind, he consulted his assistant. How can this item enhance a soldier's rank? Should it be ingested? The assistant replied. The first-tier zombie crystal can be exchanged for 500 funding points. It can be dissolved in water for consumption, promoting a soldier to a 1-star rank. Ah, that simplifies matters. Although water resources are incredibly precious in this apocalypse, it presents no significant challenge for Yu Hongzhuang. There is even ample reserve in the forward base. Holding the first-tier energy crystal, he called out to those around him. Who among you has water? Bring it to me. Each soldier carries individual rations. How could they lack water? It is replenished daily. The company commander hastily removed the water flask from his belt and handed it to the commander. The commander affirmed, I shall use this. Yu Hongzhuang was not one to stand on ceremony. He took it and immediately set to work. Unscrewing the lid, he placed the first-tier energy crystal into the flask. Since the flask was not transparent, its contents remained unseen. Nevertheless, Yu Hongzhuang had unwavering faith in his assistant and did not doubt it. He secured the lid and shook the flask, ensuring the first-tier energy crystal mixed thoroughly with the water. Then he turned to the company commander. What do you think? Are you brave enough to drink it? As he spoke, he swayed the flask enticingly. I dare. Upon hearing this affirmation, Yu Hongzhuang felt warmth in his heart. With a hint of subtle expression, he handed the flask to him. Then he said, Since it is your flask, you might as well drink it all. Once you finish, you are likely to feel a transformation within your body. The company commander, perplexed, pondered. What does this mean? Is there something peculiar about the water with the crystal? A unique transformation? Yu Hongzhuang reassured him. Nothing more than the literal interpretation. Did you not wish to drink? Go ahead. Yes. Hearing the command, the company commander hesitated no longer. He opened the lid and gulped down the contents of the flask. Several hundred milliliters were consumed in an instant. Almost immediately, he felt his body convulsing uncontrollably, as if cramping with excruciating pain coursing through him. To an unknowing observer, it might appear as though he had ingested poison. After more than 10 seconds, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Yu Hongzhuang, however, remained calm, reflecting that enduring some pain was a normal part of breaking through to a one-star soldier. In novels, one often undergoes trials to transcend boundaries. Patience is key. The surrounding soldiers watched intently as their company commander writhed in agony, their hearts heavy with concern, utterly unaware of what was transpiring. The company commander felt as if he were in hell, enduring unimaginable torment. It was even more painful than undergoing surgery without anesthesia. Why would the commander subject me to this poison? Is it because I failed to care for my brothers on the battlefield? While grappling with these thoughts, his body continued to suffer. After 3 to 4 minutes, dark, grimy substances began to emerge from his body, resembling the muck encountered during a scrubbing bath, congealed together in an unseemly manner. It appeared exceedingly filthy. Yu Hongzhuang frowned, covering his nose and stepping back 10 meters as he silently observed the convulsing company commander lying on the ground. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and Yu Hongzhuang nearly fell asleep. Squatting down to rest, bored, he inquired of his assistant, Assistant, is this taking too long? It has been over 10 minutes, and it is still not finished? The assistant replied, Commander, rest assured, due to the system's protection, all soldiers will successfully advance or fail, but they will never perish. From this statement, Yu Hongzhuang gleaned further information. Oh, so you mean that apart from the Red Alert soldiers, other humans, namely survivors, face a risk of death when consuming the first-tier energy crystal? The assistant confirmed. Is the risk of death high for survivors consuming the first-tier energy crystal? Yu Hongzhuang asked eagerly. The assistant responded, Not particularly. The physical condition of humans affects the mortality risk. The stronger the physique, the lower the risk. The weaker the physique, the higher the risk. I see. Yu Hongzhuang contemplated this information. Should I arrange for the people in the base to partake in a morning run each day? Adults should run 5 kilometers, while minors should cover 3 kilometers. All those over 10 must participate. This way, when we accumulate more first-tier energy crystals, the base's survivors can benefit as well. Better physical fitness results in a lower mortality rate. At that moment, the company commander sprang up from the ground, shaking off some of the grime from his skin. Although his face remained filthy, he radiated an overpowering stench, a particularly foul odor that even the guard dogs in the barracks had long fled from. Unable to endure the smell, his expression of delight did not waver. Upon seeing Yu Hongzhuang, his eyes sparkled as he hurried over. This startled Yu Hongzhuang, who had squatted there to escape the terrible scent. Do not come any closer, he shouted urgently. Stop, do not approach. I command you to stand still. Though overwhelmed with joy and curiosity, the company commander understood that the commander's orders were absolute. Even his subconscious obeyed the commander's directive. Upon witnessing the company commander finally come to a halt, Yu Hongzhuang let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he did not charge at him. Otherwise, with his current agility, evasion would have been impossible. Now that you are a one-star soldier, can you not remain calm? He remarked. Do you not feel any difference in your body? If you were to charge at me now, I would surely suffocate from your stench. Go wash yourself immediately. After your shower, come back to see me. It was impossible for him to be unaware of his own odor. He had been too excited moments ago, failing to notice. Only upon this reminder did he realize how atrocious he smelled, even worse than a garbage heap. His face turned green with disgust. He quickly turned and ran, shouting as he went, "Yes!" His speed was like the wind, and he would likely have shattered the world record for the 100 meters had he participated in the Olympics before the apocalypse. After all, those who participate in the Olympic Games are merely a group of ordinary individuals, at most, ordinary individuals who have trained to their absolute limits. They are incomparable to a one-star warrior, whose physical capabilities are normal, yet far exceed those of an average human. The first-tier zombies can be categorized into 3 distinct types, whereas the classifications for one-star warriors are not as numerous. A one-star warrior possesses only double the physical prowess of an ordinary human, which encompasses speed, strength, and indeed all physical abilities, all at a ratio of 2 to 1. Although first-tier zombies exhibit extraordinary specialties, in other physical aspects, they are only slightly superior to regular humans. Therefore, distinguishing who is stronger between a one-star warrior and a first-tier zombie is indeed a challenging task. The squad leader sprinted with an extraordinary speed to the stream, where he immediately washed his body. This stream harbored no fish, alleviating concerns about small mutated beasts within it. Thus, he could wash without worry. However, drinking from it was strictly prohibited, given the current zombie virus that has infected the entire world. Even if there were no fish or shrimp in the stream, the presence of the virus remains uncertain. Who knows if drinking this water might lead to mutation? If such a transformation were to occur, it would indeed be disastrous, hence no one dared to drink it. Unless one day someone could invent a water purifier that isolates the zombie virus, only then would anyone consider drinking it. As he bathed, he pondered the peculiar state of his body, recalling the recent events. The commander had placed that crystal into his water bottle, compelling him to consume it. Following that, he experienced excruciating pain, a torment that was almost unbearable, and subsequently, he transformed into this state. His water bottle was devoid of issues. The water within was clean. The problem lay solely with that crystal. So, what exactly was that crystal? How could it induce such a dramatic change in my body? The squad leader attempted a set of military punches, his fists slicing through the air with a sound that indicated speed. He nodded, realizing his speed had nearly doubled. At this revelation, he drew in a sharp breath, contributing a remarkable enhancement to the global warming crisis. Such terror? Was it all due to the crystal I discovered? In an instant, the squad leader's mind raced, akin to a singularity in the universe bursting forth. I consumed a piece of crystal, and my body transformed to this extent. What if I were to consume 2 pieces? Or 3? How would my body evolve? Would I become even more formidable? Chapter 69. My body has become so powerful. Does this mean I shall be invincible in the future? With my current abilities, even elite troops would pose no challenge. Currently, I stand alone in strength, but if every soldier in the unit were to reach this level, each consuming one of those crystals, wouldn't the base become invincible? Impatiently, he washed himself quickly and then dashed back like a gust of wind to inquire further from the commander. Yu Hongzhuang sat on the ground, spotting the squad leader running toward him from a distance. His appearance was still disheveled, his clothes unchanged. Alas, how could he rid himself of this foul odor? As expected, upon nearing, the stench was unmistakable. Yu Hongzhuang frowned. The smell was truly overwhelming. Take off your shirt, it's unbearable, he commanded. Before the squad leader could respond, he immediately obeyed, revealing his chiseled abs. Teske. Yu Hongzhuang couldn't help but steal a few more glances, feeling a twinge of envy. His own belly was no match for those abs. I wonder if consuming a first-tier energy crystal would grant me abs as well? Having removed his clothing, the squad leader could hardly contain his excitement and eagerly inquired, Commander, I remain quite curious. What is that crystal? Why did consuming it cause me to transform in such a manner? This is truly remarkable. Yu Hongzhuang had no intention of withholding information. There was nothing to conceal, after all. This young man would eventually be managing a subbase. The crystal you acquired is known as a first-tier energy crystal, birthed within the minds of first-tier zombies. He then proceeded to explain the hierarchy of zombies and the classifications of Red Alert warriors. The squad leader listened intently, fully aware that this knowledge was invaluable. If one were to rely solely on personal insight, it would take a lifetime to comprehend. Occasionally, he appeared contemplative, reminiscent of a teacher guiding a student. At this stage, the evolution of ordinary zombies into first-tier zombies was still relatively rare. Thus far, in the time since the apocalypse began, the only one he had encountered was the very one Yu Hongzhuang had just given him. However, zombies would continue to evolve, becoming increasingly powerful. First-tier, second-tier, and even third-tier zombies we must prepare in advance. Currently, our task is to gather the necessary ordinary supplies while simultaneously expanding our influence, readying ourselves for the impending age of abilities. Hence, your current mission is of great importance, to produce a substantial portion of food for the base as a future supply of ordinary resources. After discussing for a while, Yu Hongzhuang felt a thirst arising. Just then, Tanya timely delivered a water bottle, and he drank without hesitation. Having absorbed so much information, the squad leader understood that this apocalypse might very well evolve into an era of extraordinary abilities. Thus, preparations for the future were essential, and he was to be a significant foundation for that future. He nodded solemnly, saluting with gravity. Yes, Commander, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Yu Hongzhuang smiled and nodded in agreement. Recognizing that a strong faction requires not only a capable leader but also subordinates who share in the responsibilities, I understand your determination. Work diligently. I look forward to your future self. The two exchanged a few more words. Yu Hongzhuang then asked, Is there anything else you require? The squad leader realized the commander was preparing to leave. He longed for the commander to stay but dared not voice it. He replied honestly, No, you have arranged everything. I will strive to develop this base and grow stronger. With that, he completed his tasks and prepared to return. Yu Hongzhuang looked at the squad leader, now a mobilized soldier, and smiled at it. Felt reminiscent of seeing a child take their first steps. There was a sense of paternal pride. How strange, a good brother, now resembling a son. Shaking his head, he boarded the helicopter, watching as hundreds of soldiers saluted below. Yu Hongzhuang felt a pang of reluctance. The helicopter ascended slowly, the figures on the ground shrinking into mere dots, soaring farther away toward the main base. Though referred to as the main base, it was merely Yu Hongzhuang's first base. He was beginning to contemplate relocating. After all, staying in one place for too long can breed weariness, but such matters could be addressed later. Sigh, how I yearn to travel abroad. In these few moments of reflection, countless individuals across the globe were unknowingly succumbing to death. Upon returning to the main base, dusk was approaching. There was no choice. The construction of the Red Alert buildings was time-consuming, often taking 1 or 2 hours. Merely waiting for the buildings to be constructed consumed several hours. Coupled with the extra conversations with the squad leader and the production of troops, the time had flown by. Time truly passes swiftly. Although it sped by, it was not wasted. The faction was developing quite well and growing stronger. The helicopter landed on the helipad, and Yu Hongzhuang did not retire to his room to rest. Instead, he chose to stroll through the market. Discovering a first-tier energy crystal today was a significant find. If he could uncover one, it was indicative that others could as well. Yu Hongzhuang did not believe himself to be exceptionally fortunate or destined. The world's first-tier energy crystal had merely crossed his path in this small city of H. He was certain there were more than just one first-tier zombie. He envisioned collecting first-tier energy crystals throughout the entire city, easily facilitating transactions in the market. Exiting the base, he found the vicinity devoid of any zombies, which greatly pleased him. Since the establishment of the market, the safety measures around the base had improved significantly. As there were always individuals coming to trade, it would be tragic for a guest to perish before even completing their transaction. Two of Tanya's guards followed closely behind him, ensuring his safety. Upon reaching the market, the soldiers from Huaxia did not salute Yu Hongzhuang. Rather, they disregarded him as if he were a stranger. This was a deliberate instruction from Yu Hongzhuang himself. He wished to avoid exposure to the gaze of rival factions, thereby minimizing security risks. Indeed, Few leaders of rival factions could adopt such a cautious stance. Just look at those small camp leaders, their noses nearly touching the sky. Where is there anyone as low-key as Yu Hongzhuang? In Chapter 70, Yu Hongzhuang did not greet the soldiers but directly sought out the market supervisor.as for the name. To be honest, he had forgotten it.in the absence of others. The market supervisor bowed his head to Yu Hongzhuang, respectfully saluting him. The angle at which he lowered his head was such that it seemed he might as well kneel and knock his forehead against the ground. Such trepidation, such fear. This was a person who held sway over their lives. And fear gripped him, especially the unknown. He had no idea why the gentleman had suddenly come, which only heightened his anxiety. He had done his utmost to restrain himself. At least his legs had stopped trembling. "Sir." Yu Hongzhuang gazed at the individual whose head was almost touching his shoes and couldn't help but twitch his lips in silent disbelief. Was he truly that intimidating? Seeing his presence instilled such fear in someone? This was the first time he had encountered such a timid person. How could someone be so cowardly while working under him? Nevertheless, he could not dismiss someone simply for being timid, having chosen them himself. With a bemused tone, he said, "Do not bow your head. Raise it, I have matters to discuss. As you command, sir. I shall ensure the task is accomplished," the supervisor replied earnestly. Why Yu Hongzhuang stated casually, "There is not much to it. In a moment, you will go and make a photocopy of a document, placing it at the exchange window. Point 1 First-tier energy crystal can be exchanged for an automatic rifle, 100 rounds of ammunition, and 2 spare magazines." This meant that henceforth, the market would have an additional rule for exchanges. Not only would gold and silver be accepted, but energy crystals as well. In fact, they were nearly equivalent. Energy crystals were even more valuable than gold or silver. A single first-tier crystal could be exchanged for 500 resource points, which indeed made first-tier energy crystals quite precious at present. While exchanging for resource points might seem unworthy now, who could say what the future held? In time, first-tier energy crystals could very well become a source of income for resource points, a prospect brimming with potential. The market supervisor, still with his head bowed, replied, "Yes, sir, I shall attend to it immediately." Why Yu Hongzhuang nodded and added, "Also, remember to bring the gold collected today to my room." "Yes, sir." It was common knowledge among all at the base that the gentleman had a penchant for gold. Otherwise, there would be no reason for such vigorous collection efforts. Many whispered among themselves that in the aftermath of this apocalypse, gold and silver might become the currency of trade. After concluding this matter, Yu Hongzhuang returned to the base. Meanwhile, on the other side, the spies dispatched yesterday, 8 spies, were engaged in their mission. Point 4 of them had been sent to the forces in the neighboring city C. The distance between the two cities was not great, and they had already reached their destination. In reality, it only took a few hours by car, most of which was spent avoiding zombies. The spies possessed the ability to disguise themselves, allowing them to mimic the appearance of others, making it nearly impossible for anyone to discern the truth. Only dogs could identify them by scent, but now even dogs had turned into mutated beasts. Leaving no vulnerabilities that a few spies, perched between floors, observed the distance through binoculars. "Captain, there are people ahead. They are likely from that faction. Should we make contact?" As the captain, he had the authority to command the entire team. Although there were only 4 of them, after surveying the area with his binoculars, the captain assessed that they were not far from the local forces and decided to attempt contact, intending to blend into the faction. Nodding, he said, "All right, let us go down." The group adeptly descended the stairs, as the elevator was long out of commission. Each wore tattered clothing, giving the impression of having endured hard times, with only 2 carrying backpacks. This was essential for convincingly portraying themselves as ordinary survivors. The lead member, Luke, naturally had keen hearing. Upon detecting a sound, he immediately halted, his expression grave as he gazed to the right. He was capable of hearing distant noises before the others. And the team trusted in his abilities. In this apocalyptic world, one had to be exceedingly cautious, especially outside the base. Conflicts between individuals had become commonplace. Humanity's adaptability was remarkably strong. Within just a few days, most had adjusted to the new environment. Many ventured out to scavenge for supplies when resources ran low. Upon returning to the base, a mere entrance fee sufficed. The spies understood this well. They had been observing with their binoculars for some time. Noting that this group bore no firearms, their only ranged weapon was a simple bow and arrow, rendering them essentially harmless. Even these spies could easily handle the situation, in an effort to avoid raising suspicion. The spies spread their arms wide and, while trying not to attract zombies, called out, "Hey, brothers up ahead. We mean no harm. May we inquire about some information? I am willing to offer a reward." Seeing that the other party showed no intent to attack, Luke felt somewhat relieved, though he remained vigilant. "What do you wish to ask? And what reward do you offer?" In this damned apocalypse, no opportunity for gain could be overlooked if one hesitated to seize an advantage. They might find themselves starving to death the following day. It was a life lesson Luke had gleaned after days of hunger. One of the spies reached into his backpack to retrieve something. But this action immediately raised the alertness of Luke's companions. The only bow and arrow they had were now drawn, their eyes fixed intently on the spies. The spy quickly clarified, "Oh, do not be alarmed. We do not wish for conflict. If we intended to fight, we certainly would not be speaking so amicably, would we? I merely wish to take out supplies from my backpack to offer as a reward for your answers. Surely you do not believe I possess the superpower to conjure food with my hands, do you?" As he spoke, he slowly retrieved a small bag of chocolate from his backpack. Chocolate that had once cost 50 cents a bag at a convenience store before the apocalypse. It was notably small, but despite its lack of substantial nourishment, chocolate was a precious commodity, rich in calories and capable of replenishing energy. A single piece could potentially allow one to run faster in times of fatigue. The members of the team brightened at the sight of the chocolate. Though the distance between the two groups was several dozen meters, their line of sight remained unobstructed. They could clearly see the spy holding the bag of chocolate. The spy waved the chocolate enticingly, saying, "Oh, look, you can see it, can't you? This is indeed chocolate. If you are willing to answer our questions, this chocolate shall be yours." In Chapter 71, Luke's eyes nearly sparkled at the sight of the delectable chocolate. He had gone nearly 10 days without a taste of sweetness, though he had consumed plenty of bitter fare. Eagerly, he urged, "Ask away, it's just one question." "Hurry up." The spies had already discovered that this base was called Blood Hero Base. With a pitiful demeanor, they lamented, "Since the onset of the apocalypse, we have been a wandering team, and we can hardly endure any longer. We wish to join Blood Hero Base. Could you take us there?" Most survivors were ordinary folks, lacking the inclination to suspect that the spies might have ulterior motives. Although they were tempted by the chocolate, Luke refrained from hastily agreeing and instead consulted his captain. "Captain, is it all right? After all, we're headed back anyway." The captain replied, "That's fine, but you must first give us the chocolate and maintain a distance of at least 50 meters on the way back." This was a trivial matter. The spies readily agreed. "All right, no problem. Just take us there." They convincingly portrayed themselves as a desperate wandering team seeking refuge in the base. Maintaining a safe distance was also prudent. Casually tossing the chocolate over, they adhered to the 50-meter rule. Thus, they seamlessly infiltrated Blood Hero Base, where virtually all survivors from the city had been accepted without stringent vetting. Almost anyone could join. Luke waved goodbye to the spies, saying, "All right, you're in now. Farewell." It was merely a chance encounter, a trivial transaction, and with that, they turned and departed. As soon as they left, the smiles on the spies' faces morphed into something sinister. The four spies exchanged discreet glances, imperceptibly nodding to one another. They vanished into the throngs of people, beginning their gradual infiltration into various positions within this blood-soaked base, meticulously gathering information to report back to the Red Alert headquarters. At this moment, Yu Hongzhuang was in his study, gazing at the gleaming gold within the room. This exhilarating sensation was something few could truly comprehend. The gold held immense significance for him, as for the first-tier energy crystals. No one had yet come to exchange them. Well, one mustn't be too greedy. With such an abundance of gold, it was an undeniable delight. Yu Hongzhuang had initially possessed over 190,000 funding points, which had been 220,000 just yesterday, but after a visit to the subbase today, he had spent quite a bit. Assistant, convert all this gold and silver into funding points. Upon completion of the exchange, he found himself with a total of 134,569 funding points. TSK. Adding this 13,000 to the previous 19,000 brought his total to 290,000. How delightful. Meanwhile, as Yu Hongzhuang reveled in his newfound wealth, a prison break plan was unfolding outside the base. Qi Shuiyao, a third-year university student, was the cousin of Shana, a master of the ancestral sword technique. She, like Shana, had trained in combat skills since childhood. Excelling in swordsmanship, it was this very prowess that had allowed the two sisters to survive in the apocalypse. Thriving quite well. Within the camp, she held a moderate leadership position. Just 2 days prior, a flyer had arrived, prompting the camp to send her cousin's team to uncover the truth behind it. With her martial skills, she felt confident that no danger would befall them, especially since they were a team. However, she was unprepared for the dreadful news that came the same day. Her cousin had been imprisoned by the mysterious market. To secure her cousin's release, a ransom of 100 kilograms of gold was demanded. Yet, having tasted the sweetness of this transaction, the camp understood the exorbitant value of gold, an invaluable treasure that could be exchanged for food and firearms. How could they possibly part with 100 kilograms of gold for a single person? In their eyes, no amount of martial prowess could compare to the utility of a firearm. 100 kilograms of gold could procure 10 automatic rifles. The value was simply disproportionate. Thus, they could not possibly yield such an amount. Understanding the grim reality, Qi Shuiyao felt despondent. Though merely cousins, they had grown up together, forging a bond akin to that of sisters. With Shana being her only remaining family, Qi Shuiyao resolved not to give up. She set off alone through the desolate city, enduring numerous hardships before finally reaching the market mentioned in the flyer. She found the market, but where was Shana imprisoned? Qi Shuiyao began to circle around the market, observing her surroundings. Little did she know that her suspicious behavior at such a late hour had already drawn the attention of the Chinese soldiers. The night shift guard, using a radio, called for instructions from his squad leader. All suspicious individuals engaged in reconnaissance were to be apprehended. Following the orders, a squad of soldiers moved stealthily to surround Qi Shuiyao. Closing in on her without a sound as they approached, a voice suddenly pierced the stillness of the night. "Don't move, drop your weapon." Qi Shuiyao, engrossed in her observations, remained blissfully unaware of the soldiers encircling her. When she finally sensed the danger, her heart raced. She instinctively reached for her sword, only to find 10 guns trained on her. The squad leader, seeing her attempt to resist, scoffed, "Don't make futile attempts at resistance. Lower your weapon, or the bullets won't discriminate." Faced with such overwhelming firepower, Qi Shuiyao dared not act recklessly. She understood the market was not to be trifled with, but she never anticipated their swift response. Just as she was about to make her move, she was captured without any chance to retaliate. Clinging to a sliver of hope, she forced a smile and said, "Big brother, what are you doing?" "I'm just a passerby." The squad leader, unimpressed by her plea, remained stoic. He was a soldier, a warrior. There was no room for frivolity. He coldly declared, "Stop your excuses. Coming here at such an hour and loitering about is nothing but reconnaissance. Do you think we are blind? Don't think that just because you are a woman, we will hesitate to act with that." All hope vanished. Confronted with 10 guns, she had no room for defiance. Reluctantly, she removed her hand from the hilt of her sword. Raising her hands in surrender, Qi Shuiyao ceased her resistance. The soldiers surged forward, swiftly overpowering her and pinning her to the ground. They bound her hands and dragged her away. Lying on the ground, Qi Shuiyao cursed the men surrounding her, lamenting their utter lack of compassion. Did they not recognize that she was a campus beauty? In university, suitors lined up for her attention. How infuriating! If not for the need to save her cousin, she would never have found herself in such a predicament. Bound and unwilling, she was taken away. Her weapon confiscated. Her heart bled at the thought. Without her sword, her strength was halved. Though her hands were restrained, her eyes remained unblindfolded. As they dragged her along, she realized they were not heading to the market. This route felt wrong, one she had traversed before. As they pressed on, she began to uncover a staggering secret. All around her were fully armed soldiers, 2, 4, 10, another 10. How many heavily armed soldiers were there? Tears threatened to spill as Qi Shuiyao realized her chances of escape were nil. Having succumbed to 10 guns, how could she dream of evading the numerous patrols? As she was led deeper into this foreboding place, her throat tightened. The more she advanced, the more palpable the terror became. Including the soldiers escorting her, she estimated around 30 armed men had been seen thus far. Soon, she was thrust into the slave camp, where she greeted her fellow captives with a heavy heart. Poor Qi Shuiyao found herself imprisoned, blissfully unaware that her cousin was locked away in another cell. Meanwhile, Yu Hongzhuang, having counted his funding points, prepared for sleep. Tanya and the two other lovely ladies had already bathed and nestled beneath the covers. As the saying goes, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. And thus, the details of the night were omitted. The following morning, Yu Hongzhuang awoke to find his hand grasping at emptiness. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was alone on the large bed. Groggy, he sat up and headed to the bathroom, where he was attended to by Tanya as he washed and bathed. After completing his morning routine, breakfast was already prepared and waiting on the table. Today's fare consisted of tofu pudding, 2 fried dough sticks, and a steamer basket of soup dumplings. Seated at the table, Yu Hongzhuang began to savor his breakfast when suddenly, a knocking sound emanated from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Without lifting his head, he spoke casually, "Come in." Fan Wan entered with a hint of apprehension, still feeling somewhat nervous after all this time. After all, this was no mere company leader. This was a true authority figure, akin to a king wielding military power. "My lord, good morning," she timidly greeted. Why Yu Hongzhuang, still focused on his meal, chose to ignore her, too lazy to engage. Yet, in the absence of a response, Fan Wan felt compelled to remain silent. Merely casting a timid glance at him as he neared the end of his breakfast, she finally spoke up. "You could at least say something. You didn't come all this way just to greet me, did you?" Cautiously, Fan Wan ventured, "Report, my lord. The people in the base have been suffering from various minor injuries and ailments. While these minor illnesses are bearable, there have been cases of fever and wound infections that cannot be endured. Recently, 2 injured soldiers have succumbed to their injuries. I believe this is untenable. If left unaddressed, more lives may be lost. Hence, I have come to seek your guidance." After taking a bite, Yu Hongzhuang somewhat understood the situation. It turned out that there were such latent dangers within his base. What a hassle! Indeed, there were a few medical personnel within the base, but medical supplies were extremely limited. Moreover, most of them were Western medicine practitioners, lacking both imaging equipment and pharmaceuticals, rendering them utterly useless in such circumstances. It seems I must make a trip to the hospital. Admittedly, I had not previously prioritized this aspect. Upon reflection, it is indeed essential to have professional doctors and medical equipment. At the very least, one should not have to endure illness alone. It is truly shocking that such negligence resulted in the deaths of 2 soldiers. What a disgrace! I will take charge of this matter. You gather the medical professionals. They will be responsible for treating the injured. As for the medical supplies, I shall procure them from the hospital today. It sounds as if I am merely fetching a few items from home. Fan Wan naturally would not question the adult's words. The strength of the base had always been formidable. As long as the base intervened, there was nothing that could not be accomplished. Filled with confidence, "Yes, I will take my leave now." Yu Hongzhuang nodded slightly, saying, He then quickly finished his breakfast. This time, he intended to take matters into his own hands. Of course, it was not to engage in hand-to-hand combat with zombies, but rather to procure medication. He aimed to assess the situation firsthand. Since he planned to take action personally, Yu Hongzhuang changed into a new outfit. As a commander, how could he not don military attire? Indeed, he could spend 10 points of resources to acquire a uniform. Yu Hongzhuang changed into a set, retaining the rank of major. No offense, one could assume any rank they wished, but he simply did not command a vast army. To claim the title of general? It might sound impressive, yet he had only a little over 100 soldiers under his command. The most formidable weapon was a rocket launcher. Such claims would only provoke laughter. How laughable thus, a major would suffice, barely. Ranks are but an illusion. While dressing, Yu Hongzhuang issued commands in his mind through his assistant. A squad had just completed transporting grain from a small granary a few days ago and was now ready. He called for the squad to join him in action. Simultaneously, he summoned 10 soldiers from the Chinese forces stationed at the market outpost. In total, he would have over 40 individuals, 10 Bear tanks, 2 Apocalypse tanks, 3 armed helicopters, a V-3 rocket launcher, and several pickups. With such a formidable display of armed force, reducing a tertiary hospital to rubble would be a mere trifle. Yet now, they were only tasked with acquiring medical equipment. Incredible! With such firepower, annihilating the zombies congregating near the hospital would be akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. It would be effortless. It was unlikely that any zombie could approach within 50 meters of the soldiers. Before they could draw near, they would be obliterated by tank shells. Those at a greater distance would be reduced to nothing by rocket fire. Chapter 73. The troops formed a line, first conducting an inspection in the open area to check their equipment. It was a simple inspection, simultaneously allowing the base's grassroots survivors to witness the might of the Red Alert base, reassuring them of their safety. Yu Hongzhuang stood atop a vantage point, raised his hand, and commanded, "All personnel, move out." The troops proceeded in an orderly fashion towards the city center hospital. Given such a significant operation, this was no trivial skirmish. He held little regard for clinics or small hospitals. What worth did those hold? If they were to go, it would be with the intent to reap riches. Yu Hongzhuang settled within the tank, its thick armor providing him with the best defense. Thus far, no zombie had managed to breach the tank's armor. It could be said that apart from the bank vaults, the tank was the safest place, as always, regardless of how many zombies had been slain. Even if it reached the tens of thousands, these creatures remained oblivious to fear. They continued to approach, unafraid of their demise. Utterly useless, apart from the tide of corpses, the current Red Alert base scarcely regarded these creatures. The subbase was in dire need of population, lacking farmers to cultivate the land. There were plenty of seeds, but not enough people to plant them. The subbase had yet to reach 100 farmers. Thus, if they could conveniently capture survivors along the way, they would do so, provided it did not take them too far off course. Although for those unaware of the situation, Yu Hongzhuang's troops would appear as demons. Capturing anyone in sight, in reality, he was guiding these individuals to a better existence. Compared to the apocalypse outside, both the subbase and main base, even with hard work, were akin to paradisiacal havens. Bring them here. In total, over 100 individuals were bound and secured within the cargo truck. Among those captured were Han Kaiyan and Han Chung. It could not be termed coincidence. As long as they remained alive, all survivors in H City would eventually fall into the grasp of the Red Alert base. Those destined to be slaves would serve as such, while the grassroots would remain as they were. With only the management relying on skill and fortune, as they drew closer to the city center, the number of zombies visibly increased. The sounds of gunfire and explosions were nearly unavoidable, and Yu Hongzhuang had no intention of concealing their presence. The immense noise attracted hordes of zombies. Often, the zombies at the front would not be fully dispatched before more surged in from behind. The Chinese soldiers and mobilized troops maintained their composure, their expressions grave as they fired accurately, expending bullets judiciously. The zombies were still 100 meters away. The corpses of zombies rapidly accumulated on the ground, forming a layer akin to a carpet. At this juncture, it was necessary to employ rocket artillery to cleanse the area. Yu Hongzhuang, encased within the tank and shielded by a multitude of tanks, commanded, "Deploy the V-3 rocket launchers. Clear the area with rocket fire. Our land is sullied. Leave them in pieces." The rocket troops swiftly organized, aiming at the advancing horde of corpses. A single battalion commander has even sacrificed his undergarments. This is no way to conduct warfare. It is utterly barbaric. Truly, one must possess considerable wealth to treat rocket launchers with such nonchalance. Chapter 74. Before them lay tens of thousands of corpses, reduced to mere scattered remnants. They no longer posed any threat. This battle has decisively showcased the indomitable spirit of the Red Alert forces. A contingent of fewer than 100 valiantly extinguished a tide of tens of thousands of corpses. Such horror. A significant factor contributing to this was the unlimited supply of ammunition. It was akin to being granted an infinite bullet cheat, grinding down the enemy through sheer firepower. The cacophony of destruction likely eradicated most of the zombies within a 2-kilometer radius. Yu Hongzhuang surveyed the battlefield strewn with severed limbs and pockmarked earth, a sense of indescribable pride swelling within him. This is strength. This is his army, his soldiers, paying no heed to the fallen. The troops pressed onward. Their destination was not this place but the Central City Hospital. Although some of these zombies might be first tier, Yu Hongzhuang made no effort to seek them out. Simply put, such creatures would only proliferate in the future. While they were somewhat scarce now, they were not akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, it was possible that they had already been obliterated by the rocket fire. Although first-tier energy crystals are indeed resilient, their chances of remaining intact under the bombardment and extreme temperatures of rocket artillery are slim. The troops continued their advance, with scattered tanks firing shells that shattered the zombies into fragments. These dismembered corpses posed no impediment to the march of the troops. The battlefield was not far from the hospital, situated close to the city center, and they arrived swiftly. The command center's map indicated that there were still 7 or 8 living souls within and around the hospital. Yu Hongzhuang did not overlook these blue dots. Rather, he regarded them with utmost importance. The medical staff at the base was woefully insufficient, lacking experienced senior doctors. It is well known that the older a doctor is, the more sought after they become, as it signifies extensive knowledge and experience. The most competent physician at the base was merely an ordinary doctor from a small hospital, of little use. The presence of survivors in the hospital likely indicated the existence of doctors. Of course, they could also be other survivors. Regardless, the priority was to locate these survivors first. Yu Hongzhuang did not act immediately. He had overlooked a crucial point when he set out. Heavy weaponry and firepower were suited for frontal confrontations and battlefield dominance. The sheer number of ordinary soldiers could not be underestimated. However, engaging in combat within such confined terrain was not the forte of tanks or standard infantry. It was a grave oversight. He should have summoned a team of Navy SEALs to clear the zombies from the hospital. Nevertheless, it was not too late. A helicopter could reach the base in just 10 minutes. A round trip would take only 20 minutes, a span of time he could afford to wait. Moreover, having just undergone a battle, he could allow his troops a moment of respite. Yu Hongzhuang had not forgotten that a formidable force lay within the base. A few days prior, 3 teams of Navy SEALs had been trained. With one team currently in the training base, they had remained at the base without any missions planned thus far. Now, they were perfectly positioned to be deployed. This was a team of formidable warriors. Typically, newly trained Navy SEALs are inherently tough soldiers, the elite among elite, equipped with superior gear, excelling in both combat and marksmanship. They could effortlessly defeat first-tier zombies in one-on-one combat. Moreover, special forces are best known for engaging in small unit operations rather than solitary engagements. Once they emerged from the training base, their power would be even more terrifying, reaching the level of 1-star warriors, their weaponry significantly enhanced. It is no exaggeration to say that this team of Navy SEALs could sweep through the entirety of H-City. The term H-City even encompasses Yu Hongzhuang. Despite being under multiple layers of protection at the base, he could not evade the assassination of a 1-star warrior Navy SEAL team. Yu Hongzhuang had absolute confidence in this regard. Although it may seem peculiar to use himself as a comparison, the prowess of this Special Forces unit was beyond question. As the entire battalion rested, 2 helicopters descended upon the Red Alert base. Upon receiving orders, a team of Navy SEALs began to board the aircraft. In fact, they were also capable of piloting helicopters. Well, perhaps too much information has been revealed. Currently, there are 3 teams of Navy SEALs. This is the first team, while the others are the second and third. 20 minutes is not a long time, and it passed swiftly. However, Yu Hongzhuang continued to allow his soldiers to rest. As long as there were sentries on watch, it was fine to rest a little longer. After all, they would not be needed for the upcoming Operation. 2 dark shapes in the sky grew larger, revealing 2 armed helicopters. The noise intensified, yet only a handful of zombies were drawn to it. Before they could approach, they were gunned down. The helicopters landed before Yu Hongzhuang. He observed impassively as a team of Navy SEALs disembarked. Their demeanor markedly different, exuding an aura of superiority that set them apart from ordinary soldiers. Indeed, they radiated an air of expertise. The SEAL team leader stepped forward, commanding his troops. Form up, move swiftly. Line up, at ease, attention. He then reported to Yu Hongzhuang. Reporting to the commander. SEAL Team 1 is here to serve you. His voice boomed with authority. Yu Hongzhuang returned the salute, saying, "Greetings, this is the second time I have encountered you. You present a wholly different impression from the first. Well done, you have all undergone a remarkable transformation since leaving the training base. I hope that in future operations, you will exercise caution and make good use of this power." After offering a few words of encouragement, he continued, "The task I am assigning you is not particularly difficult. In fact, it could be considered simple for you, however. You must not let the simplicity of the task lead to complacency. Exercise utmost caution. Your mission is to eliminate all zombies within the hospital and rescue the survivors trapped inside." The soldiers of the team shouted in unison, "Yes." "Do you have confidence?" "Yes. We guarantee the completion of the mission." "Good, commence action." Heeding the commander's prudent counsel, the leader did not rush directly into the hospital. Indeed, their strength was formidable, But that did not justify any lapse in vigilance. He, along with several team members, studied the hospital map before them. As for the source of the map, does it matter? Not at all. The leader and his team began strategizing for this mission, diligently memorizing the hospital's entry and exit points and planning their route for advancement. How could they efficiently, safely, and swiftly clear all the zombies from the hospital? This was the crucial matter they needed to consider. After thorough discussion, they devised what they deemed the most perfect plan and then set their course of action. Chapter 75. The 10 members of the Navy SEAL team were divided into 3 small groups, each assigned their respective tasks. 2 groups would simultaneously storm the hospital from the front and rear entrances to prevent any oversight or escape of zombies. They needed to thoroughly inspect every corner, a monumental undertaking. The 3rd group consisted of only one individual, the sniper. Positioned at a vantage point, he would observe the entire hospital and effectively support his teammates. Should any danger arise, he could swiftly provide cover with his firepower. To avert unforeseen incidents, it is also imperative to prevent any zombies from escaping the hospital. A team ventured into the hospital's lobby. Yet the number of zombies present was rather limited. This was largely due to the fact that many zombies had been drawn away by the sounds from the previous battlefield. Consequently, this resulted in a significant decrease in the zombie population, particularly on the 1st floor of the hospital, which allowed for unhindered access. Each member of the SEAL team was equipped with a silencer, along with a spare one, rendering them fully armed. Each soldier carried several grenades, and their firearms, fitted with silencers, produced minimal noise when discharged. Even zombies standing a mere 10 meters away remained oblivious to the sound, and any obstruction, such as a wall, rendered them completely unaware. The SEAL team methodically utilized their silenced handguns to eliminate the undead. First, the handguns generated less noise, making it less likely to attract other zombies. Second, this approach made the extermination of zombies significantly more manageable. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded on the 1st floor of the hospital. The special forces raised their hands, and with a single shot, a zombie crumpled to the ground. The lobby, which had initially housed only a few zombies, was cleared in less than a minute. Outside, Yu Hongzhuang observed the command center's map and nodded approvingly. He could clearly see the blue dots and red dots converging, resulting in a substantial number of red dots vanishing. The outcome was evident. The zombies were being eradicated at an astonishing pace. For these elite soldiers, the act of dispatching zombies seemed as effortless as eating or drinking. With a mere lift of their hands, a zombie would fall. It appeared to be an incredibly straightforward task. Had it not been for the necessity of inspecting each room, the search of this vast hospital's 1st floor would likely not have exceeded 10 minutes. However, after 10 minutes, Yu Hongzhuang conceded that he had underestimated the situation. As they had accomplished the task in only 8 minutes, were the SEALs emerging from the training facility truly this formidable? It seemed that each shot dispatched a zombie with such terrifying speed that even he, were he to wield a handgun against balloons, could not match it. This left him questioning the nature of the undead. Ordinary survivor. Do not doubt it. It is simply that your troops are exceedingly terrifying. Compared to your elite SEALs, ordinary zombies are as weak as infants. Because of your doubt, you ought to apologize to us ordinary survivors. Do you understand how difficult it is to survive under the reign of the undead? Woe is us, as countless families have been torn apart and lives shattered. As the SEAL team embarked on their inaugural mission, they were determined to execute it flawlessly. This sentiment resonated in the hearts of each team member. The 2 SEAL squads ascended floor by floor, diligently eliminating every zombie while maintaining constant communication via radio. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the captain spotted a rather peculiar zombie with red eyes, devouring its fellow undead. This sight astonished him. Had he truly witnessed a zombie consuming another zombie? It was a first for him, yet he felt little fear, merely perceiving it as an unusual specimen. In the vast expanse of the wilderness, one could encounter all manner of creatures, and amidst billions of zombies, encountering one that differed slightly was of no great consequence. This first-tier zombie possessed heightened senses of smell and hearing, far superior to those of ordinary zombies. As the special forces approached, it sensed their presence, turning its crimson gaze upon them. Drawn to the delectable scent of fresh flesh, it yearned for a taste. Having long been deprived of human meat, there was a room nearby, filled with the tantalizing aroma of human flesh, yet a door barred its entry, leaving it unable to gain access. Tired of feasting on tasteless, inferior kin, the zombie and the soldier locked eyes, and in that instant, Both launched their assaults. This zombie, clearly a speedster, was slender and swift, comparable in size to an average human. While its speed was remarkable, it possessed little else, just speed and sharp claws. Although the captain was taken aback by the creature's rapidity, his extensive combat experience and physical prowess allowed him to respond swiftly. He pulled the trigger with haste. Yet the first-tier zombie was not easily dispatched. His shot merely grazed its scalp, severing half of its ear. The bullet whizzed past, marking his first miss since entering the hospital. Remaining composed in the face of the approaching zombie, the captain trusted in his teammates. Indeed, the SEAL team did not disappoint him. Despite his shot missing, 2 of his comrades swiftly followed with their own, striking the zombie in the head and bringing it down. It was fortunate that the SEAL's firearms and physical capabilities had been significantly enhanced. Otherwise, this handgun would not have so easily dispatched the creature. While the process may seem straightforward, it actually demanded high standards of physical fitness. Weapon power and marksmanship. One must possess a formidable physique and reflexes beyond the ordinary. These attributes were inherent in the elite soldiers. Furthermore, the handgun's power needed to be substantial. Otherwise, the shooting speed would falter before the zombie could be struck. Lastly, marksmanship played a crucial role. Without exceptional skill, it would be nearly impossible to hit a rapidly moving target in such a short time frame. Thus, although the encounter lasted less than a minute, merely 10 seconds, it was laden with complexities that would spell disaster for anyone else caught in such a situation. Chapter 76. Although the first-tier zombie collapsed less than 2 meters from the captain, with 2 distinct bullet holes in its head, the captain's remarkable composure caused his heart to race with exhilaration. The speed of the creature had been astonishing. Nearby, a fellow Special Forces soldier whispered, "So, this is what they call a first-tier zombie. Its speed is truly remarkable, surpassing even that of our elite warriors." I barely had time to react. Admittedly, he felt a tinge of trepidation, relieved that the creature had not targeted him. It had covered a distance of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Terrifying indeed. Even these fearsome Special Forces soldiers could not match such speed. I've heard that first-tier zombies possess a crystalline structure within their brains. "Let me extract it," he declared, drawing a combat knife from his calf and crouching down to perform a surgical procedure on the first-tier zombie's head. What sort of surgery, you ask? Naturally, a craniotomy. After opening the skull, he retrieved the crystal, confirming that the zombie was indeed lifeless. The 3 Special Forces members, including the captain, watched intently as they held the crystal in their hands. Curiosity was a universal trait, and none had ever encountered such an object before. They had heard that it dissolved upon contact with water. After a moment's contemplation, the captain tucked the crystal into his pocket. "I shall safeguard this for now. We will present it to the commander upon our exit. Now, let us resume our mission." "Understood," replied the other 2 operatives, who had no objections, and they continued to eliminate zombies with their handguns. Though they wielded handguns, their power rivaled that of certain submachine guns, as the weaponry of the elite forces had been significantly enhanced, both in rate of fire and impact. SEAL Team 1 and Team 2 entered through the front and back doors, respectively, ultimately converging on the 5th floor, the last level of the hospital. As they passed through one room, Team 1 discovered something rather unusual. The door to this room was closed, and they initially assumed it resembled others. They intended to check for zombies. If it were locked, they would simply pick the lock and eliminate any zombies inside, moving on if none were found. Why are you asking why the Special Forces would pick locks? Please, they are trained for everything. Just as one soldier was about to knock, the occupants inside became aware of their presence. There were 5 individuals in the room: a vice professor, an attending physician, 2 nurses, and a patient. Aside from the 2 nurses, the other 3 were male. They had been trapped there for several days. As medical professionals, they were naturally accustomed to the reputation of saving lives, and thus maintained a certain level of professional ethics. They had coexisted peacefully, and even in the face of hunger, had refrained from any drastic actions. Frantic actions ensued. Bananas, in comparison to other locations, were somewhat of a relief here. The food had been entirely consumed days prior. Being in a hospital, provisions were scant, compelling everyone to be frugal. They had exhausted their supplies well before now. Consequently, they relied on nutritional liquids to sustain their lives. This liquid was exceedingly unpalatable, lacking sweetness and replete with various unpleasant odors. After all, it was merely a nutritional supplement, designed solely to meet bodily requirements, neglecting any consideration for flavor. rendering it quite distasteful. Two attentive nurses quickly noticed the doorknob moving. Given the presence of zombies, the combat personnel attempted to unlock the door as quietly as possible. Such faint sounds would typically go unheard by an ordinary person. Yet the nurses happened to witness the doorknob's movement. One of them discreetly remarked, "Xiao Hui, did you see that? The door seems to be moving." Xiao Hui, visibly agitated, trembled as she replied, "I saw it. I really did. The door is definitely moving. Could it be that someone is coming to rescue us?" The associate professor, aged between 50 and 60, with a head full of white hair, had chosen not to diet. Believing that even if he did, it would hold little significance, he presumed the two young girls were merely hallucinating due to hunger and said, "Do not overthink it. I have observed the zombies outside. They clearly exhibit no signs of intelligence. They would never engage in actions such as unlocking doors, so do not dwell on it. In a pre-apocalyptic world, nurses would have respected such an elder, given his age and wisdom. However, in this dire situation, where despair loomed, witnessing a glimmer of hope only to have it dismissed was unacceptable. She immediately retorted, "This is real. I truly saw it. Look, the doorknob is still moving. Perhaps someone is coming to save us." Thus, the associate professor's pride was wounded, and he sat silently on his chair, displeased. How he wished for someone to come to their aid, yet his hopes felt exceedingly fragile, rendering him skeptical. At that moment, a special forces soldier had successfully pried open the lock, but upon pushing the door, it remained immovable, evidently obstructed by a heavy object inside. He exerted minimal force, perceiving it merely as a door. The blockage led him to ponder the possibility of living individuals being present within. The commander's orders were to rescue any survivors within the hospital, indicating that there were indeed living souls inside. To date, from the first to the 5th floor, no survivors had been discovered. Thus, these living individuals were likely confined within this very room. He knocked on the door and called out, "Is anyone there? I am here to rescue you. Please respond." The few individuals inside, having spent considerable time together, were familiar with each other's voices. Yet this sudden sound left them momentarily stunned, as it was a voice they had never heard before. Then, all 5 of them rose in excitement, unable to contain themselves, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of gratitude. "Brother, are you here to save us? Thank you, thank you. What is happening outside? Are you the police?" Their first thought was of the police, for their duty is to protect the people. "Please get us out. I have hundreds of thousands in my bank account. If you save me, all that money will be yours." At long last, someone had come to rescue them. They urged, "Hurry, hurry, open the door." The group spoke over one another, granting the Special Forces soldier no opportunity to respond. It was as if they had thrown explosives into a silent cavern. The moment the explosives landed, chaos erupted. Eventually, the last few individuals complied, removing the heavy object blocking the door and allowing the Special Forces soldier to enter. This action alone exhausted the group. Even after confirming the presence of humans inside, the Special Forces remained vigilant, only relaxing once they ascertained that there were just 5 individuals with no means to resist. He then stated, "All right, you are now safe. Follow me closely. I will lead you to a secure location. Until then, do not make noise, do not act independently, and do not run about. If you can comply, then follow me." "Certainly. We will follow you without hesitation," they replied, eager to cooperate. "We promise to be obedient and not cause you any trouble." The group followed him like obedient children, ready to listen. The Special Forces soldier nodded in approval, appreciating such compliant survivors, as it would facilitate their exit. He then began using his radio to contact the captain and his teammates, informing them that he had located the trapped survivors within the hospital. Before long, the other comrades, having cleared the zombies from the 5th floor, arrived to regroup. The captain of the Special Forces approached and surveyed the 5 individuals. Inquiring of his team, "Are there any other survivors? Is it just these 5? The team members shook their heads in unison, confirming that these were the only survivors they had encountered. Thus, these 5 individuals represented the entirety of the living within the hospital. It was indeed lamentable. Prior to the apocalypse, this hospital had witnessed the flow of hundreds of individuals, yet now only 5 remained alive. The 5 survivors gazed in disbelief at the disarray, the severed limbs, and how ruthless it is. If it were an ordinary person's physical condition, they would have already collapsed from exhaustion. Fortunately, they are first-class warriors. Once all these fighters had departed, Yu Hongzhuang turned his attention to the few survivors clad in white coats behind him. Seemingly all hospital staff, he refrained from lengthy discourse. After all, they were now firmly within his grasp. Greetings, I trust you have realized that I am the one who rescued you from the hospital. Do you have anything to say? Among them, the associate professor appeared the most seasoned and aged, thus possessing the greatest authority. He spoke up. Thank you, sir, for saving our lives. As the ancient said, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Furthermore, we have no means to repay you, nor anywhere else to go. Please forgive my audacity. I humbly request that you take us in. Indeed, the elder was wise, having experienced much and possessing profound insight. He could even discern the thoughts swirling in Yu Hongzhuang's mind. Truly, one cannot underestimate the sagacity of the elderly. Yu Hongzhuang marveled at how this old man had anticipated his intentions, merely providing him an avenue for retreat while seeking a form of support. It was evident that, in their current predicament, their chances of survival were exceedingly slim, reliant solely on a formidable force for existence. Conveniently, a powerful ally stood before him, one who might also require their assistance. What a fortuitous circumstance. A win-win situation. Chapter 78. After overhearing the exchange between the two, the other 4 hospital staff wore expressions of confusion, uncertain about the sudden shift in allegiances. Nevertheless, joining such a potent faction surely bore advantages. They would not be neglected by such a strong force. Indeed, conversing with intelligent individuals proved to be straightforward. Very well, I welcome you to my base. Please introduce yourselves so I may determine the most suitable positions for you. Only then did the group realize that joining the other side necessitated work. These 5 had just emerged from the hospital, having scarcely encountered the brutal realities of a world in chaos. Thus, they still dared to engage Yu Hongzhuang in a negotiating tone, particularly the 2 young women, who displayed remarkable audacity. Big brother, I was originally a nurse at the hospital, but I no longer wish to be a nurse. May I pursue other work? Me too. I'm somewhat weary of being a nurse. Can I do something else? Simultaneously, Yu Hongzhuang found himself at a loss for words upon hearing their remarks. Should he deem them naive or simply carefree? The world had transformed into such a state, yet they still harbored aspirations of changing careers. Truly remarkable. Faced with such circumstances, they exhibited no fear whatsoever.